Chapter 1092. When Yun Sheng said this, her eyes were filled with gentleness. She wrapped her arms around Dollar's head and pressed her face against Dollar's scales. Through the delicate scales, Yun Sheng could hear the strong heartbeat in the Qilin's chest. Thinking back, Yi Baiming didn't hesitate to give up the opportunity to regain his human form and stay. Yun Sheng felt that she was very happy. Yun Sheng's sudden kindness made Yi Baiming feel as if he was struck by lightning. The unique fragrance of Yun Sheng's body hit him in the face. Dollar only felt that his bones were going soft. She's not angry anymore? Dollar was flattered. He thought that after his identity was exposed this time, he would be ignored by Yun Sheng for a while. Unexpectedly, she wasn't angry. Dollar's bones became lighter, and he didn't hear it clearly at all. He only knew that the little wild cat wasn't angry with him. As long as she wasn't angry, he would go wherever the little wild cat wanted him to go. Yun Sheng originally planned to punish Yi Baiming, but after experiencing Goofing and Ling, Yun Sheng was also deeply touched. There were indeed many difficulties between her and Yi Baiming, but no difficulties were difficult compared to the difference between Goofing and Dongwang Ling. Even if Yi Baiming became a demonic beast, at least he was always by her side to protect her. Just this point alone was enough. Therefore, Yun Sheng planned to let bygones be bygones for Yi Baiming's earlier concealment. Yun Sheng didn't tell Yi Baiming that in her heart, she already had an idea. After dealing with the matter of her mother, Hu Jiusheng, she planned to make a trip to the Bahuang continent. In addition to sending Hu Sheng's ashes back and saving Hu Sheng's mother, she also wanted to find the Qilin king Saraira. This way, Yi Baiming would be able to regain his true form. However, Yun Sheng didn't intend to tell Yi Baiming about this for the time being. If he found out, he would definitely not agree. And right now, he had to deal with the matter of his mother, Hu Jiusheng. Before Yun Sheng and Dollar left the Dutian blood world, they returned to the Dutian station. Yuan Bu Pe and his sister were still there. Yun Sheng had already heard from Dongwang Ling, that if it wasn't for Yuan Bupo, she probably wouldn't have been able to stop Qi Guan. However, what made Yun Sheng even more curious was the power of the 9th chapter of the Dihong Song. What would it be like to be able to summon a divine weapon from the divine world? Yun Sheng, I'm very sorry. I can't teach you the 9th chapter of the Dihong Song. Yuan Bupo was in a difficult position when he heard Yun Sheng's question. In Yuan Bupo's heart, he really wanted to teach Yun Sheng the 9th chapter of the Dihong Song. However, after he entered the Dihong ancient tomb, he swore that he would only teach the 9th chapter of the Dihong Song to the fated person. If Yuan Bupo were to reveal it, the Dihong city's bloodline would face divine punishment. Since it concerned the people of Dihong City, Yuan Bupo didn't dare to reveal the 9th chapter of the Dihong Song. Although Yun Sheng was a little disappointed, she didn't force it. Yuan Bupo's father, Yuan Buku, had once said that as long as she agreed to marry Yuan Bupo, she would be allowed to enter the Dihong ancient tomb. However, Yun Sheng rejected him. Yun Sheng already had Yi Baiming in her heart. Hence, even if she knew that the 9th chapter of the Dihong Song contained a terrifying power, Yun Sheng could only give up. Yun Sheng, don't be sad. After I go back, I will beg my father again. As long as he agrees, you can enter the Dihong ancient tomb. I believe that with your power of understanding, you will understand the Dihong Song better than me. Yuan Bupo told Yun Sheng. When she went to send Dongwang Ling off, Elder Si Ming had already left. However, before Elder Si Ming left, she asked Yuan Bupo to tell Yun Sheng to go to Penglai. Knowing that Elder Si Ming wanted to invite her to Penglai, Yun Sheng wasn't surprised. Even if Elder Si Ming didn't ask, Yun Sheng planned to go to Penglai. When Ji Rumo died, he didn't have the Nether Ghost Key with him. She believed that he must have left the Nether Ghost Key in Penglai. After Yun Sheng said goodbye to Yuan Bupo and his sister, she then went to Penglai with Dollar and Popo. Not long after Yun Sheng, Dollar, and the others left the Dutian blood world, the blood world seemed to have calmed down. In the chaotic area between the 8 Desolates continent and the Boundless continent, the 3rd priest and a group of Bakra orcs returned in defeat. The 3rd priest was furious as he stopped Green. Green, what happened? Why didn't you control that magician in the end? The third shaman and the people from the other major tribes had suffered many losses in this invasion. Almost all of the people from the Celestial Fox tribe were killed. Half of the people from the Green Nether Wolf tribe and the Behemoth tribe were also killed. Only the Nine Phoenix tribe and the D tribe were unharmed. The third priest was also injured by the strange, demonic beast. This made the third priest, who was always concerned about his reputation, very angry. He attributed all of this to the fact that the Nine Phoenix tribe and the D tribe came too late. Moreover, the third priest saw clearly that at the last moment, when the blood seal was reconstructed, green suddenly appeared. At that time, he clearly had the chance to capture the human magician who was reconstructing the Dutian blood seal. However, at the last moment, Green didn't make a move when facing the human magician. It was also because of Green's hesitation that the Dutian blood seal was reconstructed. Now, it was very difficult to break the Dutian blood seal's boundary and invade it on a large scale. The invasion failed, and the fifth priest was confirmed dead. The third priest was inevitably angry. He knew that after returning to the Beast God altar this time, his position in the Beast God altar would plummet. Third priest, what right do you have to interrogate me? Don't forget that the Nine Phoenix tribe isn't a lower beast tribe that you can casually summon. Moreover, the reason why we failed this time was because you and the fifth priest couldn't gather the Chelan tribe and the Bash tribe. Green's face was as cold as ice. Although the Beast God altar was the highest existence in the 8 Desolates continent, to the other higher beast tribes, only the first priest of the Beast God altar was a real threat. After receiving the Nine Phoenix King, Sorira's inheritance, Green didn't put the third priest in his eyes. His current mood was very bad. His reunion with Yun Sheng had just begun, and it was already over. No one's feelings were more complicated than Green's. He did have the ability to control goofing at the last moment, but if he really did that, he would definitely fall out with Yun Sheng. But after the Dutian blood seal was reconstructed, Green regretted it even more. In the future, he would have fewer chances to see Yun Sheng. With such conflicting emotions, Green was even more disinclined to pay attention to the third priest and the others. Without another word, he led the Nine Luan tribe away with a cold expression on his face. Third priest, farewell. Purple followed closely behind and left with the people of the D clan. Seeing that Green and Purple were ignoring the third priest, the remaining members of the other beast tribes also found excuses and left. Chapter 1093. Nine Phoenix Tribe. D Tribe. Good, very good. You dare to disobey me again and again. If I can obtain the power of faith of the Beast God, you won't dare to go against me. The third priest was furious. However, the third priest could only watch as Green and Purple left. He glared in the direction of the Dutian blood realm. Under the effect of the new Dutian blood seal, the Dutian blood realm's boundary had regained its stability. The blood realm, which was originally blood red, was now shrouded in the power of light that was as warm as the sun. The third priest knew that even if the high priest came personally, he might not be able to break the new boundary of the blood realm. However, the third priest did not give up. Humans, don't think that you have one. Just you wait. When the high priest obtains the power of the beast god, you will all fall into hell. The third priest's face revealed a sinister smile. His figure flashed and disappeared into the boundless chaos zone. The matter of the blood realm had come to an end because of the sacrifice of Goofing and Jiromo. After parting with the Yuan siblings, Yunsheng immediately rushed to Penglai. Yunsheng had 2 purposes for going to Penglai. One was to return the broken heavenly fate mirror to Chong Si-Ming. The other was to ask Chong Si-Ming about the whereabouts of the Netherworld Ghost Key. After arriving at Penglai, Yunsheng first went to the bottom of Penglai and found out about the Master of Molten Flame. The Master of Molten Flame told Yunsheng that after the death of the first summoner of the Dharma Temple, the volcano seal had temporarily stabilized. In the next few years, he could ensure that there would not be any problems with the volcano seal. Lord Flame, I will leave Penglai under your protection for now. Jiromo's death is more or less related to me. I owe Penglai. In the future, if you discover any movements from the Bakra orcs, inform me immediately. Although the first summoner had already been eliminated, Yunsheng still felt that whether it was the 8 Desolate tribe or the beast god altar, they would definitely not give up on invading the boundless world so easily. Yunsheng gave a few instructions to the master of Molten Flame before heading to Penglai Island. At the port of Penglai Island, Yunsheng accidentally met Chong Wei, a Warcraft businessman she met on the way to Penglai. Chong Wei is taking his family with him. He rents a ship and prepares to move away from Penglai. Since Yunsheng subdued Anemone Abyssalis, the waters of Penglai have become much more stable. It also became more convenient for fishermen and merchant ships to go out to sea. Isn't this Lord Prince Regent? What a coincidence. I was just about to look for you. In order to avoid being noticed, Yunsheng had already returned to her male disguise before arriving at Penglai. When Chong Wei saw Yunsheng, he hurriedly walked forward and flattered her. The Emperor Zhao, in red, and Ji Rumo of Penglai of Gojoseon's death had a huge impact on Penglai. The Zhao state had already been disbanded. Many citizens of Penglai had also moved away from Penglai to other places. The originally bustling Penglai suddenly looked a lot more desolate. The purpose of Chong Wei looking for Yunsheng was to ask for a recommendation letter to move to Yujing of Zhou State. Uncle Chong, why do you want to move to Zhou State? As far as I know, the closest place to Penglai is Later Qin. Writing a recommendation letter was a piece of cake for Yunsheng. However, Yunsheng did not understand why Chong Wei wanted to move to Zhou State. Prince Regent, you don't know. After the Du Tian bloodprint incident, the Dugu Emperor of Later Qin also disappeared. It is rumored that he colluded with the Black Kirin clan of the Bakr orcs. Later Qin is also in turmoil now. As for the other countries, Immortal Residence is the Kingdom of Elves, Prince Tang Yuan is incompetent, and Zhou State is more reliable. Not only me, but now most of the rich people in Penglai and some summoners want to go to Zhou State. Chong Wei also told Yunsheng that a recommendation letter from Zhou State had now risen to as much as 10,000 purple coins in the market, and there was no supply. When Yunsheng heard this, she and Dollar looked at each other. The decline of Penglai and Later Qin was a great opportunity for Zhou State. It was better to take this opportunity to win over the talents of Penglai and Later Qin, which was also a great help for Zhou State. Uncle Chan, don't worry. This is my warrant. You can gather some merchants and summoners from Penglai and go to Zhou State together. Someone will write a recommendation letter for you. Yunsheng took this opportunity to bring a large number of merchants and summoners from Penglai to Zhou State. This also laid a solid foundation for Zhou State to become the strongest country on the boundless continent with the East Imperial Dynasty for the next few hundred years. After arranging Chong Wei's matter, Yunsheng also found out that Elder Si Ming's people were in Zhao State. Elder Si Ming also publicly announced that he was the Emperor Zhao in Reds Jr. After the Zhao State was disbanded, Elder Si Ming had already taken some people into the temple to avoid unrest. After the death of the Emperor Zhao in Red, Elder Si Ming lost his beloved disciple. Their deaths were more or less related to Yunsheng, so when Yunsheng met Elder Si Ming, she was a little nervous. She was afraid that he would vent his anger on her. When Elder Si Ming saw Yunsheng, his face was very calm. Elder Si Ming had already passed down most of his magic power to Gufeng. He now looked like an old man. He handed over most of the temple's affairs to Ji Rumo's Jr., Ru Yi. He would spend the rest of his life in Penglai. I was born in Penglai, and I will die in Penglai. This is my destiny. Elder Si Ming's voice was calm. This wise old man had predicted the life and death of countless people in his life. When faced with his own life and death, he was very calm. I'm sure you already know why I asked you to come to Penglai. You have been looking for the Netherworld Ghost Key. Elder Si Ming took out a box and handed it to Yunsheng. Yunsheng opened the box. Inside the box was a black, ancient key. There was also a letter on the key. The ink on the letter had already dried. This letter was written by Ji Rumo when he left Penglai. Rumo, that foolish child. He probably knew that he would not be able to escape this time. He had already arranged everything. Jing Xian Ling Long. That child has always been a transparent person. Only in terms of emotions, he was muddled once. It was also this time that caused him to end up like this. Elder Si Ming's face was filled with regret. Ji Rumo was Elder Si Ming's proudest disciple. He had taught him everything he knew, but he did not expect that Ji Rumo would end up with his mirror destroyed. Elder Si Ming sighed. Even so, he was still unwilling to accept the Heavenly Fate Mirror. Since the Heavenly Fate Mirror has been destroyed, there is no use in keeping it with me. I will give it to you. I believe that Rumo will agree with me. Elder Si Ming waved his hand and asked Yun Sheng to leave. Chapter 1094. Although Chang Si Ming knew that everything that happened these days was predestined, he still couldn't get along with Yun Sheng and Dollar peacefully after knowing that they were both descendants of Ba Huan. Thank you, Chang Si Ming. Yun Sheng also saw through Chang Si Ming's thoughts. After saying goodbye, she left the Zhao state. After leaving the Zhao state, Yun Sheng couldn't wait to open Ji Rumo's letter. Beside her, the golden Kylin Yi Baiming glanced at the letter and held back the jealousy in his heart. He proudly tucked his tail between his legs and lay on the side. It was undeniable that Yi Baiming still cared about Ji Rumo a little bit. But unlike Dugu Xiao, even though they were both rivals in love, Yi Baiming didn't hate Ji Rumo or Xiao Xiu. Ji Rumo was a man that even the same sex couldn't hate. And Yi Baiming also knew that Ji Rumo would always stay in Yun Sheng's heart. Anyway, a crush was a crush. His woman was beautiful and capable. It was normal for someone to have a crush on her. Besides, Ji Rumo was a one-sided man. Mirror, son, or a one-sided man. Son of Mirror, son. He, Yi Baiming, was the regent of the Great Zhou dynasty. Why would he be jealous of a broken mirror? While Yi Baiming was struggling on the side, Yun Sheng had already finished reading Ji Rumo's letter. Ji Rumo's letter was left behind when he left Penglai. It was as if he already knew the fate he was about to face. Therefore, in this letter, it was an absolute letter from him. The paper was very ordinary papyrus. On the letter, lines of elegant handwriting flowed like flowing water. Between the lines, it was also Ji Rumo's usual tone. Yun Sheng seemed to see the humble and polite man who always had a smile on his face standing in front of her. He spoke tirelessly to Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng, when you read this letter, I believe you already know my true identity. I'm the Heavenly Fate Mirror. I'm sorry I haven't been able to tell you the truth. As one of the 8 Desolation Divine artifacts, my fate was sealed the moment I was created to protect the boundless world. Don't feel guilty about my death. Compared to living without any feelings, I'd rather die in a special way. At least that way, I can live in your heart forever. After I die, I only have one request. I hope you can keep me by your side. Perhaps one day, you'll be able to repair the Heavenly Mandate Mirror. Perhaps then, we'll meet again. Before I die, I'll leave a light soul power in your body. That's a type of soul power left behind in my body. I'm sorry, but I've secretly checked your Dharma soul before. You have 5 Dharma souls, but you're missing a light Dharma soul. If you cultivate this soul power properly, it can purify your Dharma soul and breed a new light Dharma soul. In the soul power, there's still some of my experience on light magic and fusion magic. Perhaps it'll be of help to your magic cultivation. I'll also leave the Netherworld Ghost Key to you. It's the only way to help your mother recover her memories. Your mother, Hu Jiuxing, lost her memories because the Emperor Zhao, in red, Ji Feng, used the heart distress lamp to extract a strand of her soul. This strand of her soul has always been kept in the heart distress lamp. If you want her to recover her memories, you have to find the heart distress lamp. From what I know, the heart distress lamp has always been in the hands of the Netherworld Ghost King. The Emperor Zhao, in red, and the Netherworld Ghost King have some sort of relationship. It's very likely that the two of them made an agreement to extract a strand of your mother's soul. The Netherworld Ghost Key is an item from the Netherworld. Normal people can't use it easily. Otherwise, if it's not used properly, it'll contaminate a person's Dharma soul, causing them to fall into the path of darkness and become a dark magician. The pink demonic beast beside you should have some sort of divine power hidden in its body. If you insist on finding your mother's whereabouts, give it the Netherworld Ghost Key. I believe it'll be immune to the Netherworld Ghost Key's influence. However, promise me that you won't look for the Netherworld Ghost King before you're strong enough. The Netherworld Ghost King's strength is very strong. He's already a godlike existence. His true strength is even stronger than the 8 desolate artifacts combined. Finally, I hope you and the North Underworld King can grow old together. Rumo, farewell. After reading the letter, Yunsheng closed it and didn't speak for a long time. Yunsheng looked at the box again and saw the Netherworld Ghost Key that she had obtained with great difficulty. The Netherworld Ghost Key was ice-cold in her hand. It looked very ordinary. It didn't have any magical power or anything strange about it. It seemed like Jirumo was right. This key could only be used if it was given a baby sheep. She then took out the Broken Heavens Mandate mirror from the beast language ring. The cracks on the mirror blurred the figure in the mirror. In the end, she still owed Jirumo. This man, even at the moment of his death, was still thinking for her. He left behind the Netherworld Ghost Key, which was the most important thing to Yunsheng, and the method to save her mother, Hu Jiuxing. However, this method was very difficult to implement. After letting out a faint sigh, Yunsheng didn't forget Jirumo's last words in the letter. Right, light, soul, power. Yunsheng then remembered that before Jirumo reflected He Yao's third inheritance, he had injected a strand of magical power into her forehead. At that time, Yunsheng didn't pay too much attention to it. She only knew that the strand of magical power had quickly melted into her body. Yunsheng touched her forehead and realized that the spot where Jirumo had injected his light soul power was right on top of her karmic firebrand. She hurriedly checked her Dharma soul and discovered that a crack had appeared on her 5 elemental Dharma soul at some point in time. That crack seemed to show signs of expanding. It contained the light soul power that Jirumo had mentioned. The strand of light power that Jirumo had injected into Yunsheng's mind at the last moment was the last of his light power. It was also the essence of his life's magical power. It even contained a few unique spells that Jirumo had mastered. Soul power. This term was still very unfamiliar to Yunsheng. However, it wasn't a mystery to Jirumo, who came from the Temple of Sorcerers. Extracting soul power was a special spell of the Temple of Sorcerers. It wasn't something that every sorcerer could do. Only a small number of sorcerers from the Temple of Sorcerers who had broken through to the realm of sorcerers could successfully cultivate a part of their Dharma soul into soul power. This type of soul power was considered the essence of a sorcerer's cultivation. It was very similar to the Beast King Sarara that the 8 leaders of the Bakra orcs had left behind in the Beast King's tomb of the 8 wilderness. Soul power was initially only used for passing down the legacy. It was like every sorcerer from the Temple of Sorcerers would leave their last strand of soul power to the next sorcerer before they died. Those who obtained soul power could not only increase their cultivation, but also obtain some special spells and memories of the previous sorcerer. Chapter 1095. In the Dharma Temple, Jirumo was not the only one who could cultivate soul power. At the same time, as a Dharma god, Elder Siming had also cultivated soul power before. When he was in the Duqian Bloodprint, Elder Siming decided to transfer his soul power to goofing in the form of soul power in order to increase the chances of goofing forming a new bloodprint. However, Elder Siming only passed on his soul power to goofing. He kept his memories of magic and did not pass on any other form of magic to goofing. The reason why Elder Siming did this, other than being selfish, was because he considered that goofing was not a member of the Dharma Temple. Although goofing was temporarily sealed in the blood world because of the Duqian Bloodprint, it was hard to guarantee that he would not reappear one day. He was also a member of the Magic Elite Camp on the continent. Therefore, Elder Siming still kept some of his soul power. In comparison, Jirumo's soul power inheritance to Yunsheng was much more selfless. In this world, the most selfless feelings, other than the love between parents and children, were one-sided love. Jirumo had been in love with Yunsheng for many years. His feelings for Yunsheng were more like a form of dedication. As for whether soul power could eventually form a Dharma soul, there was still no conclusion on the continent. Ji-Rumo also knew that it was risky to leave the power of light in Yun Sheng's Dharma soul. Because light's soul power was incomparably pure, correspondingly, it required the other party's soul to be equally pure. Ji-Rumo was taking a risk, but at the last moment, he had no other choice. In the soul power inheritance that he gave to Yun Sheng, he even left his memories of magic and the purest light Dharma soul power to Yun Sheng. This was like leaving a light Dharma soul seed in Yun Sheng's body. If Yun Sheng could slowly assimilate this trace of light Dharma soul, she could very well become the first person in the boundless continent to possess a six-elemental Dharma soul. However, this was only Ji-Rumo's bold assumption. The cultivation of light magic was one of the most difficult in the entire magic system. Whether or not Yun Sheng could truly fuse Ji-Rumo's soul power into her own soul power still required a period of time. As for whether or not she could become a top-notch mage like Ji-Rumo, that was still unknown. No matter what, since Yun Sheng had obtained Ji-Rumo's soul power inheritance, she planned to go into closed-door cultivation once the matters at hand were settled. She wanted to integrate with Ji-Rumo's soul power as soon as possible. This wisp of seemingly unremarkable light soul power obediently stayed in Yun Sheng's magic soul. Compared to the other fire, water, earth, wind, and darkness magic souls, this wisp of light's soul power was so weak that it seemed like it would be devoured at any time. Yun Sheng collected her thoughts. The main purpose of her trip was still the Netherworld Ghost Key. Yun Sheng did not forget the legend of the Netherworld Ghost Key. As long as one obtained the Netherworld Ghost Key, they would be able to summon the Netherworld Ghost King. Even though Yun Sheng was protected by the karmic fire of the fairies, the Netherworld Ghost Key felt cold in her hand. Just by touching it with her hand, she felt a stinging chill, as if there was something bad in the key that could seep into her body at any time. It was also thanks to Ji-Rumo's reminder in the letter. Otherwise, Yun Sheng would have used the Netherworld Ghost Key directly. Although she did not know if the Netherworld Ghost Key was like the legend, where the user would fall into the path of darkness and become a dark mage, Yun Sheng still decided not to take the risk. Bobo, take a look. Can you use the Netherworld Ghost Key to enter the Netherworld? Yun Sheng cautiously summoned Bobo Sheep and handed the Netherworld Ghost Key to Bobo Sheep. When Bobo Sheep saw the Netherworld Ghost Key, it curled its lips and looked uninterested. Bobo, dearest master, this Netherworld Ghost Key is the only way to enter the Netherworld. Don't tell me you want to go to the Netherworld. That kind of godforsaken place. Bobo does not want to go. Bobo Sheep spoke as if it was facing a great enemy. Yun Sheng had known Bobo Sheep for so long, but this was the first time she was so against going to a place. If it was in the past, Bobo Sheep would definitely say, with this world god here, everything will be fine. It seemed that this so-called Netherworld must be a very dangerous place. If you don't want to go, then pluck all your wool. Yun Sheng's face was serious. Bobo, heads can be broken and blood can flow, but wool cannot be plucked. If you want to go, then go. But, dearest master, why must you go to the Netherworld? That place is very scary. It is full of bad people. Compared to the people in the Netherworld, the Bakra orcs are simply good people. Bobo Sheep was poked in its sore spot by Yun Sheng, so it could only droop its wings and helplessly compromise. Is the Netherworld really that scary? Even you can't pass through it directly? Yun Sheng's knowledge of the Netherworld was very limited. The only person she had come into contact with from the Netherworld was the Netherworld Ghost King. In her impression, the Netherworld Ghost King was handsome, evil, mysterious, and had a strange temperament. She didn't know what kind of situation the Netherworld was in with such a person. Bobo, the Netherworld's environment is very bad. The people living there are ghosts who have died unjustly. There are also some humans and magical beasts who have been exiled for committing all kinds of evil. Bobo Sheep had actually never been to the Netherworld. It told Yun Sheng that between world gods, it was just like between beast kings and beast kings, or between countries on the boundless continent. They all had a strong sense of territory. Generally speaking, world gods of the mortal world would not go to the Netherworld. If a world god of a world rashly entered another world, it would be like invading another country's territory. If it was light, it would lead to a fight. If it was heavy, it would lead to a world war. Oh, so Bobo, you're not willing to go to the netherworld because you are afraid of the world gods of the netherworld. Or is it that the world gods of the netherworld are so powerful that even you can't deal with them? Yinsheng knew Bobo's temper. To deal with Bobo, provocation was the only way. Bobo, who would be afraid of that super perverted, ugly, and shameless world god of the netherworld? Bobo, I can crush him to death with a single hair. When Bobo Sheep mentioned the world gods of the netherworld, the hair on its body stood up as if it had been electrocuted. Its eyes, which were as big as black beans, squeaked, and almost shot out angry sparks. Even though Bobo Sheep had a confident look, Yinsheng knew from its eyes that this fellow was lying. Shouldn't the world gods of the netherworld be your senior? Yinsheng decided not to expose Bobo's lie. It was better to get some information about the world gods of the netherworld from Bobo Sheep's mouth first. After all, if they really went to the netherworld, it would be someone else's territory. It was better to be careful. But Yinsheng was also very puzzled. In her opinion, since they were both world gods, then Bobo Sheep and the world gods of the netherworld should also be companions. Or, at least, the relationship between them should be senior and junior. Why was it that when Bobo Sheep heard about the world gods of the netherworld, it had a disgusted look as if the other party had dug up its ancestral grave? Chapter 1096. Who would have known that it would have been better if Yinsheng hadn't mentioned it? But the moment Yinsheng mentioned the word senior, Bobo Sheep didn't hold back at all. He activated his verbal cannon mode and started cursing. Bobo, how is he this world god senior? He is not even qualified to carry this world god's shoes. Besides, this world god is his senior sister. He entered the world god later than this world god. He is the youngest one. That bad guy. He is obviously a junior, but he always has an iceberg face. The most shameless thing is that he became a world god before this world god. What talent! What young and promising, that venomous, rude and arrogant smelly fart god. If this world god sees him, I will beat him up every time I see him. After beating his chest, I will beat his back. Bobo Sheep was so angry that his wings trembled. It was only then that Yinsheng understood. It turned out that Baby Sheep was upset that the other party had become a world deity before him. Hearing Bobo Sheep's words, Yinsheng was even more curious about Bobo Sheep's junior brother. After Bobo Sheep finished complaining, he calmed down a little and rolled his eyes. Dearest master, it seems that you have to go to the underworld. However, if you really want to go to the underworld, you should first increase your strength a little. At least reach the level of magic god or integrate with the light magic of that mirror. It will not be too late to go then. Light magic has a certain degree of destructive power to the people or magic beasts of the underworld. He blinked his eyes. Bobo Sheep actually had another unspoken sentence in his heart. If he really wanted to go to the underworld, he should at least increase his strength a little. Otherwise, if he accidentally met that smelly underworld god, he would definitely be ridiculed to death. Besides, Bobo Sheep thought that if his master really wanted to become a magic god, it would still take a long time. During this time, he must coax and pester the Qilin boy to find more king-level magic beast soul stones to increase his cultivation. Yinsheng did not have any objections to Bobo Sheep's suggestion. I will listen to you. When we set off for the underworld, we will go to Taiyuan Mountain first to see Mother and then make a long-term plan. Yinsheng also had some hesitation in her heart. Based on her understanding of Baby Sheep, although this fellow was usually useless, he was quite reliable. If it said that the underworld was dangerous, then the journey to the underworld would not be easy. Yinsheng decided to check on her mother, Hu Jiuxing, first. Yinsheng left Penglai with Baby Sheep and Yi Baiming and returned to Mount Taiyuan. During the period when Yinsheng went to Penglai, Yin Songhai and Hu Jiuxing had been living in seclusion in Mount Taiyuan. Under Yunba's management, Taiyuan Mountain had changed from a barren mountain to a lush green. The news of the Emperor Zhao and Red's death and the formation of the new Du Tian blood seal had already reached Taiyuan Mountain through Yun Songhai. When Yun Songhai saw that his daughter, Yun Sheng, had returned safely, a long-lost smile appeared on his face. "Father, how is mother these days?" Yun Sheng only looked at Yun Songhai and then looked at his appearance. Seeing that her father looked a lot thinner these days, she faintly felt that something was wrong. "Sheng-er, it's good that you're back. Your mother's situation is not good. I didn't let anyone inform you earlier." Yun Songhai sighed. A while ago, Yun Sheng was in the Dutian blood world. After Yun Songhai learned about the crisis of the Dutian blood seal, he knew that his daughter could not be distracted. So, he had not told Yun Sheng about Hu Jiuxing's recent situation. Now that the crisis of the Dutian blood seal had been resolved, he told Yun Sheng about Hu Jiuxing's changes in the past few days. When they were in Penglai, when the family of three was separated, Hu Jiuxing was still relatively quiet under the control of the corpse puppet technique. Before Yun Sheng left, she gave a few heart crystals to her father, Yun Songhai. Yun Songhai used the heart crystals to control Hu Jiuxing normally in the first few days. Most of the time, Hu Jiuxing was like a well-behaved child. Under the control of the heart crystals, she liked to pester Yun Songhai. The couple also returned to the harmonious scene when they were in love in the past. Yun Songhai even thought that as long as Hu Jiuxing's situation did not worsen, even if she did not remember him, he was willing to accompany her until they were old. However, the good times did not last long. Hu Jiuxing suddenly fell into a coma overnight. Her coma this time came fiercely without any warning. No matter how Yun Songhai called her, she could not hear him and did not wake up again. Yun Songhai only found out later that when Hu Jiuxing fell into a coma, the Emperor Zhao in red was killed. Yun Songhai used all kinds of methods and even invited a few national experts over, but not a single one of them was able to find the real reason why Hu Jiuxing was unconscious. Yun Songhai had no choice but to wait on Hu Jiuxing's bed all day long, without wearing any clothes. He waited for his daughter, Yun Sheng, to come. When Yun Sheng heard this, she hurriedly went forward to check on Hu Jiuxing's situation. On the sickbed, her mother, Hu Jiuxing, was lying quietly. She had neither external nor internal injuries. Her eyes were tightly shut, and she was on the verge of death. Her complexion was waxy yellow, and she looked much thinner than when she met Yun Sheng in Penglai. Beside Hu Jiuxing's sickbed stood the National Master of Medicine and others who were invited. "Yun Sheng, I'm very sorry. I can't do anything about your mother's condition. You still have to do it yourself." She looked at Yun Sheng apologetically. Yun Songhai had already placed all his hopes on Yun Sheng. In the current boundless continent, if even Yun Sheng could not find out Hu Jiuxing's condition, no one would be able to save her. After Yun Sheng checked, she muttered to herself, "Sheng, can you tell what's wrong with your mother? Just tell me. I can bear it." Yun Songhai's eyes were full of anxiety. His eyes were glued to Hu Jiuxing's face. If he could, he really wanted to bear this pain for his wife. When Yun Sheng saw his expression, she could not help but feel a little sad. From the moment Yun Sheng was born, she had already regarded Yun Songhai as her father and Hu Jiuxing as her mother. Only Yun Sheng knew how deep Yun Songhai's love for Hu Jiuxing was in this half of his life. The couple's relationship had been bumpy. Over the years, they had been separated several times and had never been able to live a good life together. She had thought that the couple would be able to reunite after the Emperor Zhao in red died. She did not expect that Hu Jiuxing would become like this again. Yun Sheng had already made up her mind. No matter what, she had to save her mother and let her father and mother be together. After Yun Sheng checked, the general result was the same as that of Yao Daiguoshu and the others. Hu Jiuxing did not have any illness. It seemed that using ordinary medical methods would not be able to directly identify the cause of Hu Jiuxing's coma. Yun Sheng did not give up. Her eyes changed and turned golden. She placed her hand on Hu Jiuxing's hand. Between her fingers, a dark needle force was forced into Hu Jiuxing's body. The dark needle quickly moved around in Hu Jiuxing's body. Chapter 1097. When Yun Sheng was making her diagnosis, Yun Songhai did not even dare to blink his eyes. He knew that if even his daughter could not figure out the cause of Hu Jiuxing's coma, no one on this continent would be able to save his wife. How could Yun Sheng not know that? She could only hope that she could use the Shennong's eye and the power of the Dark Needle to check on Hu Jiuxing's condition. The medical system of the boundless world was different from modern medicine. Yun Sheng and Medicine Master Wisho only checked on the pulse and symptoms. With the Shennong's eye and the power of the Dark Needle, Yun Sheng had another method compared to the doctors of the boundless world. The Dark Needle started moving around Hu Jiuxing's body. Yun Sheng could see the condition of Hu Jiuxing's body slowly. There were no abnormalities in her blood vessels, organs, nerves, and brain. Just as Yun Sheng was about to withdraw the power of the Dark Needle, the Dark Needle suddenly entered a special domain. It was a magical wave. This magical wave came from Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul. Yun Sheng was secretly shocked. She suddenly realized that the power of her Dark Needle could actually directly come into contact with the Dharma soul of a magician. This unintentional discovery made Yun Sheng very surprised. Before this, she never knew that the power of her Dark Needle could be used to check the condition of a Dharma soul. Yun Sheng thought for a while. The only explanation was that the soul power of Ji Rumo's light Dharma soul had entered her body and caused her soul-healing needle to mutate. Unexpectedly, Yun Sheng's Dark Needle had the special ability to search for Dharma souls. Ji Rumo himself was an outstanding light magician. His light Dharma healing was second to none in the entire continent. After realizing that she might have come into contact with her mother, Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul, Yun Sheng became cautious. Yun Sheng collected her thoughts and focused on directing the power of the Dark Needle to slowly enter Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul. Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul emitted a ray of light. Unlike Yun Sheng's multi-elemental Dharma soul, Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul only had two colors. One was gray and the other was black. These two colors represented the space-time attribute and the darkness attribute of magic respectively. So, Mother's also a dual-elemental magician. No wonder she was able to use such a powerful space-time restriction spell. Looking at the size of his mother's law soul, her strength should be somewhere between a saint-level law emperor and law god. I wonder what realm Mother has reached as a summoner, Yun Sheng thought to herself. But then, she suddenly realized that Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul was a little strange. Generally speaking, a magician's Dharma soul was in a very stable state when they were not using magic. As the magician's Dharma soul increased, the Dharma soul would gradually weaken. But Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul was like an oil lamp in the wind, very unstable. Moreover, the magic power emitted from her Dharma soul was constantly weakening. Why would a Dharma soul weaken and shrink for no reason? Yun Sheng once again forced a portion of the power of the Dark Needle into Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul. Once the Dark Needle entered the Dharma soul, Yun Sheng suddenly felt a strong suction force rushing toward her, as if it was going to swallow her Dark Needle in an instant. That was her mother's magic power. The Dharma soul was the core of a magician's energy. It was even more important than a human's heart. Although Hu Jiuxing was currently unconscious, she could sense that an external force was invading her. Her Dharma soul subconsciously tried to push out the power of Yun Sheng's Dark Needle. In terms of cultivation, Yun Sheng's current cultivation was still a distance away from Hu Jiuxing's. Hu Jiuxing was already a peak near Saint Dharma Emperor, only a fine line away from the Dharma soul. As for Yun Sheng, after absorbing Ji Rumo's Dharma soul, she was only a mid-level Saint Dharma overlord. In a head-on clash, her Dharma soul was still no match for Hu Jiuxing. But at this point, Yun Sheng was unwilling to back down so easily. She was very clear that something must have happened in Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul for it to keep shrinking. In this situation, she could only stalemate and not clash head-on. Otherwise, it was very likely that she would harm Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul and worsen her condition. Yun Sheng hesitated, thinking of a method to make Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul give up resisting. Just as Yun Sheng was hesitating, The soul power that Jirumo had left in her Dharma soul flickered. The gentle light magic power caused Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul to fluctuate, and the resistance from before slowly disappeared. Yun Sheng's dark needle took this opportunity to enter Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul. Yun Sheng searched and quickly found a trace of a restriction in Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul. There was still a portion of the Emperor Zhao in red Ji Rumo's Dharma soul remaining on the restriction. It was very obvious that before Ji Rumo died, he had left a restriction in Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul. This restriction, combined with the heart crystal, had been controlling Hu Jiuxing all along. But now that the Emperor Zhao in red had died, the restriction had lost its effect. That's right, this was the reason why her mother was unconscious. Yun Sheng suddenly opened her eyes, and she quickly retracted the power of the dark needle. The surroundings were dead silent. Yun Sheng then realized that the sky outside had completely darkened. She had actually spent an entire afternoon checking. Using the dark needle and Shun Nong pupil to check at the same time consumed a lot of energy. Yun Sheng concentrated and meditated for a moment before she recovered some energy. Beside her, only Yin Songhai was still guarding. The others had already been persuaded by Yun Songhai to leave. Shenger, how is it? Are there any results? Just now, Yin Songhai was watching from the side. When he saw that his daughter's complexion had gradually returned to normal, he knew that his daughter must have found out about Hu Jiuxing's illness. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Father, don't worry. I roughly know why Mother has become like this. The reason why Mother is unconscious is because her Dharma soul is constantly shrinking. Yin Sheng was certain that the reason why Hu Jiuxing was unconscious was related to her Dharma soul. Shrinking Dharma soul? What illness is Sheng suffering from? Why have we never heard of such an illness on the mainland? Yin Songhai was puzzled. Not only Yin Songhai, but even Yin Sheng herself. If she had not seen Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul with her own eyes, she would not have believed that a Dharma soul could actually shrink. To a sorcerer, shrinking Dharma soul was a very serious matter. If it was light, it could cause a sorcerer to lose all of their cultivation. If it was serious, it could cause death. The reason for shrinking Dharma soul should be because Hu Jiuxing had been missing a strand of her Dharma soul for many years. Or perhaps the Emperor Zhao in red had placed some restrictions on Hu Jiuxing's body. With the Emperor Zhao in red's death, that restriction was very likely to lose its effect. As a result, Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul was affected. That damned the Emperor Zhao in red. Even after he died, he still implicated Mother. Yin Sheng gritted her teeth. Since you have found the cause, is there a way to stop the Dharma soul from shrinking? Yun Songhai seemed to have seen the light again. He looked at Yun Sheng with a hopeful expression. Chapter 1098. Yun Sheng smiled bitterly. This was the first time she had encountered something like a Dharma soul shrinking. She also did not know how to stop Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul from shrinking. However, the only thing she could guarantee was that she could temporarily stabilize Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul and stop it from shrinking. When she withdrew the power of the Dark Needle, Yun Sheng also left a portion of the Jade Marrow Technique's power in Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul. The Jade Marrow Technique was a cultivation technique passed down in the Yin family. It had the effect of prolonging one's lifespan and calming effect. It could temporarily stabilize Hu Jiuxing's Dharma soul, but Yin Sheng could not guarantee how long that portion of the Jade Marrow Technique's power could last. Father, I have already used a special method to alleviate the shrinking of Mother's Dharma soul. However, that only treats the symptoms and not the root cause. If you want Mother to wake up, you still have to find a way to cure it. Yun Sheng told Yin Songhai the contents of the letter that Ji Rumo had left for her before he died. Yin Songhai only knew now that Hu Jiuxing had lost her memories because she had lost a wisp of her soul. Shenger thinks that if Mother's soul is complete with her cultivation, she should be able to restore her Dharma soul to normal. Yin Sheng also told Yin Songhai at the same time. She had originally planned to use the heart crystal to control her mother's illness. She had planned to at least wait until she had fused with Ji Rumo's light soul power before heading to the underworld. However, looking at the current situation, Hu Jiuxing's situation was not optimistic. If Yun Sheng did not find the heart lamp as soon as possible and find that wisp of Hu Jiuxing's soul, even if Hu Jiuxing was saved in the future, her cultivation would be greatly reduced. Ji Rumo was already dead, and the only way to save Hu Jiuxing was to find the Netherworld Ghost King and the Heart Distress Lantern that extracted a strand of Hu Jiuxing's soul. Yun Sheng suspected that the strand of Hu Jiuxing's soul was most likely locked in the Heart Distress Lantern. No matter what, she had to get that strand of soul back. Even though Yun Sheng knew that the current her did not have the strength to directly negotiate with the Phantasm Ghost King, she still wanted to try. Sheng you said it yourself. Ji Rumo warned you that the Netherworld is very dangerous. The Netherworld Ghost King is not someone you can deal with. You stay here and take care of your mother. Yin Songhai was unwilling to see his daughter risk her life to go to the underworld. Yin Songhai did not want to use his daughter's life to exchange for his wife's. He would rather go to the underworld himself. Father, do you still remember Bobo? It's that pink demonic beast that has always been by my side. Its origin is actually not simple. It is a future world deity of the human realm. It can be considered an old acquaintance of the world deity of the underworld. It should be able to help me find the Netherworld Ghost King. In order to reassure Yin Songhai, Yun Xing chose to tell him part of the truth. However, she did not tell Yin Songhai that Bo was only a half-baked world deity. She also would not tell her father that Bo and the world deity of the underworld did not see eye to eye. Yin Songhai was still somewhat hesitant. Father, don't forget that Sheng still has Jin and I. To be honest, Jin and I, he is Yi Baiming. Yun Xing thought for a moment and decided to tell Yun Songhai about Jin Yi's true identity. After learning that Jin and I was Yi Baiming, Yun Songhai was immediately shocked. He immediately had Yun Sheng find Jin and I. This was the first time that Yi Baiming had met Yun Songhai after leaving Banana Leaf Village. Yun Songhai looked at Jin and I and frowned like fried dough twists. Yun Songhai had never been optimistic about Yun Sheng's marriage. He had previously helped Yun Sheng choose Xiao Wenshu from the temple. He had only recently found out that Xiao Wenshu was Peng Lai of Gojozian, Ji Rumo. Ji Rumo's true identity was the Destiny Mirror. However, even though he did not like Yi Baiming was the husband that Yun Sheng had chosen herself. The two of them had already bowed to the heavens and earth, so they could be considered a true husband and wife. Yin Songhai had no choice but to accept this fact. I'll leave Sheng to you. If you let her suffer even the slightest grievance, I, Yin Songhai, will be the first to not forgive you. Yin Songhai stared at the gold coin for a long time. In the end, he finally snorted from his nose and unhappily said a sentence. This sentence could be considered as a confirmation of Yi Baiming's name. The golden Qilin, Yi Baiming, also heaved a sigh of relief. Although Yin Songhai did not like Yi Baiming's current appearance, Yin Songhai had to admit his strength. With Yi Baiming and Yun Sheng going to the underworld together, and with the other magical beasts, Yin Sheng would definitely be safe and sound. Seeing that Yin Songhai had finally stopped objecting to her going to the underworld, Yun Sheng also heaved a sigh of relief. Father, I have some water of life here. Remember to feed Mother some every 7 days. If I'm not wrong, Mother's condition will not worsen within a year. Yin Sheng took out a few bottles of water of life and handed them to Yin Songhai. After all, Yin Sheng did not even know when she would be able to return from her trip to the underworld this time. Yin Songhai was shocked to see that his daughter actually had a few bottles of water of life, so casually. The water of life was one of the most miraculous water sources on the continent. It had a miraculous effect on detoxification and also had certain benefits in repairing a person's Dharma soul. However, it could not repair a person's soul. As long as there was water of life, it could ensure that Hu Jiuxing's condition would not worsen during Yin Sheng's absence. In order to prevent any accidents, Yin Sheng also left the Elven Queen behind. Sheng you should take this water of life with you. The journey to the underworld is extremely dangerous. Yin Songhai was still a little worried. Father, don't forget that I have the immortal Holy Grail with me. The water of life is inexhaustible. Yin Sheng smiled. Only then did Yin Songhai remember that his daughter had one of the 8 divine artifacts, the demon's summoning hand and the immortal Holy Grail. How many more secrets was his precious daughter hiding in her body? Yin Songhai could not help but feel a little ashamed. As a father, he seemed to be too much of a failure. Yinxing saw her father's expression and secretly laughed. She had not told her father that she had another magical bracelet in her hands. However, it was better not to tell her father about this for now. Seeing that Yunsheng had everything prepared, Yin Songhai was powerless to stop her. He could only remind Yunsheng that regardless of whether she could find the Netherworld Ghost King and the Heart Sorrow Lamp, she had to return to the Boundless Land within a year. After knowing that Yunsheng had changed her mind and wanted to go to the underworld in advance, Baby Sheep's face was full of worry. He had not had the time to ask the Qilin boy to find the Beast King's soul stone for him. Baby Sheep, dearest master, then we have to prepare to set off. Baby Sheep's face was full of headache. Before using the Netherworld Ghost Key, Baby Sheep silently muttered in his heart, Mother Goddess above, please protect Baby Sheep. Please don't let Baby Sheep meet that annoying fellow in the underworld. Chapter 1099. Poppy, everything is ready. You can take us to the underworld now. The underworld was different from the human world. The presence of humans and beasts could easily attract attacks from the underworld creatures. So, to avoid any accidents on the way, Yunsheng put all the beasts into the beast speech ring. She only traveled with Dollar. Earlier, Poppy Sheep had reminded Yunsheng that there were no special magic arrays or empty ships between the human world and the underworld. The underworld's transportation, or rather, the underworld's emissary, was a beast called the Four-Square Hell Dragon. Poppy Sheep used the Netherworld Ghost Key to summon the Four-Square Hell Dragon. Poppy Sheep put the Netherworld Ghost Key in front of him and started to chant. The Netherworld Ghost Key, which had been motionless, slowly floated in the air. A black aura emerged from the simple key's body. The black aura slowly came to life amidst the chanting. It could be seen tumbling in the air. Amidst the black chi, white bones appeared one after another. The bones seemed to have a life of their own. One by one, they came together like a jigsaw puzzle. Very quickly, Yunsheng and Dollar saw a 10-meter-long bone dragon appear in front of them. The dragon had no skin or flesh. It emitted a black power. It had a pair of dragon bone wings. It looked very strong. Who dares to summon the Netherworld Ghost Bone Dragon? The dragon's voice rumbled. Poppy Sheep flapped his wings. His fluffy, ball-like body flew in front of the bone dragon. Poppy, for Square Hell Dragon, are you blind? Can't you recognize me? Poppy Sheep's small body was 100 times bigger than the underworld's Netherworld Ghost Bone Dragon. It looked like the difference between a flea and an elephant. Poppy Sheep used such an arrogant tone to talk to the bone dragon. He even called the 30-meter-long Netherworld Ghost Bone Dragon a little dragon. When he landed in front of Yunsheng and Dollar, it was very funny. The Netherworld Ghost Bone Dragon's eye sockets, which no longer had eyeballs, shot out 2 green lights. It looked at Poppy carefully. The four-sided hell flood dragon shuddered when it saw the popping sheep. Its bones creaked. The four-sided abyss flood dragon was the demonic beast in charge of traveling between the underworld and the underworld. Its strength was equivalent to that of a peak beast king, and it was very powerful. But when it saw Pops, it couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. In this world, the only person who dared to call the four-sided abyss flood dragon Little Flood Dragon was this lord before him. Wasn't this little fiend of the mortal realm rumored to have gone missing a long time ago? Why would he suddenly appear here? Lord Bobo, please forgive this little flood dragon for not recognizing you immediately. Please forgive this little flood dragon. My lord, may I know why you have summoned Little Flood Dragon today? The four-sided abyss flood dragon bowed to Bobo. Bobo and the underworld world deity were on the same level. The underworld Jiao Jiao was directly under the underworld world deity. When he saw Bobo, he still had to greet him as a subject. Nonsense. Of course I'm looking for you to go to the underworld. If not for my dear master wanting to go to the underworld, this world deity would not have bothered to summon an ugly fellow like you, Bobo said unhappily. Master? The four-sided abyss flood dragon was shocked. He shook his head and looked at Yun Sheng and Dollar, who were behind Bobo's sheep. Human race? No, this wasn't an ordinary human. That human had the aura of a demon beast. Why would Lord Popo get involved with a human for no reason? Furthermore, Lord Popo even addressed the human as master. This wasn't good. How could a great world deity recognize a human as his master? Lord Bobo was a god. Could it be that Lord Bobo was deceived by the human? He was still young, so he must have been deceived. He wondered if the Lord in the underworld knew about this. The four-sided abyss flood dragon hesitated. Bobo, little flood dragon, don't think that this world deity doesn't know what you were thinking. Today, this world deity is looking for you. Don't tell Mingri about this. Also, don't look at my master with a weird gaze. My master is the most important person to Bobo. Bobo's sheep wasn't stupid. He could tell that the four-sided abyss flood dragon was suspicious. He stared at the four-sided abyss flood dragon and roared. If you dare to tell on me, do you believe that this world deity won't break your bones one by one? Heavy, Bobo said and waved his wings. In the early years, when Bobo was still an egg, he had taken down the four-sided abyss flood dragon's bones many times. He even put the bones back into the four-sided abyss flood dragon's body with interest. The four-sided abyss flood dragon smiled bitterly. He didn't forget that this lord was famous among the world deities for pestering people endlessly. Moreover, he was born with strange power and a tricky temper. Even the world deity of the underworld was troubled by him. Seeing that Bobo was so protective of the human, the four-sided abyss flood dragon could only give up on the thought of telling on him. Lord Bobo, it's not that I don't want to listen to your orders. You should know that not everyone can enter the underworld. The two beside you don't meet the conditions to enter the underworld, the four-sided abyss flood dragon said helplessly. Generally speaking, there were two kinds of people who entered the underworld. One was the soul of a dead person. The other was the person who committed a great crime in the mortal world and was wanted by the mortal world. Thus, he was exiled to the underworld. The rest of the people couldn't enter the underworld without permission. Otherwise, once they were discovered by the underworld king guards, they would be punished by lightning and their souls would be destroyed. The man and the beast in front of him obviously didn't meet the two conditions. The man and the beast were young and didn't show any signs of dying. Their magic souls were also very clean. They didn't look like evil people who had fallen into the dark demon Tao. If the man and the beast, who were like a piece of white paper, were to enter the underworld, they would definitely die. Although the four-sided abyss flood dragon wasn't a kind person, he was very law-abiding. Almost forgot about this. The underworld is a concentration camp for evil. Bobo the sheep thought for a while. This time, he and his master had entered the underworld illegally. If they were discovered by the underworld king guards, it wouldn't be good. Then let my dear master and the Qilin boy disguise themselves as felons. Isn't it just branding a felon's magic mark on their bodies? Dear master, Qilin boy, do you have any objections? Bobo's brain turned, and he made the final decision. Yin Sheng and Dollar immediately became felons. It's okay. As long as we can go to the underworld, we are willing. Yun Sheng shrugged her shoulders. For the sake of her mother's soul, she wasn't afraid even if she really died, let alone disguising herself as felons. Lord Bobo, this matter can't be done recklessly. Let me check it out first. The four-sided abyss flood dragon's bony face froze for a moment. The four-sided abyss flood dragon had been a flood dragon for so many years. He had seen people who cried bitterly when they were caught and refused to admit their crimes. However, he had never heard of anyone who was willing to be exiled to the underworld. After the four-sided abyss flood dragon finished speaking, two round crystal balls appeared between his left and right bony claws. Chapter 1100. Seeing the two crystal balls under the four-sided nether dragon's claw, Yun Sheng felt a little strange. Does this mean that I have to test my magic in the underworld? No wonder Yun Sheng misunderstood. The two crystal balls that suddenly appeared under the nether dragon's claw looked very familiar. At first glance, they looked similar to the crystal balls that magic apprentices received in the temple on the Boundless Land. However, the two crystal balls were a little different in color. The crystal ball on the left claw of the nether dragon looked like it was made of obsidian. It was as black as the night. The crystal ball on the right claw was the exact opposite. It was as transparent as jade. These two crystal balls, one black and one white, are sacred items of the underworld. They are called the ball of good and the ball of evil. These two balls can test the good and evil of all creatures in their lives. If the ball of good lights up, it means that they have done countless good deeds in their lives. Even if they are dead, they can avoid going to the underworld. They only need to wait for reincarnation in the human world. This is the ball of evil. If the ball of evil lights up, it means that the person who did evil will be exiled to the underworld and will not be reincarnated. The four-sided nether dragon threw the two crystal balls into the air. The two crystal balls seemed to have eyes. They first flew toward Dollar, who was closer to him. The two crystal balls floated next to Dollar for a moment. In the end, the ball of evil slowly descended and hovered above Dollar's head. Suddenly, a black light shone brightly, like a black sun. This beast has killed more than 1,000 people in its life. It is the reincarnation of a demon. Such a person will be a disaster if he stays in the human world. It should be exiled to the underworld. The four-sided nether dragon could not help but look at the ball of evil. He did not expect that this golden demonic beast, which looked like a sacred beast, would be stained with blood. It was an unforgivable demonic beast. When Yi Baiming was a human, he had indeed killed many people. Just when he killed Blood Killer, he had killed hundreds of people alone. Yin Sheng did not know about these things. She did not expect that she would be exposed in front of the ball of evil today. After that, the four-sided hell flood dragon spat out a black flame from his mouth, which was full of white teeth. It was cold to the bone. It landed on Dollar's back like an ant. On Dollar's back, there was a mark of a crime. On the mark, there was the word 1,000. It meant Dollar was responsible for 1,000 lives. "It's your turn," the four-sided abyss flood dragon said. The two orbs of good and evil fell in front of Yin Sheng. The sphere of good and the sphere of evil floated in the air for a moment. Suddenly, the sphere of good emitted a dazzling 5-colored light. The light was so bright that everyone couldn't help but close their eyes. The fact that the ball of goodness could emit such a strong light at once proved that this human female mage had saved countless people in her life, which was the opposite of the demonic beast just now. "Lord Pops, your master has probably saved no less than 1,000 people in her lifetime. She's not even 20 years old. If she stays in the mortal world and saves 10,000 lives in 100 years, she'll be able to achieve a God Buddha body. It's not suitable for her to enter the underworld." The four-sided hell flood dragon couldn't help but look at the orb of good. As a messenger of the underworld, he had lived for more than 10,000 years. He had seen countless good and evil people. However, it was rare for someone like Yun Sheng to have saved so many lives at such a young age. The four-sided hell flood dragon didn't know that although Yun Sheng had only lived for less than 20 years in this life, she was also a doctor in her previous life. As a human in both lives, she had indeed saved countless people under Yun Sheng's surgical knife. Of course, my dear master is a healer. She's also the continent's youngest national healer. She saved many people in her life. Even Bobo was saved by my master. Bobo Sheep had a smug look on his face. It was pretty good to have a cool master. No wonder. Since that's the case, she shouldn't go to the underworld. If this lady goes to the underworld, she'll probably be contaminated by the evil aura. It'll be bad for her future cultivation. The four-sided hell flood dragon sighed. There was a path to becoming a god in the human world. He could already see that this female sorcerer would definitely be able to step on the path to becoming a god in the future. Yves Baiming, the golden Qilin, watched from the side. His golden eyes dimmed a little. He had killed countless people, But Yun Sheng had saved countless people. Was it really just the curse of the Qilin clan and the celestial fox people that separated the two of them? If Yun Sheng went to the underworld, it would be bad for her cultivation. Then wouldn't he be a burden to her in the future when they were together? Yi Baiming's heart wavered for the first time. However, just as Yi Baiming was thinking, her right hand gently landed on his body. Jean Coin raised his head and saw Yun Sheng staring at him. Her eyes were like stars, as if they were filled with stars. Four-sided hell flood dragon, you are wrong. Although I have saved countless people, I have also killed people. Moreover, I married him. As the saying goes, if you marry a chicken, follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, follow the dog. If you marry a bad person, I will be an evil woman. Yun Sheng smiled and winked at Jean Coin. When the golden Qilin, Yi Baiming, heard this, the dimness in his eyes instantly disappeared. He knew in his heart that Yun Sheng's words were meant for him. If you marry a chicken, follow the chicken, follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, follow the dog, follow the dog. He, Yi Baiming, married Yun Sheng. In this life, he would not let her down. Yun Sheng also felt Yi Baiming's feelings. She smiled and suddenly opened her 5 fingers. She reached out and grabbed. The orb of evil that was floating in the air fell into her palm. The originally dim ball of evil also lit up. However, that light was as dim as a firefly compared to the bright light of the ball of kindness. The four-sided hell flood dragon was slightly stunned. The ball of kindness and the ball of evil actually lit up together. He had never encountered such a situation before. Little flood dragon, why are you still in a daze? My master wants to go to the underworld. If you don't let her go, she will kill you. Then you will become a felon, right? Popping Sheep said angrily at the side. This, sigh, my lord, don't regret your decision today. The four-sided hell flood dragon spat out another black flame. The flame landed on the back of Yun Sheng's hand, and there was another heavy punishment mark on it. However, there was the word 10 written on the mark, which symbolized that Yun Sheng had killed 10 people. Yun Sheng was secretly amazed. In her previous life, she had secretly taken care of the mafia and unscrupulous businessmen. In addition to the few people she had killed in this life, there were indeed about 10 people. The four-sided hell flood dragon could actually sense it. It seemed that the underworld was indeed something. Okay. You have the heavy punishment mark. Four-sided hell flood dragon, hurry up and go to the underworld. Popping Sheep landed on Yun Sheng's shoulder. The four-sided hell flood dragon shook his head. He did not understand what these humans were thinking. They were just going to the underworld, and they were fighting to be the first. Please, the two of you, stand on my back. Since the two of you were brought here by Lord Popping, I have to remind you again. The underworld today is not the underworld of the past. Be careful. After the four-sided hell flood dragon finished speaking, he lowered his body and let Yun Sheng and Dollar get on his back. Let's do a small survey. What genre does everyone want Big Foozy to write in her new book? Because there are always people asking about the ending. Chapter 1101. The underworld today was not the underworld of the past. The four-sided abyss flood dragon's words were still ringing in her ears. It seemed that something had happened in the underworld. But before Yun Sheng could ask again, the pair of bone wings on the four-sided abyss flood dragon's back crackled and opened up all of a sudden. The bone wings vibrated, and the four-sided abyss flood dragon was like a huge, empty ship breaking through the sky. It kept flying into the sky at a very fast speed. Yun Sheng had to hug baby sheep and crawl on the four-sided abyss flood dragon's back with Dollar. The four-sided abyss flood dragon was indeed a sector beast. Its flying speed was even faster than the fastest spaceship on the boundless land. It was like a bolt of white lightning, piercing through the clouds and flying tens of thousands of meters in the sky. 10,000 meters in the sky, the four-sided abyss flood dragon let out a cry. In the sky, dark clouds rolled, and a magic array from the underworld appeared. In the magic array, a black spear in the sky pierced into the sky. The sky seemed to be torn apart, and a crack appeared. The four-sided abyss flood dragon went into the crack. Dear Master, Kid Qilin, this should be your first trip across the border. There are astral winds and evil spirits between the borders. It is very powerful. You must be careful. We will need about a day and a night to reach Wei City. Baby Sheep reminded Yun Sheng and Dollar. After Baby Sheep finished speaking, it went into the beast language ring with a whoosh. Evil winds that seemed to come from hell were in their ears. Yun Sheng and Dollar felt like they were in another world. They kept shuttling in the darkness. After a long time, the four-sided abyss flood dragon's voice sounded in their ears again. The entrance to the underworld is in front, the Dongwei Gate. There are two gates in the underworld, one in the east and one in the west. The east is the Dongwei Gate, which is open for felons. The west is the Dongwei Gate, which only receives ghosts. The Dongwei Gate opens in the morning and closes in the evening. I can only send you here. I hope nothing bad will happen to you on your trip to the underworld. The four-sided abyss flood dragon folded its wings and sank quickly. Yun Sheng's stomach churned. When she opened her eyes, she saw a door looming between the clouds in front of her. The gate was different from the gate in the mortal world. It towered high into the sky. The gate was not made of stone or metal, but of unknown beast bones. Around the gate, large amounts of purplish-blue hellfire floated, illuminating the entire city gate. On top of the city gate, there was a plaque with the words Dongwei Gate written on it. The iron claws and golden hooks carried a domineering aura. The Dongwei Gate was the first stop that the criminals who were exiled to the underworld had to reach. Once they passed through the Dongwei Gate, they would be considered to have entered the underworld. The four-sided abyss flood dragon was the emissary of the netherworld. It was only responsible for transporting people here. Yun Sheng and Dollar thanked the hell flood dragon. Then, the hell flood dragon roared and disappeared into the sky. Yun Sheng and Dollar stood outside the Dongwei Gate. It was around dawn. There was still some time before the Dongwei Gate opened. Yun Sheng looked at the people in front and behind her. They were all like Yun Sheng and Dollar. They were branded with a magic mark that symbolized criminals. Yun Sheng and Dollar followed the crowd and walked toward the Dongwei Gate. Yun Sheng thought for a moment. She had just come to the underworld and did not know anything. She needed to find out more about the underworld first. Brother. Yun Sheng walked forward and was about to ask. The man turned around and looked at Yun Sheng. He was so scared that he stepped back a few steps, as if he had seen a ghost. Yun Sheng saw this and wanted to ask more. However, when she was about to ask again, the man said, "I don't know anything." Yun Sheng said resentfully. She could only look for another person. Just as she was about to look for someone else, the people around her dispersed in a hubbub. Everyone had an inexplicable look of horror on their faces. What was going on? Yun Sheng could not help but feel depressed. Her first reaction was to touch her face. Her face was still the same. She was considered a beauty on the boundless continent. Why was it that when she came to the underworld, everyone looked like they had seen a ghost? Could it be that the people of the underworld had a problem with their aesthetics? My dear master, the problem is not with you. They are not afraid of you. They are afraid of the Qilin boy. Popping Sheep lay lazily on Yun Sheng's shoulder. After being reminded by Popping Sheep, Yun Sheng noticed that the people who avoided her were cowering and looking behind her. Dollar was behind her. Popping, it's all that stinky dragon's fault. He didn't make it clear. The Qilin boy is branded with the heavy punishment of the 1,000 executioner. In the underworld, such a felon is qualified to be a tyrant. This is the Dongwei Gate. The people here are all newbies who have just entered the underworld. They met the Qilin boy, so of course they are scared to death. Popping Sheep explained to Yun Sheng. In a place like the underworld, whoever had the biggest fist was the boss. Whoever killed the most people was a bully. No one dared to provoke them. Ahem, Night Fox, let's make a deal. Why don't you stay in the beast language ring first? Look, if you stay by my side, I can't even ask a question. Yun Sheng looked at Dollar sadly. Dollar rolled his eyes in dissatisfaction. What he meant now was blame him. Helpless, Dollar could only enter the beast language ring first. At this time, the Dongwei Gate opened. Yun Sheng brought Popping Sheep and followed a group of newbies who had just entered the underworld. They walked towards the Dongwei Gate. The journey to the underworld was a little long, but it was convenient to enter the Dongwei Gate. Yunsheng only needed to show her felon brand when she entered the Dongwei Gate. When Yunsheng was registering, she also took note of the people who were heading towards the Wei capital. Most of them were of high cultivation. For example, the warrior in front of her was actually a martial sage. There was also a magician behind her. He also emitted a strong wave of dark magician. Judging by his cultivation, he was no weaker than a sky magician. When it was Yunsheng's turn, a skeleton soldier captain came forward. His hollow eyes glanced at Yunsheng's magic brand. After confirming that there was no mistake with the brand, he let Yunsheng in. The moment Yunsheng and Popping Sheep passed through the Dongwei Gate, in the underworld's Mingchuan, in a golden palace, a crystal ball was reflecting the image of Yunsheng and Popping Sheep. A tall man with sexy honey-colored skin was staring at the crystal ball. He saw a pink furry ball-like magic beast squatting on Yunsheng's shoulder. Under his blade-like eyebrows, the man's eyes were black with a tinge of red. His long hair, casually draped over his shoulders, was messy with a tinge of arrogance. After seeing Popping Sheep's appearance, the man's tall nose bridge wrinkled, and he let out a short, cold snort. Achoo, it's so cold. The underworld is such a damned place. You can't even see the sun. Popping Sheep, who was squatting on Yunsheng's shoulder, suddenly had a strange feeling and sneezed loudly. Chapter 11:02. Popping Sheep shrunk his neck and looked around with his black beady eyes. So strange, he had a bad premonition. What's wrong? Yunsheng noticed Popping's strange behavior. Dearest master, Popping hates this place. I always feel like someone is watching us. Popping Sheep curled his lips and nimbly slipped into Yunsheng's clothes. The underworld is different from the human realm. You're probably not acclimatized. Yunsheng didn't mind. She followed the crowd and walked through the Dongwei Gate. When Yunsheng was being interrogated, she deliberately asked the skeleton soldiers at the Dongwei Gate where the Netherworld Ghost King lived. Who knew that when the skeleton soldiers heard Yunsheng asking about the Netherworld Ghost King's whereabouts, they glared at her fiercely. Not only did they not answer, they even urged her to leave. Dearest master, that smelly world deity of the underworld and the Netherworld Ghost King have been rivals for many years. These skeleton soldiers are the subordinates of the world deity of the underworld. It is indeed inappropriate to ask them about the Netherworld Ghost King's whereabouts. After Popping broke out of his shell, his memory slowly recovered, and he roughly knew about the underworld. The existence of the world deity was to maintain the balance between the worlds. For example, the Netherworld Ghost Key, a godly tool that could break the barrier between worlds, its existence itself was against the will of the world deity. And the one who created the Netherworld Ghost Key was the Netherworld Ghost King. The reason why the Netherworld Ghost King and the world deity of the underworld were able to coexist peacefully for so many years was not because they were good friends or got along well, but because the Netherworld Ghost King's strength was not ordinary. Thus, although he and the world deity of the underworld appeared to be the two giants of the underworld, they secretly disliked each other. As a result, the subordinates of the two sides also disliked each other. Moreover, the Netherworld Ghost King's temperament was erratic, and he didn't have a fixed residence. Sometimes, he might even wander to other worlds. It was really not easy to find him. This way, it will be much harder to find the Netherworld Ghost King. Yunsheng was in a difficult position. She wondered if she should directly use the Netherworld Ghost Key to summon the Netherworld Ghost King. But when she thought of Ji Rumo's warning that it was best not to use the Netherworld Ghost Key, she hesitated. Dear Master, you don't have to worry too much. Although the Phantasm Ghost King's whereabouts are erratic, there is a place in the underworld called the Divine Ability Pavilion. It is said that as long as one can afford it, one can obtain any information there. However, the Magical Abilities Pavilion is only located in the capital cities of the few large counties in the underworld. We have to reach the nearest capital city first before we can find the Magical Abilities Pavilion. Popping Sheep's words reminded Yunsheng. Yunsheng first bought a map of the underworld from the skeleton soldiers at the Dongwei Gate. After checking the map, Yunsheng realized that the underworld was very different from the human world. In the underworld, there were no fixed countries. There were only 8 underworld counties. Different nether counties were guarded by different local forces. Since she was heading to the Magical Abilities Pavilion, Yunsheng had to head to the Dark Commandery, Jima Commandery, which was closest to the Dongwei Gate. Most people who entered the underworld from the Dongwei Gate would first stop at Jima Commandery. Yunsheng noticed that there was a large forest called Wei Wu between Jima Commandery and the Dongwei Gate. The forest spanned across several mountain ranges and was hundreds of miles long. It was daybreak now. If they hurried, they might be able to reach Jima Commandery in 3 days. Yunsheng looked at the map and planned whether she should set off immediately. Yunsheng did not know that after she put away the gold coins and passed through the Dongwei Gate, a few pairs of eyes with ill intentions stared at her. A single young woman was extremely eye-catching even in the boundless land, not to mention in a place like the underworld where the ratio of men to women was as high as 10 to 1. TSK, what a beautiful woman. I didn't expect that there would be such good goods in this batch of newcomers. Big brother, we're going to be rich this time. The people who were secretly peeping at Yunsheng were more than 10 warriors and magicians. All of them had ugly heads and rat eyes. One look, and one could tell that they were not good people. As the Dongwei Gate was the first important place for criminals from the human world to arrive in the underworld, there were always some ruffians and villains who specialized in making money. Most of them belonged to a dark sect called the Thousand Yama sect. They gathered around the Dongwei Gate all year round and looked for newcomers who did not know about the situation in the underworld. After luring them to a remote place, they would rob, kill, and commit all kinds of crimes. These warriors and magicians who had their eyes on Yunsheng were from the Thousand Yama sect. Isn't that so? The Dongwei Gate is good in everything, but there are too few living women. On the other hand, there are many beautiful female ghosts in the Dongwei Gate. It's a pity that humans and ghosts walk different paths. We can't be friends with female ghosts. As they spoke, those Thousand Yama sect members had a covetous look on their faces. That woman's strength is not much. Big brother, let's lure her into the Wei Fog Forest first and have a good time. After that, we'll sell her to the gold squandering house. The underlings seemed to have already seen countless soul stones dangling in front of their eyes. These underlings were able to move around in this area, so they naturally had good eyesight. They had already noticed that there was a punishment brand on the back of Yunsheng's hand. However, that brand only had the word 10 on it. The punishment brand that the four-sided Hell Flood Dragon left on a felon represented the number of people that the felon had killed. The more people killed, the more evil the felon had committed. Generally speaking, this also meant that the felon would be able to survive in the underworld. Yunsheng's magic brand only had the word 10 on it. In the eyes of these ruffians in the capital of Dongwei, she was undoubtedly a weak felon. They did not know who she had offended, but she was actually exiled to a place like the underworld. Among them, even the worst person was responsible for 30 to 40 lives. Yunsheng kept the map. Just as she was about to stand up, she frowned. 5 or 6 people suddenly appeared beside her. What business do you have with me? Yunsheng was on guard. Fighting was not allowed near the Dongwei Gate. From the looks of it, these people did not look like newcomers to the underworld. Miss, this one is Piercing Tiger from the Thousand Hell sect. From the looks of it, you're going the Wei Fog Forest, right? That forest is not simple. The terrain inside is complicated, and there are many terrifying demonic plants. Many people who enter the forest never come out. It would not be good if a delicate girl like you got hurt. The leader of the group was a warrior in his 30s. His skin had a metallic luster, and his Do Chi cultivation was quite good. Thousand Hell sect. Yunsheng secretly sized up these people. She saw that they were all wearing warrior robes and magician robes of the same color. On their chests, there was a golden mask of Yama, bearing its fangs. The Thousand Hell sect is one of the 3 major powers in Jimo region. Miss, you only need to pay 109th level magical beast soul stones, and we will send you to Jimo region. Look, there are dozens of newcomers over there. They have already entrusted us to escort them along the way. As he spoke, that person pointed behind him. Indeed, there were many warriors and magicians who had just arrived in the underworld gathered together, waiting to depart. Chapter 1103. 100 Soul Stones of a Ninth-Grade Magical Beast? How much is this? Could it be that the underworld didn't use gold coins for transactions? Only then did Yunsheng realize a problem, and that was the problem of the underworld's currency. Before she left, she had prepared everything except for the money from the underworld. Papa, the underworld doesn't use soul stones to make transactions, right? Yunsheng asked Papa in a low voice. Yeah, doesn't the underworld use underworld coins? Popping Sheep stammered, unable to explain. Yunsheng rubbed her eyebrows. She was really stupid. Bobo Yang was an otherworldly god. He only recognized gold coins as the currency of the human world, let alone the underworld. Did world deities need to spend money? In the human world, Yunsheng was a wealthy person. Ever since she left Banana Leaf Village, she had not experienced poverty for a long time. Who would have thought that he would become a pauper the moment he reached the netherworld? Yunsheng didn't have many soul stones with her. On the Boundless Continent, soul stones usually only had a few uses. They were used to refine magic scepters or to be embedded in magic equipment. Yunsheng was a summoner, so another function of the soul stone was to feed magical beasts. In her early years, she would use the soul stones to refine magic scepters. The number of soul stones she had with her could be counted on one hand. At most, she had no more than 50 soul stones. These people were asking for 100 soul stones, and they were soul stones from 9th-rank magical beasts. Even if she really wanted to travel with the people from the Thousand Hells sect, she couldn't afford it. Yunsheng immediately realized an even more serious problem. She wanted to go to the Magical Ability Pavilion. What if the other party also used soul stones to trade? Where would she get so many soul stones? It seemed like she could only pray that she would encounter more magical beasts or magical plants in the Wei Fog Forest and obtain more soul stones. If the lackeys of the Thousand Yama sect knew what Yunsheng was thinking right now, they would definitely be scared shitless. Anyone who wanted to pass through the Weiwu Forest would try their best to avoid encountering magical beasts and magical plants. This weak, light criminal in front of him actually wanted to encounter more magical beasts and magical plants? Yunsheng could only sigh silently. Just as she was about to turn around and reply, she noticed that the spiky tiger was sneaking glances at her legs and chest. If it wasn't for the fact that private fights couldn't be fought near the Dongwei Gate, she would definitely use her dark heavenly thorn to smash these people into pieces. Thank you for your reminder, but I'm used to moving alone. I can only thank you for your kindness. I've decided to go to the Weiwu Forest alone. Yunsheng flatly refused the savage tiger's invitation. Seeing Yunsheng openly reject him, the smile on piercing tiger's face disappeared. You want to pass through the Wei Fog Forest alone? I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. The savage tiger was about to explode when a few skeleton soldiers from the Dongwei Gate behind him looked over. Out of consideration for the skeleton soldiers, the savage tiger didn't dare to act out in public. He secretly cursed in his heart, "Ungrateful woman, let's see how long you can last. After entering the Wei Fog Forest, I'll find a few people to teach you a lesson." The savage tiger suppressed his displeasure and strode away. Yunsheng didn't pay any more attention to him and walked straight towards the main road leading to the Wei Fog Forest. After walking for about half an hour, the Dongwei Gate was no longer in sight. Yunsheng had already entered the Wei Fog Forest. In front of her was a lush forest. The moment she entered the forest, Yunsheng realized that it was no wonder so many people would pay a high price to have the Thousand Yama sect protect them. The Wei Fog Forest of the underworld wasn't simple. The underworld wasn't like the human realm. Cold winds blew all year round, and the plants that grew here never saw the sun. Due to the influence of the Yin energy, most of the plants had already mutated. Many of the plants had already been demonized and survived by devouring magical beasts and passers-by. Therefore, the soil and plants here were all red in color. In the forest, there were piles of human and magical beast skeletons everywhere. A cold wind blew past, and the air was filled with the nauseating smell of rotting corpses. Yunsheng had no choice but to take a pill to dispel the miasma and continue walking. Not long after Yunsheng entered the Wei Fog Forest, a sense of alarm flashed through her heart. She saw a burst of piercingly cold black shadows shooting out from the bushes beside her. An ambush! After going through many trials in the arena and hunting troops, Yunsheng was very experienced in fighting enemies. She didn't even pull out her magic scepter. She took a few steps forward and shot out a few fireballs around her. The fireballs enveloped the black shadows, and in a flash, those black shadows were burnt black. They fell to the ground and broke into several pieces. Yunsheng took a closer look and realized that it was actually a few vines that ambushed her. However, they were different from ordinary vines. These vines that grew in the Wei Fog Forest were actually filled with small holes. These small holes were like the mouths of magical beasts and were filled with sharp teeth. Boo boo! It's the flesh-devouring vine of the dark demonic plant. Master Run. The moment Boo Boo entered the Wei Fog Forest, it shrank into Yunsheng's collar and refused to come out. The smell in the forest almost made it vomit. After Yunsheng succeeded, it stuck its head out. When it saw the few pieces of things, Boo 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 shuddered and urged Yunsheng to run quickly. Run! Yunsheng hadn't reacted yet. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound behind her. Hundreds of rattan vines drilled out from the forest. Each rattan was like a snake and was about 10 meters long. They carried a strong gust of wind as they attacked Yunsheng. Bo Bo, my dear master, after this thing dies, it will release a smell that will attract its companions. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yunsheng complained incessantly. As it turned out, kissing sheep was a hindsight. She didn't even care about merging with kissing sheep. With a teleport, she dodged the attacks of several vines and fled into the depths of the forest. At the outskirts of Misty Weaver Forest, a 10,000 Hell Sect member who was tasked with keeping an eye on Yunsheng landed beside the spiky tiger and whispered into its ear. Knowing that Yunsheng was being chased by the flesh-devouring vines, the spiky tiger showed a gloating smile. I told you, it's impossible for that woman to break through this forest by herself. You guys, make your move tonight. Deal with these newbies quickly and go after that woman. After Yunsheng had fled for a long time, the flesh-devouring vines were still chasing after her. What the hell? What the hell is this thing? Don't tell me this is going to go on forever. I have to think of a way. Yunsheng landed beside a tree. His black eyes were burning with anger. Just as Yunsheng was pondering, several flesh-devouring vines were closing in. Puff! Suddenly, a blade of light shot out from under the tree. The blade was as fast as lightning. One after another, it aimed at the flesh-devouring vines. Following that, dozens of arrows shot out from the forest with whooshing sounds. In just a few blinks of an eye, the flesh-devouring vines that were chasing after Yunsheng were all killed. Strangely, the flesh-devouring vines that were killed by the blade of light and the arrows didn't attract other flesh-devouring vines. The forest returned to peace for the time being. A voice came from under the tree. Friends in the tree, you can come down. It's safe here for the time being. Chapter 1104. After hearing the voices, Yunsheng landed on the ground without hesitation. She saw that there were already more than 10 warriors and magicians standing under the tree. Seeing that it was actually a young female magician who came down from the tree, the blue-clothed male warrior who spoke earlier could not help but be startled. The blue-clothed male warrior had delicate features, clear eyes, and a tall and thin figure. He held a half-foot-long full-moon blade in his hand. When he saw Yunsheng's appearance clearly, a trace of surprise flashed across his face. Thank you for saving my life. Yunsheng nodded and smiled. Her eyes flashed, and she silently sized up the appearance of the people beside her. Like the Thousand Yama sect, these warriors and magicians who had drawn their blades to help were also dressed in the same color. However, looking at their clothes, they seemed to belong to other sections. Although these people were not very old, Most of them were only in their early 20s. Their strength was not ordinary, especially the blue-clothed male warrior who led them. He was actually a martial emperor. What are you laughing at? You look like a fox, and your strength is so weak, yet you still dare to run around in Weiwu Forest. You almost ruined our plans. Beside the male warrior was a young woman holding a bow and arrow. She was currently glaring at Yunsheng. Yunsheng could not help but look at the young woman a few more times. This was because Yunsheng noticed that the bow and arrow on her back was not an ordinary bow and arrow, but a magic bow and arrow. She did not expect that there would be people in the underworld who practiced the magic bow and arrow of the elf race. This young woman stared at Yunsheng's face with jealousy. When she noticed the cross punishment brand on the back of Yunsheng's hand, she snorted in disdain. "Ingyu, don't be unreasonable. This young lady looks like she just came to the underworld. She did not mean to barge into our ambush." The blue-clothed man frowned, feeling very apologetic for his junior sister's unreasonable words and actions. "What did I say wrong? Look at her. She can't even handle a few flesh-devouring vines. If she hadn't met us, she would have died." Ingyu was dissatisfied. Don't think she couldn't see that when eldest senior brother saw this woman, it was as if he had lost his soul. "Bo, you ugly freak. You're the one who's dead. Our mistress is very powerful. She can crush you to death with her little finger." Bo Sheep poked his head out and bared his teeth at Ingyu. "Senior brother Ing, look at this magical beast. I'm going to tear its mouth apart," Ingyu said angrily, as if she was going to catch the sheep. Seeing that Yunsheng's magical beast could actually speak human language, the blue-clothed man couldn't help but look at baby sheep and Yunsheng a few more times. He thought to himself that a magical beast that could speak human language must be a magical beast above the level of a holy beast. This lady's temperament was not ordinary, and she dared to bring such a magical beast into the Wei Fog Forest alone. Her strength was probably not as simple as it seemed on the surface. "Ingyu, shut up," the blue-clothed man reprimanded. He cupped his hands towards Yunsheng and said, "I'm Ing Chuan, from the 100 Ren clan. This young lady, may I know your name? Why did you appear in a place like the Wei Wu Forest alone?" Yunsheng had a good impression of Ing Chuan. Moreover, he had taken the lead to help her out just now. Moreover, from their tone, they should be very familiar with the Wei Wu Forest. After experiencing the flesh-devouring vines, Yunsheng also knew that she had underestimated the enemy in this forest. It would be great if these people in front of her were familiar with the terrain. Yunsheng just happened to want to get to know them, so that it would be easier for her to pass through this forest. "I'm Yunsheng. I just came from a human world. Because I can't afford to pay the protection fee of the Thousand Yama sect, I can only pass through this forest on foot." The moment Yunsheng said Thousand Yama sect, the expressions of the people from the 100 Ren clan, including Ing Chuan, changed. "Young lady, are you talking about the Thousand Yama sect? Fortunately, you're not with them. Otherwise," Ing Chuan looked at Yunsheng, feeling lucky. With Yunsheng's appearance, if she fell into the hands of the Thousand Yama sect, she would most likely be doomed. "What do you mean?" Yunsheng was curious. Consider yourself lucky. The Thousand Yama sect is a notorious evil force in Jima County. They specialize in tricking people who have just arrived in the underworld. If they fall into their hands, they will rob the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled and kill them. If they encounter children or women, they will sell them to the county's female brothel and slave market. Ingyu actually hoped that Yunsheng would be sold off directly. Someone actually dared to bully her. Yunsheng laughed coldly in her heart. Who was the lucky one here? If those people from the Thousand Yama sect really dared to target her, she could guarantee that their fate wouldn't be as simple as being robbed clean. Then I'm really lucky to have met the few of you. I see that the few of you are also from Jima County. Can you take me with you to Jima County? I don't have any soul stones on me, but I have some pills that could be used as payment. With that, Yunsheng prepared to take out the pills. "Miss Yunsheng, you don't need to pay us anything. We'll just take you out." Ing Chuan was rather straightforward. He waved his hand, indicating that Yunsheng didn't need to pay them anything. "How can that be?" Senior brother Ing, we still have to find that thing. She's so weak. What she drags us down. When Ingyu heard that they were going to take Yun Sheng with them, she stomped her feet in anger. She pulled Ing Chuan to the side and whispered to him, "Are we going to leave her alone in the forest? You know how those people from the Thousand Yama sect do things. They definitely won't let things go so easily. They'll definitely set up an ambush in the dark. Besides, the Thousand Yama sect has done all kinds of evil. Have you forgotten about Junior Sister?" Ing Chuan also knew that it might be inconvenient to take Yun Sheng with them. Ing Chuan and Ingyu didn't tell Yun Sheng that the Thousand Yama sect and the 100 Cloud sect were mortal enemies. Their junior sister had been killed by the people from the Thousand Yama sect. Ingyu didn't say anything after hearing this. "Miss Yun Sheng, we've already discussed it. You'll travel with us. However, we still have some things to take care of in Weiwu Forest. If you don't mind, why don't you stay in the forest with us for a few days? Don't worry, we have special medicinal powder on us that can prevent the attacks of the toadstool." With that, Ing Chuan gave Yun Sheng a few bottles of medicinal powder. It was only then that Yun Sheng realized that their weapons and bodies were smeared with a special repellent powder. This powder could prevent the attacks of the demonic plants in Weiwu Forest. And so, Yun Sheng traveled with Ing Chuan and the others through Weiwu Forest. Even though Ing Chuan and the others didn't say anything, Yun Sheng could tell from their words and actions that they were looking for something very important in the forest. That night, because Yun Sheng and Ingyu were the only women in the group, the two of them slept in the same tent. Ingyu still didn't like Yun Sheng, so she gave her a dirty look throughout the journey. Yun Sheng couldn't be bothered to argue with her. When night fell, she couldn't fall asleep, so she left the tent and went outside to breathe in the fresh air. There was a bonfire outside the tent. Chapter 1105. There were a lot of strange magic beasts and magic plants in the Weiwu Forest. Even though they had spread plant and beast repellent powder around the area, Ing Chuan still arranged for people to patrol the area at night in order to avoid sneak attacks. When Yun Sheng walked out of the tent, Ing Chuan was sitting by the bonfire, lost in thought. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Ing Chuan hurriedly stood up. The bright bonfire shone on Yun Sheng's pretty face, making it even more radiant. For a moment, Ing Chuan was lost in thought. "Miss Yun, I'm sorry. It was just a moment, but Junior Marshall's sister provoked Miss Yun again. Her temper has been unruly since she was young. Please don't regard her as an outsider." Ing Chuan, as an expert of the younger generation of the Bailuan sect, had always been arrogant. However, when he saw Yun Sheng this time, he was always distracted and his heartbeat quickened. "Big brother Ing, I won't take it to heart. I'm just not used to sleeping in the wild. That's why I came out to take a look." Yun Sheng smiled faintly and sat down beside Ing Chuan gracefully. Fortunately, Dollar was in the beast language ring. Otherwise, he would have been jealous again. "Miss Yun, if you trust me, can you tell me why you've come to the Netherworld?" Ing Chuan was good at reading people's expressions. He could tell that although Yun Sheng was alone and didn't seem to be very powerful, the way she talked and her temperament indicated that she wasn't an ordinary person. In the words of the mortal realm, Yun Sheng must be from an aristocratic family or a noble family. Her purpose for appearing in the underworld was definitely not that simple. As expected, I can't hide anything from Big Brother Ing. The reason I came to the Netherworld is to find the Netherworld Ghost King. Yun Sheng didn't hide anything and told him about her mother's strange illness. The Netherworld Ghost King? Ing Chuan's expression changed slightly. Yun Sheng noticed all the changes in his expression. "Big Brother Ing, do you know where the Netherworld Ghost King is?" "Miss Yun, you should return. The Netherworld Ghost King has already fallen 20 years ago." Ing Chuan's words greatly shocked Yun Sheng. Fallen? The Phantasm Ghost King had actually fallen? Yun Sheng had never expected that the Netherworld Ghost King would be dead. "But I clearly..." Yun Sheng wanted to say that she had met the Netherworld Ghost King a few years ago, but after thinking about it, she was suddenly at a loss for words. Yun Sheng recalled that the last time she met the Phantasm Ghost King, it was with the help of the Princess of Taiyuan that she traveled back in time 500 years ago. In other words, the phantasm Ghost King she saw in the Taiyuan ruins was actually the phantasm Ghost King from 500 years ago. 500 years had passed, so it was not impossible for the phantasm Ghost King to fall. The phantasm Ghost King was in existence close to the level of a god, but he was still not a god. Even if the other party was a god, he could still be slaughtered. Before the Netherworld Ghost King fell, the Netherworld World Deity and the Ghost King each controlled 4 counties out of the 8 counties of the Netherworld. 1 king and 1 deity. They were evenly matched, and the Netherworld was very peaceful. Ever since the Netherworld Ghost King fell 20 years ago, the 4 counties under the Ghost King fell into turmoil. Right now, the Netherworld is more chaotic than it has ever been. Yingchuan side, Jima County, where the 100 Clouds sect was located, was originally a direct subordinate of the Netherworld Ghost King. Although the Ghost King was both righteous and evil, and his actions were unpredictable, his methods were cruel, and his military was extremely strict. Under his pressure, the evil forces in the 4 counties were suppressed to the point that they did not dare to move. However, after the Ghost King fell, some evil forces in Jima County, including the Thousand Yama sect, took the opportunity to raise their heads, causing the people in the Netherworld to suffer. Big brothering, how did the Netherworld Ghost King die? Did he have any family members or disciples? Compared to the Netherworld Ghost King's death, Yunsheng was more concerned about the whereabouts of the heart lamp. After all, the strand of her mother's soul, Hu Jiusheng, was locked in the heart lamp. What Yunsheng was most worried about was that the heart lamp was damaged or its whereabouts unknown after the Netherworld Ghost King died. The outside world does not know the exact cause of his death. Some say that he fought with the Netherworld World Deity and was killed. Others say that he wanted to advance to the deity realm, but because he committed too many evil deeds, he was killed by the heavenly tribulation. He was all alone and had no wife, children, disciples, or juniors. Yingchuan's words made Yunsheng's heart sink. Her original hope of finding the Netherworld Ghost King's whereabouts through the Divine Ability Pavilion was dashed. Seeing that Yunsheng's beautiful face was filled with dark clouds, Yingchuan knew that she was depressed. After thinking for a while, he said, "Miss Yun, actually, you don't have to be too discouraged. Although I don't know how the Phantasm Ghost King died, it's rumored that after the Phantasm Ghost King died, he was buried in the Ghost King Cave. If you can go to the Ghost King Cave, perhaps you'll be able to find some clues." "Oh, then where is the Ghost King Cave?" Yunsheng's brows were filled with hope again. Haha, if the 100 Dwellings sect knew the location of the Ghost King Cave, would they have fallen to this state today? A strange voice came from the front of the tent. Thorny Tiger led dozens of people from the Thousand Yama sect and surrounded the 100 Dwellings sect's tent. "Thorny Tiger, how dare you break into our tent at night?" Hearing the commotion, everyone in the tent came out. Yingyu's face was cold as she aimed the bow in her hand at Thorny Tiger. As soon as the two sides met, they drew their bows and arrows. The atmosphere seemed very tense. As it turned out, after Thorny Tiger and the others secretly dealt with the newcomers of the Dongwei sect had lured over, they were preparing to capture Yunsheng. Who would have thought that they would not find any trace of Yunsheng along the way? After searching around the Wei-Wu forest, they discovered the whereabouts of the people from the 100 Dwellings sect. Only then did they know that Yunsheng had encountered the people from the 100 Dwellings sect when she was avoiding the flesh-devouring vines. Speaking of which, the 100 Dwellings sect and the Thousand Yama sect were both local powers in Jima County. However, just as Yingchuan said before the Ghost King died, the 100 Dwellings sect, the County Manor, and the Divine Ability Pavilion were the 3 major powers in Jima County. However, after the Ghost King died, the sect master of the 100 Dwellings sect, Ying Lei, who was also Yingyu's father, was seriously injured by the people of the Thousand Yama sect when he went out on an expedition. Thus, the 100 Dwellings sect gradually declined. In addition, the Thousand Yama sect burned, killed, and plundered and monopolized many of the 100 Dwellings sect's original businesses. Now, the 100 Dwellings sect was on the verge of collapse and could be swallowed up by the Thousand Yama sect at any time. Therefore, after Thorny Tiger learned that Yun Sheng had been rescued by the people of the Hundred-Dwelling sect, he was not afraid of the other party's power. He directly led his men to surround the Hundred-Dwelling sect's tent. "Oh, I was wondering who it was. So it's Miss Ingyu. For Miss Ingyu's sake, I, Thorny Tiger, will not pester you any further. As long as you hand that girl over to us, I will take my brothers and retreat." Thorny Tiger's thieving eyes stared at Yun Sheng's beautiful face. Under the night sky, the newcomer from the mortal realm looked even more lovely and moving. They had dozens of people, while the Hundred-Dwelling sect only had a dozen people. Although Ing Chuan and Ing Yu were both present, Thorny Tiger knew that they had other motives for entering the forest. They would not rashly lose their men. Therefore, Thorny Tiger naturally thought that the Hundred-Dwelling sect would hand over Yun Sheng. How can you not understand in her heart? Although Thorny Tiger was no match for them, the other party had more people. Most importantly, it was already late at night. If they fought, the smell of blood would definitely attract some demonic beasts or demonoplants in the Wei Fog Forest. Chapter 1106. The night was as cold as water. In the forest, the two sides were still facing each other. Savage Tiger's group had smug looks on their faces. Ing Chuan, on the other hand, was frowning. Yun Sheng's finger traced the beast's speech ring. Even if the people from the Hundred Clouds sect handed her over, Yun Sheng would not blame them. After all, they had only met by chance. Taking her out of the forest was one thing, but offending the Thousand Flames sect for her was another. Whoosh! The sound of an arrow piercing flesh could be heard. Immediately after, the smell of blood filled the tent. Savage Tiger's face twisted as he sucked in a breath of cold air. He hugged his injured arm and flew into a rage. "Ingyu, you little bitch. How dare you sneak attack me?" Savage Tiger didn't expect Ingyu to suddenly shoot an arrow. That's my answer. Although I don't like this woman, I hate the Thousand Hell sect even more." Ingyu's action surprised Yun Sheng. She was about to summon Gene Coin and deal with them, but she temporarily gave up on that idea. She didn't expect Ingyu to choose to protect herself at such a critical moment. Ing Chuan let out a sigh of relief. His junior sister had been unruly since she was young, but she had a good heart. Since that's the case, don't blame us for being impolite. Brothers, let's go. Tie up those two girls as well. The Thorny Tiger's ferocious expression was revealed. He gave a signal, and a light mage immediately appeared beside him. With a few chants, the spiky tiger's arm that was hit by the arrow immediately stopped bleeding. Damn it, they even brought a light magician with them. The underworld wasn't like other places. Here, light magicians were really rare. She didn't know where Savage Tiger found a light magician. Ing Chuan and the others couldn't compare to Savage Tiger. Among Savage Tiger's group, only Savage Tiger was an intermediate martial saint. The others were all martial ancestor realm. On the Hundred Hell sect side, Ing Chuan and Ingyu were quite strong. Ing Chuan had been a martial saint for many years. Ingyu was also a magic archer. She was a sky magician and a beginner martial saint. But if the enemy had another light magician, it would be hard to say, "You step aside, don't get in the way." But she was already injured, so Ingyu could only force herself to stand and pull Yun Sheng behind her. Yun Sheng rolled her eyes. Did these people think that she was a burden? Ingyu's temper wasn't very good, but her arrows were top-notch. She knocked an arrow and began to work. On the bowstring, a light green magical power was injected. With a flick of his finger, several arrows imbued with the power of wind blades shot out towards the light mage. Experienced warriors and mages all knew that in a group battle, the first to be killed was the other party's light mage. Bo, this woman is a little ugly, but she's quite smart. Bobo Sheep poked his pink head out and looked around with his beady eyes. Yin Sheng's eyes flashed, and she began to observe the competition between Ing Chuan and the piercing tiger. Ing Chuan's swordsmanship was also quite good. On the blade of his sword, streaks of fire-like fighting aura emerged and tangled with the piercing tiger. The piercing tiger roared, and the word king appeared on his forehead. His arms suddenly doubled in size, and he let out a tiger's roar, which was incomparably fierce. Ying Chuan dodged again and again. The tiger's roar hit a tree, and the tree immediately broke. At this time, the piercing tiger suddenly staggered. He felt a piercing pain in the soles of his feet. The tiger's roar suddenly stopped, and he didn't even have time to see what was happening under his feet. The wind direction of the blade in Ying Chuan's hand suddenly changed, and the blade became a bit sharper. Layers of blade shadows rushed towards the piercing tiger. The sharp blade made the piercing tiger feel a chill in his heart. Since the piercing tiger dared to walk around the Dongwei Gate, he naturally had some ability. He roared and spat out a stream of fighting aura. The fighting aura was like a dart. With a bang, it hit Ying Chuan's broadsword. Ying Chuan only felt the web between his thumb and forefinger go numb. The blade in his hand suddenly deviated from its trajectory and slashed across the piercing tiger's cheek. An inch-deep scar appeared on his face. Behind him, a miserable scream was heard. The light magician was shot in the chest by several arrows under Ying Yu's sniping. The disciple of the 100-ring gate went forward and slashed. The light magician's hand that was holding the magic scepter flew out and rolled into the bushes. The piercing tiger looked down and found that there was a finger-sized bloody hole on his foot. The bloody hole went through both ends, and blood kept flowing out. At first glance, it was obvious that it wasn't caused by ordinary thorns. When he and Ying Chuan were fighting, both of them were very fast. Someone was actually able to sneak attack him in the middle of the chaotic battle. Could it be that someone was secretly helping the 100-ring gate, and the other person was a dark magician? The piercing tiger's angry eyes turned. He already had some thoughts of retreating. He never thought that the person who used the dark thorns to sneak attack him was Yun Sheng, who was watching from the sidelines. It was no wonder. No matter if it was the 100-ring gate or the Thousand Hell sect, no one would have thought that a light criminal could use such powerful dark magic. Ying Chuan, Ying Yu, don't be complacent. You're lucky tonight. There's an expert helping you in the dark. Let's wait and see when we get back to Jima County. The piercing tiger shouted. With a wave of his hand, the people of the Thousand Hell sect quickly retreated from the forest. An expert helping us in the dark. Ying Chuan and Ying Yu saw the people of the 100-run gate retreat, and their expressions relaxed. But when they recalled the words of the piercing tiger, they felt that something was wrong, especially Ying Chuan. He also noticed that when the two of them were locked in battle, the piercing tiger clearly showed an opening, which allowed him to seize the opportunity. Ying Yu's beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings, but she didn't find any signs of an expert. She was suspicious, and her gaze wandered around Yun Sheng and the kissing sheep on her body. But after pausing for a moment, she withdrew her gaze. Just now, Yun Sheng had been hiding behind her. Even if you beat her to death, and you wouldn't believe that a light criminal who had only killed 10 people would have the ability to sneak attack a bandit like the piercing tiger. TCH, those who look down on their dear master will regret it in the end. The baby sheep snorted. It's getting late. Everyone should rest well. Tomorrow morning, we'll continue to walk into the depths of the forest. Ying Chuan counted the number of casualties. It was much better than he had expected. But just as Ying Chuan told everyone to return to the tent to rest, a trace of coldness flashed through Yun Sheng's heart. Whoosh! Suddenly, something was thrown out from the shrubbery that was so dark that they couldn't see their own fingers. Ying Chuan's eyes were sharp and his hand was fast. He swung his sword and saw that there was a severed hand on the ground. That hand was clearly the hand of the light magician who had been cut off earlier. Everyone looked carefully. With the help of the bonfire, they saw that the severed hand had turned dark purple. More than half of the flesh had been bitten off. Behind them, a rustling sound came from the shrubbery. Chapter 11:07. The shuffling sounds grew louder and louder. It sounded as if countless magical beasts were approaching. The battle had just ended, and everyone was exhausted. They hadn't recovered yet. If they were ambushed by magical beasts now, they would be powerless. Be careful. Ying Chuan and Ying Yu exchanged a look. Their expressions turned grave. They were even more nervous than when they'd encountered the Thousand Flames sect. They'd scattered a large amount of medicinal powder in the surroundings. Logically speaking, the magical beasts and plants in this area shouldn't dare to come close. Whoosh! There was a sharp sound that sounded like a metal whistle. A giant centipede that was 5 meters long drilled out of the bushes, but that centipede looked very strange. Its skin was like the bark of a tree, full of wrinkles. In the middle of its body, there was a huge mouth about the same size as its body. From a huge mouth, blood-red mucus was spitting out. Its upper body was raised high, and its 100 or so root-like legs kept moving. Its lower body was like a tree deeply embedded in the soil. As the centipede twisted, the ground shook violently. It's a scarlet centipede tree. Ing Chuan and Ing Yu's expressions changed when they saw the strange centipede tree. The centipede tree was a parasitic magical plant. It was a magical vine that parasitized the maggot eggs of a newborn scarlet centipede tree. After 100 years of growth and absorbing the scarlet centipede tree's flesh, it grew into a powerful half-beast, half-plant magical plant. This magical plant was highly poisonous. Although it was rooted in the soil, it could move freely in the forest like a magical beast. It could also use earth and fire magic to fight in the forest. It was especially powerful and was the overlord of Weiwu Forest. Normally, Ing Chuan and the others wouldn't enter Weiwu Forest rashly and attract the scarlet centipede tree's bad luck. But this time was an exception. Ing Chuan and Ing Yu's main purpose in entering Weiwu Forest was to find this centipede tree. 3 years ago, Ing Yu's father was ambushed by the Thousand Flames sect and was severely poisoned. These years, the 100 Flames sect had been searching for an antidote. Half a month ago, Ing Chuan spent a lot of money to inquire at the Magical Arts Pavilion that the Scarlet Centipede's soul crystal could cure the sect leader's poison. However, because the Scarlet Fire Treant was very difficult to deal with, the Shadow Sect leader was unwilling to let the two of them take the risk of entering the forest. This time, the two of them and a few of their disciples also snuck into the forest behind the sect leader's back. It was just that this kind of treant would usually only appear in the special areas of the Weifog Forest. It was even more unexpected that it would suddenly appear here after a fierce battle. It was obvious that the smell of blood from the fierce battle between the 100 Cloud sect and the Thousand Hell sect had attracted this devil plant. Ing Yu was a woman, and this was the first time she had seen such an ugly magic plant. Her hand holding the bough couldn't help but tremble. Woo! While everyone from Baolin's sect was still in a daze, the scarlet flame tree centipede was like a whirlwind as it whistled through the air. Its vine-like legs grabbed 100 Thunder sect disciple and stuffed him into its mouth. Bastard! Let go of my junior brother! Seeing the tree barbarian's attack, Ing Chuan's saber light vibrated. He stomped his feet and leaped off the ground. The saber in his hand was wrapped in a ferocious fighting aura as it pierced toward Shu Yi. When the tree's centipede heard the piercing wind from the saber, it paused for a moment. Then, the huge mouth on its abdomen spat out a fierce flame. The flame could melt metal and melt bone. Ing Chuan's saber looked like it was going to melt the moment it got close. He threw the saber with all his might. The blade turned into a silver flash and pierced into the tree centipede's mouth. He grabbed the captured junior brother with one hand and pushed him back, out of the tree centipede's poisonous mouth. The saber pierced into the tree centipede's mouth. The tree centipede let out a shrill cry. Its vine-like legs extended countless meters in an instant and wrapped around Ing Chuan's waist, dragging him back. Ing Chuan didn't panic after losing his saber. He roared and punched the tree centipede's vines with dense, fighting aura on his fist. He didn't expect that his iron fist, which could shatter a 1,000-kilogram boulder, couldn't even move the tree centipede's body. Senior brother. Ing Yu and the others had just caught their junior brother. They turned around and saw that Ing Chuan was trapped by the tree centipede. In a moment of desperation, Ing Yu condensed magic power on the bow in her hand. She shot one arrow after another at the tree centipede. The arrows, which carried wind elemental magic elements, were fast and accurate. They shot towards the tree centipede one after another. Ingyu's actions completely enraged the tree centipede. It let out a sharp and strange sound. It grabbed Ingchuan and burrowed into the ground. Where's the monster? The surroundings returned to normal. Ingyu and the other disciples of the 100 Ren sect panicked. For a moment, they couldn't find the whereabouts of the fiery red tree centipede. Yun Sheng's black eyes flashed as she searched the ground inch by inch. Watch your step. It's the Earth Elemental Super Spell, Earth Wave Tremor, Yun Sheng suddenly shouted. What a cunning beast. It knows how to use super spells. I underestimated it. A brownish-yellow magic array appeared on the ground. Rumble. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, as if it had experienced a small-scale earthquake. The people of the 100 Rin sect panicked. Ingyu couldn't stand still and was about to fall into the cracks. Woo! There was another whistling sound. The tree centipede, which had disappeared, suddenly burrowed out of the ground. It opened its mouth and was about to swallow Ingyu. Ingyu was about to be swallowed by the tree centipede when she felt a hand on her waist. Her body moved back a few meters in an instant, avoiding the tree centipede's most fatal attack. Why is it you? Ingyu was about to thank her when her mouth opened into a big O shape. Only then did she realize that the hands that held her were slender. The person who saved her was actually the petty criminal she had always looked down on. Yin Sheng. Of course it's me. Yin Sheng smiled sweetly. Missing you, your archery skills are not enough to deal with a big guy like the fiery red tree centipede. Ingyu was still grateful, but when she heard that Yun Sheng dared to belittle her archery skills, anger rose in her heart, and she was about to explode. Unexpectedly, a delicate zither appeared in Yun Sheng's hand. The zither looked like jade. Yun Sheng handed it to the disciples of the 100 Rin sect. The magic wings on her back flapped gently, and she flew toward the fiery red tree centipede like a shooting star. Is she crazy? Ingyu saw Yun Sheng holding a zither and confronting the tree centipede. It was as if she had seen a ghost. But what happened next instantly petrified Ingyu. Yun Sheng stood in the air as a cold glint flashed through his pitch-black eyes. Her slender fingers landed on the zither. The strings of the originally simple and unadorned zither were injected with a lot of magic power and suddenly lit up with several rays of light. That was magic power, and it was magic power of many different attributes. A magic attack was many times more difficult than a normal Dochi attack. Even Ingyu herself couldn't control so many magic attacks at once. However, the weak-looking female mage, who had been hiding behind him earlier, was handling the situation with ease. The funniest thing was that she had actually mocked him earlier. At this moment, Ingyu wished she could find a hole to hide in. Seeing that the fiery red tree spirit had lost its vitality, Bobo's sheep was very nimble. Dearest master, let me do it. Let me do it. The fiery red tree spirit was a king-level magical beast. Dearest master was really too powerful. Her celestial fox's second inheritance would definitely defeat the tree stalks. That soul crystal was his. Yin Sheng also knew that Bobo's sheep was going to play a role in hindsight again, so she simply let it do it. The 100 Thunder Gates, people all widened their eyes. With a whoosh, Bobo's sheep's small body had already landed beside the corpse of the tree stalk from Yin Sheng's shoulder. Bobo's sheep's pair of meaty wings flapped, and with a sudden force, it pulled out the lower half of the fiery red tree spirit, which was countless times bigger than itself, like pulling out a radish, and threw it aside. The ground shook a few times. The poor fiery red tree spirit was considered a tyrant in the Weiwu forest, but tonight it was killed by Yun Sheng and Bobo's sheep, two evil beasts who pretended to be pigs to eat tigers. What amazing strength! The 100 Thunder Gates disciples were once again stunned. They didn't expect that the magical beast squatting on Miss Yun Sheng's shoulder was actually so terrifying. Bobo, a king-level magical beast's soul crystal. Bobo's sheep's black, bean-like eyes emitted bursts of light. It nimbly dug out a red soul crystal from the fiery red tree spirit's abdomen. Seeing that the tree stalk was completely dead, the 100 Thunder Gates people recovered their wits. Ingyu hurriedly ordered people to search around, and finally rescued the unconscious Ing Chuan from an underground nest not far away. After treatment, Ing Chuan woke up. He had just woken up, and when he opened his eyes, he saw the fiery red tree spirit lying on the ground not far away. The fiery red tree spirit's body had been cut in half by a sharp weapon. A trace of shock appeared in Ing Chuan's eyes. While Ing Chuan was unconscious, he was still thinking that the 100 Thunder Gate was really going to face a great disaster this time. Who killed the fiery red tree spirit? He then looked to his side. Ingyu and his junior brothers of the 100 Thunder Sect were still there. Yunsheng and her magical beast were standing not far away. Ingyu and his junior brothers were all looking at Yunsheng with reverence. After asking, Ing Chuan already knew what had happened. Miss Yunsheng, thank you for saving our lives. Ingyu, quickly come over and thank Miss Yun. Ing Chuan had already learned the truth from Ingyu, so he wasn't particularly surprised. As he had guessed, Yunsheng wasn't an ordinary person. It was just that Ing Chuan hadn't expected Yunsheng to be able to kill the fiery red tree spirit on her own. What's there to thank? We weren't the ones who begged her to kill the fiery red tree spirit. If it wasn't for her, we would have been able to get the fiery red tree spirit's soul crystal long ago. Although Ingyu had silently acknowledged Yunsheng's strength in her heart, she still admitted defeat verbally and refused to thank Yunsheng no matter what. She also felt somewhat resentful that Yunsheng had deliberately concealed her strength. She and her senior brother Ing Chuan had spent a lot of time tracking down the fiery red tree spirit. If Yunsheng hadn't offended the Thousand Hell sect, they might have already made their move tonight. Regardless of whether it was the underworld or the human world, there was a rule that whoever killed an ownerless magical beast or magical plant would get to keep the soul crystal. Moreover, the fiery red tree spirit was killed by Yunsheng. If she really wanted to take the soul crystal, and you could only complain, she couldn't really snatch it, so she could only stare at the fiery red tree spirit from the side. Miss Yunsheng, please forgive Yu's rudeness. That soul crystal is really important to the 100 Hell sect. Do you think you can sell it to us at a high price? Ing Chuan also had a helpless expression. If it was any other time, he definitely wouldn't have made such an unreasonable request. However, the soul crystal was related to his master's life and death, so he could only thicken his skin and beg once. Chapter 1109. When Yunsheng heard this, she knew that 100 Rin sect definitely needed this soul crystal. She wasn't a tyrannical person, so she was just about to ask Baby Sheep to hand over the soul crystal of the Scarlet Flame Tree Centipede. Who knew that when Baby Sheep heard this, he would stuff the soul crystal into his mouth with a huff. What a joke. Don't even think about taking away a soul crystal that has entered this world deity's pocket, Baby Sheep snorted. Why was he so stingy? If he really became a world deity, he wouldn't care about those large amounts of king-level soul crystals. However, this was a special time. He was a world deity waiting to be appointed, and he was in the territory of that smelly fart underworld deity. He had to speed up his cultivation so that he wouldn't lose face in the future. He would eat as many king-level soul crystals as he could find. Yunsheng was very embarrassed. She was also speechless by Baby Sheep's willfulness. Ingyu was so angry that her face turned red. The group of people from 100 Rin sect also showed angry expressions. Big Brother Ing, I'm sorry. Baby Sheep is still young. Yunsheng said helplessly. How about this? If we meet another Scarlet Flame Tree Centipede on the way, I'll hunt another soul crystal as compensation. Do you think you can hunt it just like that? The Scarlet Flame Tree Centipede is a very rare, mutated demonic plant. Even in the Wei Wu Forest, there aren't many of them. Without the soul crystal, my father's poison can't be cured. Ingyu had been lying in ambush in the forest for half a month before she found traces of the tree centipede. Seeing that the soul crystal had been eaten by Baby Sheep, her eyes turned red. When Yunsheng heard this, she immediately felt relieved. She had thought that the Scarlet Flame Tree Centipede was very important. Big Brother Ing, Miss Ingyu, what kind of poison has Sect Mastering been poisoned by? Why don't you take me to have a look? I won't hide it from you. I'm a doctor, and I happen to have some miraculous medicines that can cure all kinds of poisons. The miraculous medicines Yun Sheng mentioned were naturally the water of life. The water of life from the immortal Holy Grail was useful against most poisons in the human world. Yun Sheng believed that it could also cure the underworld's poison. Even though the people from the Bailuan sect did not really believe that a young doctor like Yun Sheng could possess such brilliant medical skills, they could only rush to the Bailuan sect with Yun Sheng since they no longer had the Scarlet Fire Soul Crystal. On the other side, Thousand Hell Sect's Spiky Tiger, who had been ambushed by Yun Sheng, returned to the Thousand Hell Sect's headquarters in Jima Province with injuries. The reason why Savage Cub was able to run amok in the Dongwei Gate was because he was uncle and nephew to the vice sect master of the Myriad Hell Sect, C.I. Lai. Every time the Spiky Tiger committed a crime, it would hand over a portion of its soul stones to C.I. Lai. This time, C.I. Lai was furious when he heard that C.I. Lai had met with an accident and was defeated by the 100-Ring Gate. Useless thing, you can't even beat those two little bastards, Ing Chuan and Ing Yu. But you don't have to worry. The 100th Thunder Gate doesn't have many good days left. Assassin revealed a sinister smile. Uncle, what do you mean? Are you saying that the sect master's injuries have healed? Wan Tianqiu, the sect master of the Thousand Hell Sect, was similar in strength to the sect master of the 100-Ring Gate. They were both intermediate martial gods. However, when the Thousand Hell Sect launched a sneak attack on the 100-Ring Gate, both Wan Tianqiu and Ing Hai were severely injured. Although Ing Hai was severely poisoned, Wan Tianqiu was also severely injured. Therefore, although the Thousand Hell Sect had been suppressing the 100-Ring Gate recently, they did not have the ability to annihilate the 100-Ring Gate. The sect master is still in closed-door cultivation. However, this time, the two of us can kill that old fellow, Ing Hai, even without the sect master's help. Do you know why the juniors from the 100-Ring Gate are in the Wei Wu Forest? That's because I bribed the people from the Magical Ability Pavilion and sold them a fake piece of information. As the vice sect master of the Thousand Inferno sect, C.I. Lai was very shrewd, even though he had just become a martial god. It would be fine if the juniors from the 100-Ring Gate did not find the soul crystal of the great fiery scarlet tree sprite. However, if they did find the soul crystal, the same day next year would be the anniversary of Ing Hai's death. Men, go and keep an eye on the 100-Ring Gate. As soon as we receive news of Ing Hai's death, we will immediately annihilate the 100-Ring Gate. Without Ing Hai, the 100-Ring Gate would undoubtedly be in C.I. Lai's pocket. When he thought of the various treasures and properties in the 100-Ring Gate, C.I. Lai drooled. Seeing his uncle's confident face, the piercing tiger endured the pain and quickly flattered him. Uncle, you are really astute and astute. I can't catch up to you even if I were to flatter you. I also have a request. The 100-Ring sect has snatched a beautiful sorceress from me. If I destroy the 100-Ring sect, I hope that uncle can reward me with that sorceress. When the piercing tiger thought of Yunxing's beautiful face and graceful figure, his heart itched as if a cat was scratching it. Useless. Look at you. You'll die in the hands of a woman sooner or later. She's just a female magician. Once the Thousand Hell Sect becomes the biggest sect in Jima region, I'll be able to get you even if you want a female ghost. Assassin's face was filled with disappointment. Just as the people from the Thousand Hell Sect were lying in ambush near the 100-Ring Gate, Ing Chuan left the Wei Wu Forest with Yun Sheng and entered Jima County. As one of the 8 major counties in the underworld, Jima County was the county closest to the East Wei Gate. Therefore, most of the humans gathered here. Yun Sheng looked at the bustling city gate and suddenly had the illusion that she was still in the human world. The 100-Ring Gate was located in Jima City. When Yun Sheng entered the 100-Ring Gate, she acutely sensed that there were a few strong auras lying in ambush near the gate. It seemed that there were still people concerned about the safety of the 100-Ring Gate's leader. Master was ambushed during a routine inspection half a year ago. The other party used a vicious poison. We all suspect that it was the work of the Thousand Hell Sect, but we don't have any evidence. Ing Chuan led Yun Sheng into the room of the 100-Ring Gate's leader. A man in his 40s with a pale face was lying on the sickbed. When Ingyu saw the man's appearance, she quickly went forward and said softly, "Father, I am useless." The soul crystal of the fiery red tree sprite was taken away. After saying that, she did not forget to turn around and glare at the baby goat on Yunsheng's shoulder. The man did not care. He knew that the poison had already seeped into his meridians. Even the soul crystal of the fiery red tree sprite might not be able to save him. As long as his daughter and eldest disciple Ing Chuan were fine, he was satisfied. Ing Hai did not even have the strength to speak. However, he still noticed that there was a woman following behind Ing Chuan. That woman was not simple at all. When she entered the sect, even he, a martial god, could not see through her cultivation level. Moreover, there was a demonic beast squatting on her body. Sect leader Ing, I'm the doctor that big brother Ing and Miss Ing invited. Please let me take a look at your condition. Yin Sheng did not dawdle. She directly walked forward and took sect leader Ying's pulse. After taking a look, she frowned and said, "Big brother Ing, sect leader Ying's poison is not ordinary. I need to examine it carefully. Please send your servants away. Also, set up a restriction around the room." Ing Chuan saw that Yun Sheng's expression was strange. He then looked at his master Ing Hai. Ing Hai was an understanding person. He nodded. Ing Chuan quickly followed Yun Sheng's instructions. Those who were supposed to work went to work, and those who were supposed to study went to study. It was the first day of work, and I felt like my whole body was as weak as noodles. Thank you for the tips and recommendation tickets. It's already the end of the month. If you still don't vote, I'll go rob you guys. Chapter 11:10. Soon, only the father and daughter of the Ying family, Yin Sheng, Ing Chuan, and the others were left in the room. Yin Sheng, how is my father's condition? Ingyu could tell from Yun Sheng's expression that something was amiss. Yun Sheng glanced at Ingyu coolly. Since this woman hadn't handed her over in the forest, she would tolerate her this once. Who told you that the scarlet fiery tree sprite's soul crystal could cure sect leader Ying's poison? Yun Sheng's voice was filled with a hint of murderous intent. With Yun Sheng's medical skills, it wasn't difficult for her to identify the poison in Ing Hai's body. However, when she was examining him, she discovered that the poison in Ing Hai's body was a very strong fire poison. If this fire poison was dragged out slowly, Ing Hai could live for 3 to 5 years before slowly dying of exhaustion. However, if she really did as Ing Yu and the others had said and found the scarlet fiery tree sprite's soul crystal to cure Ing Hai's poison, then the poison would definitely attack his heart, and Ing Hai would die on the spot. The prescription was given by the Magical Abilities Pavilion. Could it be that there's something wrong with it? Ing Yu grew anxious. Desperate times call for desperate measures. You almost killed sect leader Ing. I can cure this poison, but I'll need about 3 days to completely cure it. Yin Sheng was in a bad mood. She ordered Ing Chuan to bring her a brush and paper. She scribbled a few words and wrote down a prescription. Yin Sheng had casually written down the prescription. They were all warm and nourishing herbs. However, at the end, Yin Sheng would add a few drops of the water of life. Even though they weren't in a mortal realm, Yin Sheng was still as cautious as ever. She didn't want to expose the fact that she possessed the immortal Holy Grail. You can really save father? You're not trying to extort us? Ingyu still didn't quite believe it. She had treated Yin Sheng so badly in the past. She didn't really believe that Yun Sheng would be so magnanimous as to save her father. Get the medicine. Sect leader Shadow will definitely recover within 3 days. However, it's up to you whether you want to announce this good news to the public. Yin Sheng was too lazy to argue with Ingyu. She had lived 2 lives. How could she not see that Ingyu was hostile to her because of Ing Chuan? Please, she had lived 2 lives. Just dealing with Night Fox was enough of a headache. How could she have the energy to care about other women's jealousy? Do as divine physician Yin says. Ing Chuan, spread the news that my condition has worsened in the next few days. Ing Hai had already sat up. Just now, when Yun Sheng was diagnosing him, he felt that a strange force had been injected into his pulse. For an expert like Ing Hai, when an external force entered his body, his first reaction would be to resist it. However, as a martial god, Ing Chuan discovered that he was unable to resist that strange force. Ing Hai was shocked. The feeling of powerlessness in his body lessened a lot in an instant. Soon, Ing Hai discovered that the force was not malicious. After the force entered his body, he felt much more comfortable. His vital qi was like a moving needle as it circled around his body. In less than a quarter of an hour, he could feel that much of the poison that had been accumulating in his body had been removed. In addition, when Yun Sheng had prescribed the medicine, she had said something meaningful. How could an old fox like the Shadow Sect leader, who had experienced great storms and waves, not understand her hidden meaning? Ing Chuan and Ing Yu had paid a great price to go to the Magical Abilities Pavilion to find a prescription for their own condition. However, they did not expect that the people of the Thousand Hell Sect would secretly seize the opportunity. If it were not for the appearance of this stunning woman in front of him, he was afraid that he would have died in a daze this time. If he died, it was easy to imagine what would happen to the 100th Thunder Sect. "Father, you can move your body?" Ing Yu was pleasantly surprised. However, she was immediately shocked by her father's warning. "Master, are you suspecting that someone is secretly plotting against you?" Ing Chuan also realized that something was wrong. Someone wants to take advantage of the situation to annex the 100th Thunder Sect. This time, I will definitely make them go for wool and come home shorn. A dark cloud covered Ing Hai's face. Those scum of the Thousand Hell Sect actually used such a sinister method. How could he? Ing Hai. Let them get what they wanted. Ing Yu helped Ing Hai rest, while Ing Chuan arranged a guest room for Yun Sheng. After what happened with Ing Hai, Ing Chuan's admiration for Yun Sheng had long turned into reverence. He also knew that this woman, who looked younger than him and Ing Yu, was far superior to him and Ing Yu in terms of strength and intelligence. He did not dare to have any improper thoughts. "Big brother Ing, I have one more thing to ask. Previously in Weiwu Forest, you said that after the Phantasm Ghost King died, he was buried in a place called the Ghost King Cave. Where's the Ghost King Cave now?" Yun Sheng was only halfway through her question in Weiwu Forest when she was interrupted by the piercing tiger. Just now, they had been rushing to see a doctor, and she had not found a chance to ask Ing Chuan. The Ghost King Cave was a tomb that the Phantasm Ghost King built for himself on a whim when he was alive. Its location is very mysterious. For so many years, no one has known its whereabouts. If Miss Yun is interested, you can go to the Magical Ability Pavilion and ask. Perhaps the people there have a way to know the location of the Ghost King Cave. Ing Chuan told Yun Sheng regretfully that he did not know the location of the Ghost King Cave either. After all, the 100th Thunder Sect was only a declining power in Jima County. Even the great powers of the underworld might not know the location of the Ghost King Cave. Not only the 100th Thunder Sect, but most of the sect experts and aristocratic families in the 8 counties of the underworld have been searching for the location of the Ghost King Cave after the death of the Ghost King. The Phantasm Ghost King's whereabouts were unpredictable. However, there were different opinions about his strength. His footprints were all over the human realm, the underworld, and even the god realm. Therefore, his ultimate techniques and treasures were even more innumerable. It was said that after he died, all of his treasures and martial arts were left in the Ghost King Cave. As long as one could enter the Ghost King Cave, it meant that in the foreseeable future, a character like the Phantasm Ghost King would appear on the continent again. Unfortunately, when the Phantasm Ghost King built the Ghost King Cave, he had already hidden the location of the Ghost King Cave. Since he had no descendants or relatives, the location of the Ghost King Cave became a case without any clues. It was the Magical Ability Pavilion again. It seemed that the original plan would not change. She still had to make a trip to the Magical Ability Pavilion tomorrow. Yunsheng thought to herself. The next day, Yunsheng woke up early in the morning. She inquired the people of the 100th Thunder Sect about the location of the Magical Ability Pavilion. Then, she brought baby sheep to the Magical Ability Pavilion. There were auction houses on the Boundless Continent, but there was no place like the Magical Ability Pavilion. According to Ing Chuan's description, the Magical Ability Pavilion was more like a spy agency in Yunsheng's impression. As long as one had money, one could buy any information. It was very likely that the location of the Ghost King Cave could be found in this information. Chapter 1111. After Yun Sheng stepped into the Mystical Abilities Pavilion, she suddenly remembered a very serious problem. That was, she did not have money. To be precise, she did not have the underworld currency, soul stones that could be used in the underworld. Previously, when she was in Weiwu Forest, Yun Sheng had planned to obtain some soul stones as soon as possible in the forest. Who knew that she would be interrupted by the Hundred Cloud clan, and she would not be able to obtain a single soul stone. Originally, she could have obtained a red fire soul crystal that should have been considered precious, but had been swallowed by that miser baby sheep. Now, Yunsheng really did not have many soul stones on her. Even if she had not asked, Yunsheng could imagine with her toes that the price for such big news as the location of the Ghost King Cave would definitely be astronomical. However, since she was already here, Yunsheng could only brace herself and enter the Mystical Abilities Pavilion first. The moment she entered the Mystical Abilities Pavilion, Yunsheng discovered that the famous Mystical Abilities Pavilion in the underworld was an inconspicuous shop. Other than the signboard with the words, Mystical Abilities Pavilion, hanging on the door, the furnishings inside were no different from an ordinary pawn shop. The small shop was 10 square meters in size and did not have any goods for sale. There was only a tall counter, and behind the counter sat a shriveled old man who was currently dozing off. Yunsheng coughed softly a few times, and that old man's eyelids trembled. He opened his muddy old eyes and glanced at Yunsheng. "Excuse me, is this the Mystical Abilities Pavilion?" Yunsheng found it very difficult to associate the two words, mystical abilities, with this inconspicuous little shop in front of her. Nonsense, of course this is the Mystical Abilities Pavilion. There's only one shop in the entire Jima Commandery. I am a shopkeeper of the Mystical Abilities Pavilion, Shunjizi. I know everything about the underworld from astronomy to ghosts and deities. Little girl, if you want to buy information, hurry up. The Mystical Abilities Pavilion only sells 10 pieces of information a day. We won't accept any overdue information. The shriveled old man who called himself Shunjizi narrowed his eyes, looking as if he was about to fall asleep at any moment. Shunjizi had white hair and a white beard, and he looked to be close to 100 years old. Yunsheng was afraid that he would fall asleep again, so she quickly said, "Old man, I want to know the whereabouts of the Ghost King Cave." When he heard the words Ghost King Cave, the corners of Shunjizi's mouth twitched. His originally drowsy expression immediately changed. His wrinkled, old face immediately broke into a smile that resembled a chrysanthemum flower. If you're here for information about the Ghost King Cave, then you've asked the right person. The Mystic Pavilion does have information about the Ghost King Cave, but it's not cheap. It costs 100 King-class soul stones. Shunjizi could almost hear the sound of a pile of soul stones ringing in his ears. In his eyes, Yunsheng had become a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Baba, 100 King tier soul stones. Old man, why don't you just go rob a bank? Before Yunsheng could react, baby sheep, who was standing on her shoulder, almost fell off. If its master had 100 King tier soul stones, it would go crazy with joy. This old man actually asked for King tier soul stones right off the bat. King tier demonic beasts were comparable to martial gods and saint-level Dharma kings. Even in the underworld, where demonic beasts were abundant, it was impossible to gather 100 King tier soul stones in such a short time. Ing Chuan and Ing Yu from the 100 Thunder sect had spent half a month before they barely found the weakest King tier Scarlet Fire Treant in the Wei Fog Forest. Hey, I was wondering why that little fat sheep on your back doesn't know how to watch its mouth. Be careful not to piss this old man off. I'll roast it and eat it. Little fellow, what your master wants to know is the Ghost King Cave. That's the place where the phantasm Ghost King's bones are buried. If you really enter the Ghost King Cave, let alone 100 King tier soul stones, even 10,000 would be a profit for you. The old man blew his beard and glared. Buy it or not, this old man just released the news last night. I haven't had time to sell it yet. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gotten a chance to buy it. Shinjizi rolled his eyes. He thought that a big fat sheep had come, but it turned out to be a penniless one. He said unhappily, "If you don't have any soul stones, then get out. Don't disturb this old man's nap." After saying that, he unceremoniously kicked Yunsheng out. Although Yunsheng was not good at business, she and Tianyi you were at least sworn brothers. How could she not see through the business people's faces and tricks? She dared to guarantee that even if she spent 100 king-tier soul stones to buy the news, this old man would sell it to 10 or even 100 people in a single turn. The Phantasm Ghost King was a person who was unpredictable. He was a restless person when he was alive. The Ghost King cave that he had designed for himself would definitely be filled with traps and dangers. If there was a large group of people exploring the Ghost King cave, the difficulty of finding the Heart Distress Lantern would definitely increase greatly. However, this was a matter for the future. Before that, Yunsheng still had to think of a way to gather the 100 soul stones. Helpless, Yunsheng could only walk out of the Mystical Abilities Pavilion and take stock of the valuable items on her. She practically emptied the Beast Language Ring, but Yunsheng only took out 67 9th-level soul stones. According to the conversion rate of soul stones used in the underworld and the human world, 100 9th-level soul stones were only equivalent to 1 king-tier soul stone. These soul stones were not even enough for 1 king-tier soul stone. Of course, there was another way, which was to barter. Yunsheng's Summoning Demon's Hand and Immortal Holy Grail were divine artifacts. Even in the underworld, they were first-rate treasures. However, this was obviously not a good idea. Once the divine artifacts were exposed, Yunsheng's journey to the underworld would definitely be filled with bloodshed. Without soul stones, she would not be able to use them as collateral. Yunsheng calculated again. Even if she went all out to hunt king-tier demonic beasts, she would need at least a year to gather 100 king-tier soul stones. By then, the so-called news of her emerging from the underworld would become a daydream. The Ghost King cave would probably be emptied out by others. Moi, my dearest master, why don't we kill him and rob him? Moi did not learn the good things, but learned the bad things. It gestured with its fleshy wings and made a throat-slitting action. Although that old man does not have any magic or do-chi waves around him, he dares to take charge of the Mystical Abilities Pavilion alone. He is definitely not simple. Yunsheng had also observed the Mystical Abilities Pavilion. The entire Mystical Abilities Pavilion was not guarded. In Jima County, where the 1,000 Yama sect, 100 Cloud sect, and other factions were in great numbers, the Mystical Abilities Pavilion could not be so simple. A powerful dragon would not fight a local snake. Yunsheng did not want to become enemies with the Mystical Abilities Pavilion. Moi, I got it. Dear Master, you don't have a soul stone, but maybe the Qilin boy has one. Didn't you always say that the Qilin boy's things are yours? Baby Sheep was worthy of being Yunsheng's natal summoned beast. It was taught by Yunsheng to be quite modern. Only then did Yunsheng remember that Bobo was right. Not long ago, her beast language ring had provided for the super rich Yi Baiming. Chapter 11-12. That's right. She didn't have a soul stone, but that didn't mean that Yi Baiming didn't have one. Yunsheng thought about it again. Although Yi Baiming was a quiet person, this guy was able to sneak away a large amount of purple gold, or when he was still a nosy prince. His net worth was probably much higher than hers. He had plundered countless people and magical beasts. In his early years, he had even specially killed blood cloud beasts on the mainland. Perhaps he had a soul stone on him. Bobo Sheep also specially reminded Yunsheng that even if he didn't have a soul stone, the Qilin boy still had a lot of Qilin King's blood crystals on him. This was something that Bobo Sheep had heard about when it pestered Yi Baiming to ask for a king-level magical beast soul stone. In terms of value, the value of a Qilin King's blood crystal and a king-level magical beast soul stone could be calculated at a ratio of 2-to-1. It was a pity that Bobo Sheep couldn't absorb the Qilin King's blood crystal because of its physique. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been drooling over the king-level magical beast soul stone. Yunsheng followed the principle of shared property between husband and wife and released the gold coins without hesitation. Bobo Sheep's usual ideas were mostly bad ones. 9 out of 10 of them were unreliable. But this time, it had accidentally found the right path. Yunsheng's current trouble could only be solved by Yi Baiming. As the former Prince Regent of Zhou State, Yi Baiming was sitting on more than 50% of the wealth of the everlasting Chamber of Commerce. In his early years, he was also the boss of the Wanlong gambling house. His net worth was more than Yunsheng's. But what Yunsheng didn't expect was that Night Fox didn't think so when she said shared property between husband and wife. This wasn't to say that Yi Baiming was stingy. It was just that he was a little depressed. Ever since he came to the underworld, Yi Baiming had been locked in the beast language ring by Yunsheng because of the brand of felon on his body. This trial lasted for several days. Among them, there was even a potential admirer, Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming saw everything clearly in the beast language ring. Even Yi Baiming had heard the old man Shan Jizi's half extortion, half blackmail, half demand for 100 king-grade soul stones. Therefore, when Yunsheng asked to borrow his soul stone, Yi Baiming pretended to make things difficult for her. Yi Baiming was different from the prodigal woman, Yunsheng. When he entered the Qilin King's tomb, he also found a lot of Qilin blood crystals. It was just that Yunsheng let her magical beast take all the celestial fox blood crystals. Yi Baiming, on the other hand, used a special method to preserve all the Qilin blood crystals in the Qilin King's tomb. At Yi Baiming's current cultivation level, he already had the body of a Qilin. The Qilin blood crystals were of little use to him. It didn't matter whether he kept the Qilin blood crystals or not. But when he saw the longing look in Yunsheng's eyes, he couldn't help but have the thought of teasing her. Night Fox, you can't be so stingy. Usually, when a man pursues a woman, he needs a token of love or something. Just give me those Qilin blood crystals. Yunsheng pondered. Wasn't that how it was portrayed in ancient dramas? She suddenly realized that she didn't seem to have gained anything from Night Fox. She had kissed and slept with him. If she didn't get anything in return, wouldn't she be at a disadvantage? Dear Master, the Qilin boy said that it's no problem to give you the Qilin blood crystals. But a token of love is a matter of reciprocity. You have to give him something in return. Popping Sheep acted as a temporary translator. Stinky Fox, so stingy. What does he want in return? Yunsheng was depressed. She flipped through her entire beast language ring and finally found something suitable to give to Yi Baiming. That was the heavy armor she got from the mixed-blood elf weapon Refiner Moke before she joined the mainland's elite magic caster camp. According to Moke, this armor was very suitable for demon warriors. Of course, the quality of the armor was not suitable for Yi Baiming now. Yunsheng thought for a while and decided to refine the armor again before giving it to Yi Baiming. Her current elven hellfire could indeed raise the quality of her armor to a whole new level. After expressing her intention, Yi Baiming agreed and gave those Qilin blood crystals to Yunsheng. Yunsheng counted carefully and found that there were hundreds of King Qilin blood essences. She instantly beamed and kept all the Qilin blood crystals for her own use. The old man in the Divine Ability Pavilion, Shun Jizi, was just about to continue dozing off when he heard a clattering sound. A cluster of sparkling soul stones flashed, and his sleepiness disappeared in an instant. King Qilin blood crystals that were comparable to king-level soul stones. Shun Jizi narrowed his eyes and carefully examined the King Qilin blood crystals. As he looked, he clicked his tongue in wonder. It's actually a blood crystal condensed from the flesh of the King Qilin, who had the strongest physical body among the ancient Bakar orcs. I haven't seen such a pure blood crystal for many years. It's full of evil energy. It's really intoxicating. Hee, you really can't judge a book by its cover. Miss, you can actually take out so many king-level soul stones at once. The shriveled old man laughed so hard that his eyes could not be seen. As long as you pay 200 Qilin blood crystals of the same quality, I will sell the map of the Ghost King's cave to you. Yunsheng was very straightforward. She took out 200 Qilin blood crystals. Seeing this, Shunjizi hurriedly spread his hands and wanted to keep all 200 Qilin blood crystals. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to reach out, he heard a whoosh. An unknown pink object fell from the sky and crushed all the king-level Qilin blood crystals. "Hey, you fat sheep, move away." Shinjizi was anxious. "Wait, old man. Before I buy the information, I also have a piece of information to sell to you." Yunsheng blinked and smiled like a flower. Shinjizi felt a chill on his neck. He had a bad feeling about this. "Who am I? I don't have any information. Why would I need you to sell me?" Shinjizi pulled a long face. This little girl from the mortal world was very well informed. He, Shinjizi, dared to say that he was third in the underworld. As for the first and second, there was no way. Old man Shinjizi, don't be in such a hurry to bite me to death. This information is neither big nor small. It concerns the reputation of the Magical Powers Pavilion. Didn't Senior sell a piece of information to the 100 Rin sect half a month ago? Yunsheng asked with a smile. Her eyes sparkled like the stars in the sky. Shinjizi's face twitched. The Magical Powers Pavilion's transactions have always been confidential. It's best that you don't ask who I sold the information to. Old man Shinjizi, selling information is naturally none of my business. But if the information you sold is fake, then it's a hindrance to me. After all, I have to spend 100 king-level demon beast soul stones to buy information about the Ghost King Cave. If the information is wrong, wouldn't I have wasted my money? Yin Sheng mocked. Buy it if you want. The Magical Powers Pavilion won't do business with you. Shinjizi, that old man, had some temper. He waved his hand and was about to send her away. Chapter 11:13. Shinjizi was certain that his deal with the 10,000 Yama sect was so secretive that it was impossible for this human and beast to know about it. Yin Sheng had also expected Shinjizi to deny it. She gave the sheep a look, and the sheep obeyed. The Magical Abilities Pavilion accepted bribes and colluded with the 10,000 Yama sect to frame the sect master of the 100 Rin sect, Inghai. Popping Sheep immediately jumped up and howled as it flew towards the door. It even started to shout loudly, "Shut up! Don't make a fuss!" Shinjizi didn't expect Yun Sheng to do this. His face immediately turned red. Shinjizi was an old scoundrel. He didn't expect to meet Yun Sheng and the sheep who were even more scoundrels than scoundrels today. Popping Sheep was used to being lawless, and its loud voice was not inferior to its crying. If it continued to shout for a while longer, it was guaranteed that the entire Silent Ink City would know about the collusion between the Myriad Yama sect and the Abilities Pavilion. Shin Tongzi's face was red with anger. His originally sleepy eyes suddenly changed. His body flashed strangely, and like a hunting eagle, his 5 fingers turned into golden hooks and grabbed at baby sheep. Bubbling Sheep looked plump and fluffy, but its movements weren't slow. Its pink figure jumped and bumped about in the small divine secrets pavilion. Shinjizi actually couldn't catch it. The scariest thing was that the Popping Sheep's strength was astonishing. With every bump and jump, the shop was in shambles. There were holes everywhere. If this continued, before he could catch the sheep, his mystique pavilion would be torn apart. Shinjizi was extremely vexed. He could tell that the pink demonic beast wasn't an ordinary demonic beast. He probably couldn't catch up to its speed. Shinjizi sighed inwardly. He had been blinded by greed. One day, he accidentally got drunk and accepted money from CI Lai from the 10,000 Yama sect. He helped CI Lai once by selling him fake information. In the end, he fell into someone's trap. Stop. Tell your demonic beast to stop. This old man can't take it anymore. Tell me what you want. Shinjizi's face was ashen. Only now did he realize that this man and beast from the mortal world were not as simple as he thought. She originally wanted to blackmail Yun Sheng, but in the end, she was caught by her. Senior Shinjizi, please don't worry. As long as you tell me the truth about the Ghost King Cave and promise that you won't leak the secret of the Ghost King Cave in the future, I will keep this secret. I won't give you any less than one Qilin blood crystal. Yunsheng knew that when dealing with people like Shinjizi, she had to be careful. She couldn't force him into a corner, but at the same time, she had to give him an appropriate amount of sweetness. Only by relaxing and relaxing could she ensure that Shinjizi would cooperate with her happily. As expected, after hearing Yunsheng's conditions, Shinjizi's gloomy face turned bright. He immediately returned to his previous smiling face. Don't worry, don't worry. This old man promises you that after I take your soul stone, I won't sell the information to a third party. The clues about the Ghost King cave will definitely be true. Only then did Yunsheng pass the Qilin blood crystal to Shinjizi. After Shinjizi checked it, he cleared his throat. As for the specific location of the Beast King cave, this old man has already drawn a map. As long as you follow the map, you'll be able to find the location of the Ghost King cave. Shinjizi handed a hand-drawn map to Yunsheng. Yunsheng looked at it. The Ghost King cave indicated on the map was located at a place called Ghost Water Stream. Ghost Water Stream was different from Jimor region, which was right next to Dongwei Gate. It was right next to Shiwei Gate, which was also the underworld. It was the place with the most Yin souls. However, little girl, seeing that you're as cunning as this old man will also tell you an additional clue. Don't worry, this clue is free of charge. There's a demonic beast waiting outside Ghost Water Stream. That demonic beast used to be the Netherworld Ghost King's mount. It's said to be a demigod rank demonic beast. You have to think carefully. Shinjizi advised from the side. Many thanks for Senior Shinjizi's reminder. This one must go to Ghost Water Stream. You just have to remember our agreement. We'll meet again someday. After Yunsheng received the map, she left the Divine Ability Pavilion. After Yunsheng left, Shinjizi happily placed the 200 Qilin blood crystals into a huge chest. There were already a large amount of soul stones inside. If one looked carefully, there were at least several tens of thousands of them. It's just enough for 100 people. Little girl, this old man has kept our agreement and will not release any more information. However, the information that has been sold in the past 20 years will not be included in this list. In the underworld, only the two of you dare to bargain with this old man. Ghost Water Stream is not that easy to enter. I hope you'll be lucky enough to come back alive. After Yunsheng and Baby Sheep received the news of the Beast King cave, they returned to the 100 Thunder Gate. Just as they arrived at the gate, they saw Ingyu giving instructions to a few disciples. When she saw Yunsheng, Ingyu's expression became a little strange. After dawdling for a long time, Ingyu walked up and said bashfully, "Thank you for saving my father. However, I still don't like you." The poison in Inghai's body was almost completely removed. Only now did Ingyu know that Yunsheng was really an amazing physician. Thinking about her attitude towards Yunsheng, Ingyu couldn't help but feel guilty. The reason why Ingyu disliked Yunsheng was because she had always been secretly in love with her senior brother Ingchuan. When she saw that Ingchuan had feelings for Yunsheng, she couldn't help but feel jealous of Yunsheng. However, Yunsheng just smiled. Ingyu's temper reminded her of her good friend Dongwang Ling-er. She was a typical person who clearly distinguished between love and hate. All of her likes and dislikes were written all over her face. It was also because of this that although Yunsheng was offended by Ingyu a few times, she still couldn't hate Ingyu. Miss Ingyu, I think I should clarify with you that I have nothing to do with your senior brother Ing. I'm already married. Ingyu was stunned. She looked at Yunsheng with a face full of disbelief. She could clearly see that Yunsheng's hairstyle was obviously that of an unmarried woman. Besides, if she really had a husband, why would she come to a place like the underworld alone? Seeing that Ingyu didn't believe her, Yunsheng let Dollar out and told Ingyu about her and Yi Baiming. Ingyu was confused. She looked at Dollar, who was standing beside Yunsheng. Yunsheng was obviously a human, and Dollar was obviously a magical beast. The two of them, but at the same time, Ingyu saw something unusual in Dollar's eyes. Although Dollar didn't speak, his eyes were always on Yunsheng. Ingyu couldn't be more familiar with that gaze, because she had always been looking at senior brother Ingchuan with the same gaze. The doubt in her eyes and the jealousy in her heart gradually disappeared. Ingyu couldn't help but be moved by the relationship between Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming. Only then did the two of them bury the hatchet and become familiar with each other. Yun Sheng took the opportunity to ask about Jima Prefecture and the underworld. Chapter 1114. Between Yun Sheng and Ingyu, after the former enmity was buried, they quickly became familiar with each other. Once they started chatting, there was a lot to talk about. Women were really strange creatures. A moment ago, they were shouting to kill each other. Now, they were acting like best friends. Dollar, who was lying on one side, comfortably rested his head on Yun Sheng's lap and rolled his eyes. Perhaps Ingyu felt guilty for misunderstanding Yun Sheng earlier, so she patiently answered Yun Sheng's questions one by one. Actually, I've always been curious. Didn't they say that everyone who is exiled to the underworld would have a punishment brand on them? Why don't you and Brothering have any? Yun Sheng had noticed this when she met Ing Chuan and Ingyu. Not only Ingyu and Ing Chuan, but Yun Sheng also found that many people didn't have any punishment brand on them after entering Silent City. Not everyone from the underworld has a punishment brand on their body. Only the humans who were exiled to the underworld from the mortal world have a punishment brand on them, Ingyu said as she stole a glance at Dollar, who was beside Yun Sheng. Looking at the punishment brand with the word 1,000 on Dollar, Ingyu's heart still palpitated a little. If Yun Sheng hadn't said that Dollar was her husband, Ingyu would have stayed far away from such a felon who had been slaughtered by thousands. After Ingyu's explanation, Yun Sheng learned that there were several kinds of people in the underworld. One kind was like Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming, who were exiled from the mortal world. Another kind was the descendants of the humans who were exiled to the underworld in the early years. The last kind was the natives of the underworld, the Nether clan. Ingyu and Ing Chuan belonged to the second kind. Their ancestors were exiled to the underworld because of some mistakes. Then they got married and had children in the underworld. They didn't have a punishment brand on them. In the underworld, they were second-class people. The exiled criminals belonged to the lowest class of citizens. As for the first-class citizens, they were naturally the natives of the Netherworld, the Netherworld race. For example, the world deities of the underworld belonged to the Underworld clan with the noblest bloodline in the underworld. PFFF, Bo, who was secretly drinking tea at the side, spat out a mouthful of tea. Bullshit Netherworld clan. Popping Sheep's face was full of dissatisfaction. Under Yun Sheng's sharp glare, this fellow finally calmed down. Ingyu also told Yun Sheng that the Nether clan status had always been unshakable. As the second and third class citizens, the descendants of criminals and exiles were always bullied in the underworld. Hundreds of years ago, the convicts who were exiled here had to serve as laborers, and the descendants of the convicts had to pay heavy taxes every year. This situation only improved when the Phantasm Ghost King appeared. The Netherworld Ghost King isn't from the Netherworld clan, but he doesn't look like a human either. Thinking back to the Taiyuan ruins, when the Netherworld Ghost King had an enchanting appearance that was different from a human's, Yun Sheng raised her doubts. To be exact, no one knows the origins of the Netherworld Ghost King. Some say that he was a human, while others say that he was a fallen god. However, no matter what, his appearance changed the situation of the underworld to a large extent. He led the 4 great counties, including the Jima County, to break away from the rule of the underworld deity, allowing the descendants of the human race and the convicts to obtain freedom and equality. It's a pity that he has fallen. When speaking of the Netherworld Ghost King, Ingyu's face was full of reverence. In fact, most of the descendants of the human race and the convicts were very grateful to the Netherworld Ghost King. It's a pity that he died. Hearing Ingyu's words, Yun Sheng's attitude towards the Phantasm Ghost King improved. She was even more curious as to who was able to kill the Phantasm Ghost King. It seemed that she had to quickly study the terrain of the Ghost Water Stream and explore the Ghost King Cave as soon as possible. Seeing that Yun Sheng had sunk into deep thought, Ingyu's eyes flashed with an unspeakable secret. She had already heard from senior brother Ing Chuan that Yun Sheng's purpose in coming to the underworld was to find the netherworld Ghost King. Ingyu seemed to want to tell Yun Sheng something, but hesitated. Ingyu, Miss Yin, you're both here? Sect Master invites you in. Ing Chuan walked out and was very surprised to see Yun Sheng and Ingyu, who had previously disliked each other, chatting happily. When he saw the demonic beast beside Yun Sheng, Ing Chuan's expression suddenly changed, and he pulled out his weapon. Senior brother, don't misunderstand. That's Yun Sheng's demonic beast. Ingyu saw that Ing Chuan's expression had changed and couldn't help but laugh. A demonic beast that could slaughter 1,000 people? Ing Chuan's face was a mix of red and white. If Yun Sheng also had such a ferocious beast by her side in the Wei Wu forest, forget one spiky tiger. Even 10 spiky tigers wouldn't be enough to defeat her. However, with such a powerful, ferocious beast, the sect master's plan would probably proceed much more smoothly. Ing Chuan led Yun Sheng, Jin and I, and Ingyu into Sect Master Ying's room. Sect Master Ying's complexion looked good. He believed that the poison in his body had almost fully recovered. He also heard Ing Chuan explain Jin Ni's background. Hearing that, Sect Master Ying's face lit up with joy. Miss Yin, I won't hide it from you. I invited you here today to ask for your help. Help me eliminate the people from the Thousand Hell sect tonight. Ing Hai was naturally a courageous and resourceful person since he could become the sect master of 100 Ren sect. In addition, he had received Yun Sheng's advice and was already on his guard against the Thousand Hell sect. Earlier, he pretended to ask Ing Chuan and Ingyu not to reveal that he had fully recovered from his illness. On the contrary, he purposely created an illusion that his poison had worsened. Ing Hai secretly ordered people to keep a close eye on the Thousand Hell sect's movements. After some observation, they indeed discovered that the Thousand Hell sect spies had been lurking near 100 Rin sect for the past few days. I've already asked around. The person who framed me this time is the vice sect leader of the Thousand Hell sect, C.I. Lai. He planned to take advantage of the fact that the sect leader of the Thousand Hell sect is in closed-door cultivation to launch a surprise attack and annex the 100 Rin gate tonight. If Miss Yin hadn't appeared at the market, I'm afraid I would have been killed by them this time. When Ing Hai said this, the veins on his forehead throbbed. He was extremely angry. Ingyu and Ing Chuan beside him were also filled with righteous indignation. Sect Mastering, you want me to help you? Sect Mastering, Yun Sheng is just a passerby. She helped you to treat your illness because she wanted to repay Big Brother Ying's favor. Since the favor has been repaid, 100 Rin sect and I don't owe each other anything. To Yun Sheng, killing someone like C.I. Lai was just a piece of cake. However, the Thousand Hell sect was a large sect in Jima County after all. Yun Sheng wasn't willing to get herself into big trouble because of this. Right now, she only wanted to get to Ghost Water Stream as soon as possible. Ing Chuan and Ingyu listened anxiously from the side. However, the two of them didn't want to force Yun Sheng to stay. This old man also understands this point very well. However, if I'm willing to help Miss Yun enter the Ghost King cave smoothly, will Miss Yun agree to help me eliminate the Thousand Hell sect? Ing Hai had already guessed Yun Sheng's answer and suddenly asked. Chapter 11:15. Although Ing Hai had only met Yun Sheng by chance, he had seen countless people and had long seen that Yun Sheng had wisdom and steadiness that did not match her appearance. Yun Sheng was a person who would respect others tenfold if they respected her. However, it was not so easy to get her to work for the Thousand Hell sect. As expected, Yun Sheng rejected him immediately. Sect Mastering, are you threatening me? I've already found out the whereabouts of the Ghost King cave. I don't need your help. Yun Sheng's voice became colder. She hated being threatened the most. If not for the sake of Ing Chuan and Ingyu, she would have left immediately. You already know the whereabouts of the Ghost King cave? You've been to the Superpowers Pavilion? A strange expression appeared on Ing Hai's face. Master, I was the one who asked Miss Yin to go to the Superpowers Pavilion. She came to the underworld to find the netherworld Ghost King. Ing Chuan was a straightforward person. When he saw his master threaten Yun Sheng, he also felt somewhat indignant. Sai, it's my fault for not telling you clearly earlier. Miss Yin, You must have also fallen for that old fox Shinjizi's trick and bought this map at a high price. Inghai shook his head and took out a map. When she saw the map, Yunsheng's expression was as ugly as it could get. That map was the same one she had obtained from Shinjizi earlier. It was the same map and also the ghost water stream. That old man Shinjizi had clearly promised her that he would not sell this map to others. Moreover, Inghai had just woken up. It was impossible for him to obtain the map so quickly. Then, the only explanation was, there's no need to look at it. This map is the one you obtained. I believe that the same map is in the hands of the 100 Hell Sect, the 1,000 Hell Sect, the Jima Commandery, and the other major forces in the 8 commanderies of the underworld. Inghai could not help but sigh. He had also heard from Ing Chuan that Yunsheng had come to the underworld to find the whereabouts of the Netherworld Ghost King. He had just told Yunsheng that he had purchased this map from that old fox, Shunjizi, about 10 years ago with a large sum of money. As for the other major forces, they had also obtained the same map from Shunjizi in the 20 years after the Phantasm Ghost King's death. This matter had long been an open secret among the major sections. However, because the old man Shinjizi had more or less grasped some secrets of the major sects, no one dared to find trouble with Shinjizi. However, this map was also kept in the hands of the various major powers. Everyone's thoughts were the same as Yunsheng's. They wanted to enter the Ghost King cave and obtain the Ghost King's relics or inheritance. So you're saying that we've all been tricked by Shinjizi? Yunsheng suppressed her anger. That damn Shinjizi actually dared to blackmail her. That might not be the case. This map shouldn't be fake. After this old man obtained this map, I secretly made a trip to the Ghost Water Stream. This old man is certain that there is a demigod rank magical beast in the Ghost Water Stream. For a demigod rank magical beast to be in charge of guarding the Ghost King cave, Inghai said. Inghai also told Yunsheng that although the major powers of the underworld 8 counties all had this map in their hands, not a single one of them had successfully entered the Ghost Water Stream in the past 20 years, let alone obtain the Ghost King's inheritance. This was because the demigod rank magical beast was extremely powerful. None of the major powers had been able to kill it. Even a martial god rank warrior or a magic god rank magician might not be able to defeat that magical beast. It was also because of the existence of that magical beast that the Ghost Water Stream had not been breached. If that's the case, why did Sect Master Ing say that you can help me enter the Ghost King cave? Yunsheng heard something unusual from Inghai's tone. If Inghai really had the confidence to help her enter the Ghost King cave, she could even help him destroy the entire 1,000 Hell Sect, let alone a mere CI lie. Miss Yin, don't worry. As long as you help the 100 Ring Gate overcome tonight's crisis, I can guarantee that you will definitely be able to enter the Ghost Water Stream. As for whether you can find what you want, it will all depend on your luck. Inghai knew that he had persuaded Yunsheng. Yunsheng pondered for a moment and finally chose to cooperate with Inghai. After Yunsheng discussed with Inghai and the others, they quietly waited for midnight to arrive. The people from the 1,000 Hell Sect had walked right into the trap. It was night, but the inside and outside of the Billowing Gate were no different from any other day. Around the time of the Z, there were many shadows coming out from the alleys around the Billowing Gate like shuttles of arrows. C.I. Lai was dressed in black. Beside him, the Vice Sect Master of the 1,000 Hell Sect, C.I. Lai, stared at the silent 100 Ring Gate with bright eyes. "Uncle, look at the 100 Ring Gate. Is that old fellow Inghai really dead?" C.I. Lai and his nephew had been paying close attention to the 100 Ring Gate for the past few days. According to a reliable source, Ing Yu and Ing Chuan had already returned from the Weifog Forest. The two of them had already brought back the soul crystal of the fiery red tree spirit. That old fellow Inghai must have fallen into their trap. Even if Inghai did not fall into our trap, he has been poisoned for half a year. He is already at the end of his rope. If you and I attack together, we will definitely be able to kill him. C.I. Lai laughed sinisterly. With a wave of his hand, nearly 100 disciples from the 1,000 Hell Sect quietly approached the 100 Ring Gate. C.I. Lai and his nephew found Inghai's room without any trouble. There was only a dim illumination magic formation in the room. Ing Hai was lying on the side of the bed. They could only vaguely see his curled-up silhouette. That old man is on the verge of death. Let me be the good guy and send you on your way. Tully raised his palm and gathered his dough chi. A whistling sound could be heard as his dough chi tore through the air and flew towards the bed. C.I. Lai was already a martial god. His opponent was not prepared for this attack. Even if Ing Hai was not injured, he might not be able to dodge this sneak attack. Just as C.I. Lai's palm landed on the back of Ing Hai, who was lying on the bed. Suddenly, the figure on the sickbed that was as still as a volcano suddenly moved. A terrifying beast roar pierced C.I. Lai's eardrums. The golden beast's eyes seemed to light up the entire room. Its sharp claws were as fast as lightning. C.I. Lai only felt that his head was still on his shoulder a moment ago. In the next second, his head fell to the ground. It was so fast that he did not even feel any pain. Before his consciousness completely disappeared, C.I. Lai saw his headless body being pounced on by a demon beast that was glowing with a blinding golden light. The demon beast's body seemed to be made of gold. Under the dim illumination of the magic formation, it shone brightly. On its back, the word Qian was branded. What a beast! This was the only thought that flashed through C.I. Lai's mind. Then, everything fell into darkness. He was dead. On the last day of February, thank you for voting, recommending, and gifting. If you don't vote now, school will start soon. There will be more updates in March. Chapter 11:16. Midnight was the quietest and darkest time of the day. Ing Hai, Ing Yu, and Ing Chuan, who had been waiting in the dark for a long time, attacked the Thousand Hell sect not long after they infiltrated the 100-Ring Gate. Yu sniped them from the dark. Ing Chuan cut off their escape route. Ing Hai, who had just recovered from his illness, had a glint in his eyes. A wolf shadow spear appeared in his hand and charged into the crowd. With a roar, the battle chi in his body burst out, and in an instant, countless spear shadows were thrust out. Blood splattered everywhere the spear shadows passed. Ing Yu and Ing Chuan were also doing well. Ing Chuan held 2 sabers in his hands, and a sharp fighting aura appeared on his sabers. Wherever his sabers passed, it was as if he was cutting vegetables. Ing Yu remained calm and kept shooting arrows with her magic bow. After becoming friends with Yun Sheng, she had received some guidance from Yun Sheng. Now, she had improved a lot in her magic bow and arrow skills. The 100 or so thousand Hell Sect elites that C.I. Lai had brought with him were swept away by the 100 Cloud Gate in less than 10 minutes, like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. This is great. Father, how long has it been since we last felt this good? Ing Yu gritted her teeth, and her face was flushed. Ever since her father was poisoned and the Thousand Hell Sect rose, the 100-Ring Gate had been suppressed badly. Today, she had killed to her heart's content. Master, why is there no movement in the room? Can Miss Yun really handle it alone? Ing Chuan looked worried. Earlier, Yun Sheng had agreed to form an alliance with Ing Hai to eliminate the Thousand Hell Sect's attack. Yun Sheng had even suggested that she should deal with C.I. Lai and his nephew alone. Although they had a rough idea of Yun Sheng's strength, they couldn't help but have some doubts. C.I. Lai was a martial god. If he fought head-on, he should be in a fierce battle right now. The 3 of them walked out of the room. The surroundings were silent. Could it be? Something must have happened. The door creaked open. Yun Sheng walked out with a calm expression. In her right hand, she was carrying a frightened person. It was the spiky tiger. Looking at the ground, it was covered in blood. C.I. Lai was already lying on the ground with his head separated from his body. Cub was already paralyzed with fear. Dead. Ing Hai's eyes narrowed. I'll leave this guy to you guys. Yun Sheng tossed the spiky tiger to Ing Hai. As for the interspatial pouches on Savage Cub and C.I. Lai, she had already looted them without hesitation. This was also the reason why she volunteered to kill C.I. Lai and C.I. who, as the vice sect master of the Thousand Hell Sect, C.I. Lai possessed a considerable amount of wealth. Yun Sheng now had 300 king-class soulstones, as well as some land deeds and shops in Jima County. Inghai searched C.I. Lai's corpse and found that C.I. Lai's storage bag was gone. He knew that Yun Sheng had taken it, but he didn't say anything. As for Cub Cub, Inghai didn't kill him immediately. After interrogating him, he locked him up. Sect Mastering, I've already helped you defeat the Thousand Hell Sect's ambush. According to our agreement, you should tell me how to enter Ghost Water Stream and avoid the demigod-level demonic beast. With Yun Sheng's current strength, if she worked with Dollar and the other demonic beasts in the Beast Speech Ring, they might be able to defeat the demigod-level demonic beast, especially since she had 3 divine beast totems with her. At the last moment, the divine beast totems might be able to fight, but Yun Sheng could only summon them once. She didn't want to use them unless she had no other choice. Miss Yin, you don't have to worry about that. This old man is a man of his word. To tell you the truth, this old man has been monitoring the whereabouts of that demigod-rank demonic beast for so many years. Finally, this old man discovered a secret. This demigod-level demonic beast has been stuck at the demigod level for 20 years. It's finally going to break through. In about 5 days, it will attempt to break through to the god level. Inghai told Yun Sheng about his discovery. Break through to the god level. Yun Sheng understood what Inghai meant. Whether it was demonic beasts or humans, the moment they broke through to the god level was when they were at their weakest. Inghai wanted Yun Sheng to sneak into the Ghost King cave during the limited time the demigod-level demonic beast was breaking through to the god level. This method is feasible. Yun Sheng thought about it. Although it was a little risky, it was the safest method if the timing was right. However, there's one more thing. Since I was able to discover the demigod-level demonic beast breaking through to the god level, the other forces of the underworld must have also discovered it. Moreover, I will also sending you and Ing Chuan to the Beast King's cave this time. Inghai had only agreed to help Yun Sheng enter the Beast King's cave, but he did not give up the opportunity to enter the Beast King's cave. The temptation of the Ghost King cave was too great. The Beast King cave was built by the first Ghost King of the underworld. It was rumored that the Ghost King had chosen the Ghost Water Ravine because the Ghost Water Ravine had a special terrain that allowed it to contain a large amount of dark energy. For mages and warriors living in the underworld, this dark energy could speed up their cultivation. Inghai didn't mind, but Ing Chuan and Ing were still young. If they could seize this opportunity to enter the Ghost King cave, even if they didn't obtain the Ghost King's inheritance and magic weapons, the dark energy in the Ghost King cave would be enough to benefit them greatly in the future. Inghai's plan was also the plan of the other forces of the underworld. The various forces of the underworld had spent a lot of money to buy Shun Jizi's map. Naturally, they wouldn't give up any chance to enter the Beast King cave. They must have already discovered this pattern. These people had waited bitterly for 20 years and finally got this chance. They would definitely fight to enter the Beast King cave. Therefore, Yun Sheng's trip to the Beast King cave this time was still very dangerous. What the master brings in depends on the individual. How much we can gain in the Ghost King cave will depend on our own abilities. Yun Sheng admired Inghai's frankness. Therefore, she agreed to go to the Ghost Water Ravine with Ing Yu and Ing Chuan. Vice sect leader C.I. Lai had been killed, and more than 100 disciples had been surrounded. This time, the Thousand Hell sect had suffered a great loss. The next day, the Thousand Hell sect leader, Wan Tianqiu, received the news. Inghai, you old bastard. Wan Tianqiu knew that Inghai had recovered from his poison and had even plotted against the Thousand Hell sect. Anger was stuck in his heart, and he couldn't do anything about it. Sect leader, are we going to bring our brothers to fight to the death with the 100 Rin sect? The people from a Thousand Hell sect were indignant. A fight to the death is inevitable, but not now. Wait until I return from the Ghost King cave. I will definitely massacre the 100 Ren sect. Just as Inghai had said, Wan Tianqiu also sent people to closely monitor the demigod-level demonic beast's movements at the Ghost Water Ravine. He had also received a secret report that the demigod-level demonic beast would soon break through to the god level. Chapter 11:17. In the Underworld Palace, a man stood tall and straight. He wore a purple gold divine robe, and his long black hair fell to his waist. Lord World Deity, in the past few days, the major forces of the 8 counties of the Underworld have been secretly rushing towards the Shiwei Gate, a skeleton soldier reported. You may leave. Under the man's handsome eyebrows, a sharp light flashed through his slender eyes. After the skeleton soldier retreated, he flipped his palm, and a crystal ball appeared in his palm. On the crystal ball, a beautiful female magician was mixed in with the crowd. On her back, there was a lazy, pink magical beast with a sleepy face. The Ghost King Cave? After waiting for so many years, he finally came? The world deity of the underworld disappeared, leaving behind an empty underworld palace. In another part of the underworld, near the Shiwei Gate, Yun Sheng and the people of the 100 Thunder sect were hurrying day and night. Achoo! Vomiting, that uncomfortable feeling came again. Dear Master, I have a very bad premonition about this place. The sheep's wool stood on end, and the strange feeling of being watched came again. The sheep's black beady eyes kept turning. What was wrong? Why did it feel that the closer they got to the Shiwei Gate, the more uneasy it felt? The sheep thought about it carefully. Yes, it must be because they were getting closer and closer to the Underworld Palace. This feeling was as if that guy who was spitting would appear by their side at any time. Yun Sheng, Ing Yu, Ing Chuan, and the others led a dozen disciples of the 100 Thunder sect to the Ghost Water Stream. The Ghost Water Stream is close to the Shiwei Gate. The evil aura in this area is much stronger than in other places. You're probably not used to it, Ing Yu said. Ever since Yun Sheng and Ing Yu had buried the hatchet, she liked the sheep more. After all, the sheep had a cute face that could make a woman's heart flutter. However, the sheep was very proud. Other than Yun Sheng and Jean and I, no one else could touch it. After witnessing the sheep's strange strength that night, Ing Yu didn't dare to provoke it. Speaking of which, are there really ghosts around the Shiwei Gate? What's the difference between these ghosts and humans? Yun Sheng was most curious about the ghosts of the Shiwei Gate. Before coming to the underworld, Yun Sheng had always thought that she would see ghosts everywhere in the underworld. Before Yun Sheng transmigrated to the boundless world, she was a typical atheist. But after coming to the boundless world, her worldview was overturned. On the continent, there were indeed many inconceivable things. However, ever since she came to the underworld, she hadn't seen a single ghost. After asking around, she found out that the ghosts from a human world who couldn't reincarnate were brought to the underworld. In order not to disturb the order of the underworld, they were brought to the Shiwei Gate and imprisoned forever. Unlike the Eastway Gate, the Westway Gate wasn't actually a gate, but a magical stone tablet. It was an enormous devil-suppressing stone tablet. It was said that it was 3,000 meters tall and 500 meters wide. There were countless names of ghosts engraved on it. No one knew who built the devil-suppressing stone tablet, but the existence of the underworld depended on it. The devil-suppressing stone tablet was already there. Since the devil-suppressing stone tablet existed in the underworld, countless ghosts from the human world were brought to the underworld and sealed in the stone tablet hundreds of thousands of years ago. In the end, they were sealed in the devil-suppressing stone tablet. Most of these ghosts were resentful spirits from the human world. If they stayed in the underworld for too long, they would definitely become resentful spirits and cause a storm of blood in the underworld. However, if used properly, they could be used to support the dark energy of the underworld and provide an endless supply of energy for the entire underworld. Therefore, this devil-suppressing stone tablet was the most important place that supported the entire underworld. Therefore, the Shiwei Gate was the most heavily guarded place in the entire underworld. The underworld palace was guarded by a large number of underworld soldiers. The Ghost King Cave was located at the Ghost Water Stream, which was only 50 miles away from the Shiwei Gate. The outside world also suspected that the reason why the Netherworld Ghost King built the Ghost King Cave at the Ghost Water Stream was not only to absorb the dark energy of the devil-suppressing stone tablet, but also to demonstrate his might to the underworld deities. The ghosts of the Shiwei Gate cannot be reincarnated. They will forever remain in the Shiwei Gate's magic array until their souls dissipate. Speaking of which, they are quite pitiful. Ingyu had once been near the Shiwei Gate. She only saw an enormous stone tablet that reached the clouds. Near the stone tablet were 4 underworld deities, underworld winged demonic beasts. Inside the stone tablet, ghostly wails and howls could be heard day and night, imprisoning countless ghosts. It's a pity that we have to hurry to the ghost water stream. Otherwise, I would be interested to take a look at the Shiwei Gate. Yunsheng was very curious about the devil-suppressing stone tablet. On their way to the ghost water stream, they met many people from other powers. It seemed that the news of the demigod ranked demonic beasts breaking through had already spread to everyone's ears. The people from 100 Ring Gate and Yunsheng traveled day and night. After 3 days, they finally arrived at the ghost water stream. However, in order not to alarm the demigod-ranked demonic beasts, the various powers had set up camp 10 miles away from the ghost water stream. Yunsheng, look, even the people from the Thousand Hells sect are here. Moreover, they are led by that old man, Wan Tianqiu. And you noticed that there were dozens of disciples from the Thousand Hells sect near the ghost water stream. From CI, who, Ingyu, and the others already knew that the sect master of the Thousand Hells sect, Wan Tianqiu, was in seclusion. They didn't expect him to come out of seclusion so early for this trip to the Ghost King Cave. Yunsheng secretly sized up Wan Tianqiu. Compared to CI, who, Wan Tianqiu's figure was more burly. His cultivation should be around the middle stage of the martial god realm. Wan Tianqiu also noticed Ingyu and the others. Sect Master, it's those bastards from the 100 Ring Gate. The blood feud between the Thousand Hells sect and the 100 Ring Gate had long been formed. When the people from both sides saw each other, their eyes turned red with anger. They couldn't wait to tear each other into pieces. Wan Tianqiu's eyes were also red with anger. However, compared to the disciples from the Thousand Hells sect, Wan Tianqiu was more cautious. At a glance, he noticed that although there weren't many people from the 100 Ring Gate, there was an unfamiliar face among them. That was Yunsheng. What made Wan Tianqiu even more surprised was that there was a golden demonic beast beside Yunsheng. It was branded with heavy punishment. What an evil beast! Even Wan Tianqiu, who had done many evil deeds in the underworld, couldn't help but be secretly shocked when he saw the evil dollar. Wan Tianqiu had previously wondered how CI who, and the elites from the Thousand Hells sect could be killed by that old fox, Inghai, in one night. Now that he saw dollar, Wan Tianqiu suddenly understood. It was obvious that the female sorcerer and the ferocious beast were behind this. If he wanted to attack the people from the 100 Ring Gate, he would have to kill that woman and the beast first. Chapter 11:18. Although the 100 Cloud Gate and the 10,000 Yamasect's forces were filled with undercurrents, no one was willing to lose their strength at a time like this, when the demigod-ranked magical beast was about to break through and various forces were vying for the Ghost King Cave. Whether it was Ingyu, or that old man Wan Tianqiu, they only had one thought in their minds. The real battle would only begin after they entered the Ghost King Cave. Yunsheng also thought that compared to Wan Tianqiu, the exploration of the Ghost King Cave this time was more about the other factions. Yunsheng secretly paid attention to the other factions that came from the 8 counties of the underworld. They were stronger than the 100 Rin sect and the 1000 Inferno sect. Some of them had even reached the peak of the martial god realm. In comparison, the few major forces of Jima Prefecture seemed insignificant. After getting a general idea of the strength of each faction, Yunsheng and Ingyu began to survey the terrain of the Ghost Water Stream. The Ghost Water Stream was originally a stream. The water that flowed here was black in color. The flow of the water was not strong, but flowed all year round. The stream was about 5 miles long, winding and deep. Aside from the demigod-level demonic beast that was about to break through, there were also a large number of dense demonic plants growing near the Ghost Water Stream. Among them, the most annoying one was a demonic plant called the Throat Arrow Tree. This demonic plant would shoot out a large number of sharp thorns at the slightest movement. A person would be turned into a pool of blood if they were touched by the thorns. Moreover, They had to be wary of the valley jellyfish that might suddenly appear in the stream. This type of jellyfish could shoot out a very powerful large-scale ice magic that could freeze a person in an instant. That's the general situation. Looking at the signs, the demigod-level demonic beast hasn't broken through yet. Ingyu and Ing Chuan chose an open area with a good view 5 miles away from the ghost water stream to set up camp. Night fell. In order not to alarm the demigod-level demonic beast, none of the factions dared to use magic formations or bonfires. They only ate some cold, dry rations. Around midnight, a commotion came from the direction of the ghost water stream. An angry cloud suddenly appeared in the originally pitch-black sky. The roiling clouds were like a ball of raging flames, and also like a stormy sea. If one listened carefully, one would be able to faintly hear the rumbling of thunder within the roiling clouds. From this, one could tell how frightening the might contained within the roiling clouds was. It's the heavenly lightning of darkness that only appears when the divine beast of darkness breaks through. Both inside and outside the tent, there was an uproar. Yun Sheng and Ingyu also came out of the tent. Yun Sheng had encountered several lightning tribulations. The first time was when a 9-leaf purple ginseng had evolved into a divine spiritual herb. The second time was when second Uncle Yun Songlong had broken through to the martial saint rank. The last time was when Grandfather Yunba had broken through to the martial saint rank. In comparison, each of the recent advancements was grander and grander. All living things in the world had their own opportunities. Compared to plants, humans, and magical beasts, plants were the weakest, so the scale of their lightning tribulations was also the smallest. The physical strength of humans was between plants and magical beasts, so the power of their lightning tribulations was also in the middle. Magical beasts were a very special existence in the world. They had the strongest physical strength, but correspondingly, the difficulty of their cultivation was also the highest. This was especially so in a place like the underworld. Magical beasts that had broken through to the divine beast of darkness had committed many evil deeds throughout their lives. Therefore, the lightning tribulations they encountered during their breakthroughs were bound to be the most powerful. The power of the heavenly lightning of darkness was not to be underestimated. If it succeeded, that demigod magical beast would break through the bottleneck of the divine realm. However, if it failed, that demigod magical beast would be consigned to eternal damnation, and its soul could only be used to add a portion of dark energy to the demon subduing stone tablet. The appearance of the angry cloud meant that the demigod magical beast was about to break through to the divine realm. This was also the best time to sneak into the Ghost King cave. "Look, it's that demigod magical beast," someone cried out in surprise. From the depths of the Ghost Creek in the valley, a beast roar that made one's bones hurt could be heard. The silhouette of a magical beast that was the size of a hill rushed out from the rocky waters of the Ghost Creek. Only then did Yun Sheng see the true appearance of that magical beast. It was an arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros. This kind of battle rhinoceros was a special kind of dark magical beast of the underworld. It was born to cultivate both magic and martial arts. Not only did it possess a terrifying dark do chi, but could also use powerful dark magic. With such an arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros guarding the Ghost Creek, it was equivalent to having a demigod warrior and a demigod magician at the same time. It was no wonder that the forces of the underworld's 8 counties were unable to break through the Ghost Creek in the past 20 years. Although the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros had appeared, no one dared to rashly approach it. The arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros was a demigod magical beast. It had already gained human senses, and it also knew the power of the heavenly lightning of wrath. It roared, and a dark brown magic array appeared under its cumbersome body. Pieces of heavy armor that looked like gold and stone immediately condensed on its skin. Everyone opened their eyes wide, waiting for the first heavenly lightning of darkness to fall. Rumble! The heavenly lightning of wrath, which was several times thicker than an arm, struck the thick armor of the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros with a violent force. The power of the heavenly lightning of darkness fell. Even though the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros had already used magic to defend itself, the magic armor made a few cracking sounds, and cracks appeared on it. Blood seeped out from the cracks. The arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros felt a heart-wrenching pain. Even so, it endured and waited for the second heavenly lightning of darkness to fall. Now's the time. Sneak into the Ghost Creek. When the major forces saw this, they were all overjoyed. They quickly rushed toward the Ghost Creek. Yun Sheng, Ying Yu, and Ying Chuan looked at each other. There's no hurry. Let's wait for a while and see what happens. Yun Sheng shook her head. Although Ying Yu was secretly anxious, she remembered that before they left, her father had repeatedly told her that after entering the Ghost Creek, she had to listen to Yun Sheng's orders. She could only suppress the excitement in her heart and wait at the side. Wan Tianqiu was one of the first to rush into the Ghost Creek. He had already occupied an excellent position and led several disciples into the depths of the Ghost Creek. The arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros was still waiting for the second heavenly lightning of darkness. Wan Tianqiu saw an opening. He and the disciples of his sect leaped a few times and swept past the rhinoceros's field of vision. In order to avoid the rhinoceros, the people of the Wan Yama sect all walked along the banks of the Ghost Creek. When they sensed the movement of the grass and the wind, the howling arrow trees that were half a man's height on both sides of the bank shot out black shadows. The black shadows were stained with the stench of blood and were extremely sharp. Wan Tianqiu had already anticipated the power of the howling arrow trees, so he came prepared. With a roar, the fighting aura in his body suddenly exploded. The might of a martial god was not to be underestimated. An indestructible wall of fighting aura formed around him. The thick fighting aura instantly shattered the sharp, poisonous thorns. Chapter 1119. Wan Tianqiu's fighting chi was so strong that the arrows, which were extremely poisonous in the eyes of others, were nothing to him. After his successful attack, his subordinates took out their celestial weapons one after another. There was a flash of fire. The throat arrow trees were most afraid of fire. Once they encountered the fire, the throat arrow trees shrank into a ball. Seeing that Wan Tianqiu had succeeded, the other forces followed suit. Soon, two fire snakes appeared on both sides of the ghost water stream in the deep valley. Countless throat arrow wood, under the effect of the fire snakes, were set ablaze and burned to ashes. In the blink of an eye, they had already crossed half of the ghost water stream. In front of them was a vast stream with unknown depth. Martial gods like Wan Tianqiu didn't care about the ice arrow jellyfish. The fighting chi in his body formed a fighting chi armor on the surface of his body. Wan Tianqiu took the lead and flew up like an eagle. Following him were the leaders of the major forces. In an instant, 8 or 9 martial gods flashed across the surface of the ghost water ravine. Under the stream, there was a commotion. Countless valley jellyfish emerged from the water. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streaks of icy blue water arrows shot out from under the water. The water arrows turned into ice arrows as soon as they entered the air. Those disciples with weaker cultivations were caught off guard and were hit by several ice arrows. They immediately turned into ice men and fell into the stream, smashing their bodies and bones into pieces. The martial gods, on the other hand, were at ease. As they flew, the dou qi in their bodies protected them so that not even a drop of water could leak out. While using their battle energy to protect their bodies, they also aimed their fists at the location where the water arrows were shot out from. Their battle energy drilled into the water and blasted those ice arrow jellyfish into smithereens. Seeing that Wan Tianqiu and the others were about to cross the stream and enter the deepest part of the ghost water stream, Ying Yu and the others, who had been waiting by the side, became anxious. Yin Sheng, why don't we take action? If we delay any longer, I'm afraid they will break into the Ghost King cave. Yin Sheng looked calm, but Ying Yu was already very nervous. There's no hurry. The best part is yet to come. My big gift hasn't appeared yet. Yunsheng chuckled. When Ing Yu and the others heard this, they all frowned, not understanding the meaning behind Yunsheng's words. Only Kissing Sheep and Dollar knew what their master, Wildcat, meant. Bobo, I mourn for all of you. That devil-subduing stone tablet of the underworld really benefited you for nothing. There will be a few more vengeful spirits. Bobo Sheep laughed evilly. Not long after Yunsheng finished speaking, there was another wave of fluctuation in the ghost water stream. Everyone was shocked. They had already killed a large number of ice arrow jellyfish. Why was there another wave? Suddenly, the expressions of Wan Tianqiu and the others changed drastically because they had acutely sensed that the ripples coming from the bottom of the stream were not ordinary ripples. Suddenly, all the water from the ghost water stream was sucked into the air, forming 4 magical waterfalls in the front, back, left, and right. The water vapor from the waterfalls was dense, blocking the heroes inside the waterfalls. The power of the magical waterfalls was not to be underestimated. With such an obstruction, even Wan Tianqiu and the others were unable to break through the magical waterfalls. The scale of this magical waterfall was not something that could be created by ordinary ice arrow jellyfish. Everyone was faintly uneasy. Aside from the demigod rank arrowtail battle rhinoceros, could it be that there were other powerful magical beasts in the ghost water stream? What kind of monster is this? Wan Tianqiu looked at the stream and saw that the water was converging towards the center of the stream. A terrifying, unknown dark magical plant drilled out from the bottom of the stream. Its size was about the same as the arrowtail battle rhinoceros, but its body was covered with countless tentacles. Each tentacle was tens of meters long. That magical plant was none other than King Anemone Abyssalis, which Yunsheng had obtained from the bottom of the Penglai Sea. When Yunsheng had made a contract with King Anemone Abyssalis, she had promised that as long as she was alive, she would definitely bring King Anemone Abyssalis with her when she went to the underworld. When Yunsheng had made the promise, she did not know that she would really come to the underworld one day. She did not expect that she would really come to the underworld. The underworld was not very useful to the other magical beasts on Yunsheng's body. However, it was the best environment for King Anemone Abyssalis to live in, especially this ghost water stream, which was a place of extreme that was selected by the Ghost King. It also had a water source. For King Anemone Abyssalis, it was the best place to fight. When Yunsheng had arrived at the ghost water stream, she had already made up her mind. There were many powerful forces in the 8 counties of the underworld, and there was no lack of martial gods among them. If these people all entered the Ghost King cave, it would undoubtedly be more difficult for her to find the Heart Distress Lantern. However, if she wanted to use the magical plants and jellyfish in the ghost water stream to obstruct these experts, it was obviously unrealistic. Therefore, when she was surveying the terrain, she had quietly placed King Anemone Abyssalis in the beast language ring into the water. King Anemone Abyssalis was a tyrant in the vast Penglai Sea. Needless to say, it was only a small stream. While waiting for the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros to break through to the god level, King Anemone Abyssalis had already taken control of all the ice arrow jellyfish in the ghost water stream. When the raging thundercloud arrived and the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros started to break through to the god level, the heroes could not help but rush into the ghost water stream. Yunsheng first secretly manipulated King Anemone Abyssalis to order the ice arrow jellyfish to create the illusion that they could not withstand a single blow. Only when the leaders of the powerful forces had entered the depths of the stream did she let King Anemone Abyssalis launch a surprise attack. Indeed, without knowing that there was a Peak King-level magical plant hiding in the ghost water stream, Wan Tianqiu and the rest were caught off guard. The situation that was originally firmly under the control of the powerful forces became abnormally dangerous in the blink of an eye. King Anemone Abyssalis' magical waterfall blocked the hero's path. Wan Tianqiu activated the fighting energy in his body and attacked King Anemone Abyssalis. Beast, why aren't you retreating? Wan Tianqiu was like a cannonball as he approached King Anemone Abyssilis. A streak of fighting energy struck one of King Anemone Tentacle's tentacles. King Anemone Tentacle's tentacles were cut off and flew out. Seeing this, Juan Tiancho was overjoyed. But at the same time, a new tentacle suddenly grew out from King Anemone Tentacle's wound. The more it was cut off, the more tentacles grew out. This scene caused the faces of the powerhouses who were fighting endlessly to change. But this was only the beginning. What happened next caused the faces of the heroes to turn pale. King Anemone Tentacle let out an ear-piercing screech. There was another magical fluctuation beside it, and a large number of small Anemone Abyssilis appeared. Welcome to the monthly votes party. Chapter 1120. For the past 20 years, the people of the major factions had been coveting the Ghost King Cave. Their surveillance of the Ghost Water Stream was much more than that of the sectmaster of the Hundred Thunder sect. Even a number of arrow trees and frost arrow jellyfish, as well as their approximate locations, had been thoroughly investigated. But they never knew that there was such a terrifying magical plant in the Ghost Water Stream. The magical plant's body was surging with dark magic. Its strength had reached the peak of King Realm, only a step away from Demigod Realm. It might not be as strong as the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros, but its vitality was more tenacious. They saw King Anemone Abyssilis and a large number of little tentacle sunflowers floating around it. Although it was only a peak King Realm magical plant, due to the environment, Anemone Abyssilis was like a fish in water in the Ghost Water Stream. With the support of the Ghost Water Stream, its magical waterfall had an astonishing regenerative ability. Even those martial God Realm experts couldn't use their fists and legs because their hands and feet were bound by the magical waterfall. Seeing that Anemone Abyssilis could summon a large number of little tentacle sunflowers that were comparable to 9th rank magical plants, the people of the major factions in the magical waterfall couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Damn, what the hell is this? Not only did it have a powerful regenerative ability, it could also summon little tentacle sunflowers that were just as strong. Where did Anemone Abyssilis come from? Why had they never heard of such a strange magical plant in the Ghost Water Stream? Compared to the magical plant in front of them, the scarlet flame tree trunks in the misty forest were nothing. Although Ingyu and Ingchuan were far away, they could see everything clearly. Seeing the strange appearance of King Anemone Abyssilis, the two trembled with fear. At the same time, they secretly rejoiced that they didn't rashly enter the Ghost Water Stream. Otherwise, if the martial God Realm experts couldn't kill this magical plant in a short time, wouldn't their lives be in danger? However, Ingyu and Ingchuan couldn't help but wonder how Yunsheng knew that there was such a powerful magical beast in the Ghost Water Stream. Little Sunflower is very impressive. Huh? It can only show off in a place like Ghost Water Stream. On land, you can't even compare to a single strand of hair from this world god, Bobo Sheep snorted. To be honest, when he saw the Abyss Tentacle Sunflower in the limelight, he really felt a little itchy. He couldn't wait to go up and trample on that group of martial gods. However, the main character would always appear at the end. It was better to let a small character like Little Kue charge first. Hearing what Popping Sheep said, Ing Chuan and Ingyu were dumbstruck. Could it be that the terrifying aquatic magical plant was also Yunsheng's summoned beast? This was too inconceivable. When had Yunsheng done something in the dark? The two of them looked at Kissing Sheep, then looked at Dollar, and then looked at King Anemone Abyssilis in Ghost Water Stream, who had forced the heroes into a daze. There was only one thought in their minds. Wasn't this too monstrous? A magical beast that could talk wasn't enough. A ferocious beast that could slaughter 1,000 people wasn't enough. She actually had a summoned beast that was comparable to a demigod magical plant. It seemed that their understanding of Yunsheng was only the tip of the iceberg. No wonder Father said that after reaching Ghost Water Stream, they had to listen to all her orders. Perhaps only by following Yunsheng would they be able to enter the Ghost King cave smoothly. The number of summoners in the underworld was much fewer than in the Boundless Land. Yu and Chuan had met a few summoners before, but those people could only control one magical beast. They had never seen anyone who could control multiple magical beasts so easily like Sheng. They had never seen anyone like her. While the two of them were lamenting, there was only one thought in their minds. Fortunately, they weren't Sheng's enemies. Otherwise, they would definitely end up in a miserable state. Sheng didn't pay attention to the reactions of Bobo's sheep, Yu, and the others. She was staring at the magical waterfall. "Master, I can't hold on for much longer. Please pass through quickly." Anemone Abyssalis's voice sounded in her mind. "Don't be in a daze. It's almost time for us to enter the Ghost King Cave." Sheng didn't let joy get to her head. Although King Anemone Abyssalis was powerful, it was still impossible for her to trap more than 10 martial gods. Moreover, as time passed, the magical waterfall's effect on Yun Tianqiu and the others would be greatly weakened. Sheng understood that they had to enter the Ghost King Cave before the heroes broke through. As soon as Sheng's voice fell, Yu, Chuan, and the other spirits were lifted. They had waited bitterly for this moment for the whole night. Sheng and the dozen or so Hundred Thunder Sect disciples were like arrows piercing through the air, shuttling back and forth as they swept toward Ghost Water Stream. Thanks to Wan Tianqiu and the others, who had cleared out the devil plants near Ghost Water Stream earlier, Sheng and the others entered as if there was no one there. Nearly an hour had passed. Due to the large number of martial artists and magicians killed, the originally azure magic waterfall had gradually turned dark red. It was like two bloody waterfalls, firmly trapping the major forces of the 8 counties of the underworld. Strange tentacles constantly shot out from all directions of the waterfall. The weaker disciples were killed on the spot. The Thousand Inferno sect situation wasn't much better. Wan Tianqiu had the urge to vomit blood when he saw his disciples being killed one after another. This time, he had entered the Ghost King Cave and picked the most promising opponents in the sect. He hadn't expected to encounter these deadly devil plants. In less than an hour, most of his disciples had been killed. The loss this time was probably even more disastrous than C.I. Lai's failure to annihilate the Hundred Thunder Sect. Wan Tianqiu was about to go mad with anger. What made Wan Tianqiu even more depressed was that he suddenly heard a few puff, puff, puff sounds beside his ears. Looking over, he saw a dozen figures passing through the magic waterfall in an instant. After seeing their faces clearly, Wan Tianqiu's eyes turned red. They were from the Hundred Thunder Sect. The unfamiliar female magus in the lead, Yu and Chuan, and the rest of the group all charged through the magic waterfall without using a single spell or battle skill. Their movement techniques were very fast, like shooting stars. In the blink of an eye, they swept into the depths of Ghost Water Stream and disappeared without a trace. Seeing them leave smoothly, Wan Tianqiu suddenly understood. Damn it! This was set up by the devil plants and the people from the Hundred Thunder Sect. No wonder the people from the Hundred Thunder Sect didn't make a move. Hundred Thunder Sect, Wan Tianqiu will definitely kill your entire sect until even chickens and dogs can't rest in peace. Wan Tianqiu gnashed his teeth in anger. However, he immediately thought that there was simply no one in the Hundred Thunder Gate who had the ability to control such a powerful demonic dark plant. In the end, there was only one possibility. That devil plant didn't belong to the Hundred Thunder Sect, but it belonged to that female magician. Chapter 1121. Seeing that the people from the Hundred Ring clan had disappeared without a trace, Wan Tianqiu quickly came up with an idea. Everyone, please listen to me. This demonic plant was secretly ambushed by those scoundrels from the Hundred Ring clan. If we don't cooperate, we'll lose our best chance to enter the Ghost King Cave when the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros completes its god-level breakthrough. Wan Tianqiu was also an ambitious person. Under such circumstances, he did not let anger get to his head. Instead, he immediately came up with a plan. Wan Tianqiu's previous attacks did not have much effect on a magic waterfall. However, he noticed that after several attacks, the magic waterfall still showed signs of weakening. Especially just now, after Yun Sheng and the people from the Hundred Ring clan passed through the waterfall, the power of darkness in some parts of the waterfall had weakened a little. As long as they gathered the power of all the major forces and launched a concentrated attack on the few weak spots, they would definitely be able to defeat the magic waterfall. Wan Tianqiu's words implied that he wanted to turn hostility into friendship and join forces with the experts from the 8 counties of the underworld to break through the magic waterfall. The experts from the 8 counties of the underworld were all clear-headed. They also knew that if they were still in a state of disunity, the Ghost King's inheritance and various treasures in the Ghost King Cave would most likely be divided up. The real treasures and wealth of the Ghost King were still in the Ghost King Cave. It would not be too late to settle any grudges after entering the Ghost King Cave. Immediately, Wan Tianqiu and the other 7 selected martial gods joined forces and activated the battle energy in their bodies at the same time. They formed groups of 2 and launched a unified attack on the weak spots of the magic waterfall. 8 experts in the martial god realm. With such a lineup, no matter if they were in the underworld or the boundless land, the ordinary word terrifying was not enough to describe it. In fact, when the 8 martial gods released their battle energy at the same time, the momentum was enough to collapse the mountains and split the earth. The battle energy in their bodies all exploded and was replaced by 8 powerful battle energies. The sound of water on the magic waterfall stopped flowing at that moment. A powerful energy fluctuation. Wan Tianqiu and the others roared at the same time, "Break!" Several battle energies rushed out from the magic waterfall. The combat aura was like a torrent formed after a torrential downpour. It was like 8 ferocious tigers coming down the mountain, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they attacked the magic waterfall. Countless small abyssal sea anemones were torn into pieces by the fighting aura torrent. The magic waterfall exploded, and the entire ghost water stream was filled with a loud noise. The moment the magic waterfall exploded, Yun Sheng and the others who were already in the depths of the ghost water stream also heard the loud noise. Everyone also understood that the magic waterfall that had obstructed the various major forces had been broken. Yun Sheng just frowned slightly, but there was not much difference on her face. When Yun Sheng gave the order to Anemone Abyssalis, she had already made it clear that they only needed to keep the enemy occupied and kill as many of their subordinates as possible. If he was no match for the enemy, he would quickly escape. As expected, Anemone Abyssalis followed Yun Sheng's order. As soon as the magic waterfall was broken, he disappeared without a trace with the tentacle sea anemones. This was also something she had expected. Yun Sheng, Ingwe, and the others had already entered the depths of the ghost water stream, a step ahead of the other experts. More than a dozen figures flashed and disappeared in a flash. It would take at least a quarter of an hour for the people behind to catch up. A quarter of an hour might seem short, but it was more than enough for Yun Sheng. Anyway, she only wanted to enter the Ghost King Cave to find the Heart Distress Lantern. With the 8 Barons' divine artifact in hand, it should not be difficult to find the Heart Distress Lantern. "Look, it's the ghost water stream," Ing Chuan exclaimed in surprise. At the end of the ghost water stream was a messy riverbank. At the bottom of the riverbank, there was a cave. This cave looked very scary. A large number of ghost fires floated around it. The outside of the cave was shaped like a ferocious yiksha head. The entrance to the cave was at the yiksha head's mouth. A strong evil aura was emitted from the cave. Inside the cave, a black, cold, evil wind blew out from time to time. The evil wind was bone-chilling. Everyone could only circulate their fighting aura and magic power to barely stabilize themselves in the evil wind. After entering the cave, we must be extremely careful. This Ghost King Cave is very likely to have a large number of traps and even ambushes. Although Yin Sheng, Ing Yu, and the others had arrived at the entrance of the Ghost King Cave, everyone's expressions were very nervous. The Netherworld Ghost King was a great ghost genius of the Netherworld. He had a strange temperament and was temperamental. The way he did things was also both good and evil. Since he chose the Ghost King Cave as his tomb, he must have guessed that there would be outsiders who coveted the wealth in the Ghost King Cave. If they wanted to obtain his inheritance and wealth, they would have to go through a lot of hardships. Just as Yun Sheng, Ying Yu, and the others were preparing to enter the Ghost King Cave to investigate, Yun Sheng's eyelids twitched. Dollar's golden eyes immediately lit up. His strong limbs exerted force, and he protected Yun Sheng under his body. Then he raised his head and let out an angry roar towards the sky. Behind him, a sharp wind assaulted them. "Everyone get down," Yun Sheng immediately warned. Ying Yu and the others quickly came back to their senses and quickly crouched down. The rhinoceros horn was like an iron nail as it shot towards everyone. The rhinoceros horn was as hard as purple gold and could directly penetrate the body of a martial saint expert. 300 or 400 Thunder Sect disciples who didn't have time to dodge had bloody holes appear on their bodies. They bled profusely and died on the spot. Yun Sheng's first reaction was to check on Dollar's condition. Because Dollar had tried to protect her, there were a few wounds on his body. Fortunately, they were only light injuries. Ying Yu and Ying Chuan were filled with grief and indignation. When they looked back, they saw the demigod-level, arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros glaring at them fiercely. Why was it here? It turned out that the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros had to go through at least 3 dark heavenly thunders in order to break through to the god level. However, when the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros was going through the tribulation, those flea-like humans invaded its territory and set the stream on fire. The arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros also felt that another powerful demonic beast's aura had appeared in the stream. Demonic beasts, especially those that had reached the king level and above, had a stronger sense of territory than humans. In anger, the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros dodged the heavenly thunders and turned around to kill those damned intruders. It was worthy of being a ferocious beast that cultivated both magic and martial arts. Even though the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros had suffered heavy injuries from the heavenly thunders, its attack power was still very strong. After shooting out a large number of rhinoceros horn spikes, it tore several hundred Thunder Sect disciples into pieces in the blink of an eye. The 100 Thunder Sect's people had been reduced from the original dozen to 5 or 6 in an instant. Moreover, time was passing by slowly. If they didn't leave soon, the other forces from the 8 counties of the underworld would arrive soon. The arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros roared, and an even more terrifying magic fluctuation formed under its feet. It was about to launch a new round of magic attacks. Like an agile cat, Dollar's body moved quickly, dodging the rhino's spike again and again. Although Dollar was dodging, his eyes never left the arrow-tail rhinoceros. What Dollar was most worried about was that the rhinoceros had already completed its thunder trial. If that was the case, it would be difficult to deal with. But after taking a closer look, Dollar found that although the rhinoceros aura was stronger than before, it still hadn't reached the god level. Dollar's heart calmed down a little. As long as it hadn't reached the god level, Dollar was confident that he could kill it. Seeing that Yun Sheng and the others had already gone deep into the Ghost King Cave and had disappeared, Dollar's golden eyes sharpened. He looked at the rolling clouds in the sky. The rhinoceros had been fighting for so long, but its strength hadn't weakened at all. It was worthy of being a demigod existence. If he fought head-on, he would have to expend some effort. It couldn't be bothered to fight with this stupid fellow. Maybe he could use the power of the thunder to completely annihilate this big guy. Dollar already had an idea. He first roared at the rhinoceros and jumped into the sky. The arrow-tail rhinoceros wasn't going to sit still and watch Dollar escape. It roared and followed Dollar. Not long after Dollar and the arrow-tail rhinoceros left, a cold gaze shot down from the sky above Ghostwater Creek. The old man with white hair and beard, Shun Jizi, stood in the dark and watched the 2 beasts disappear without a trace in the blink of an eye. If Yun Sheng or the other factions of the 8 counties of the underworld saw this person, they would have attacked him. This was because he was Shun Jizi of the Magic Pavilion, the man who had caused this situation. Looking at the Ghost King cave, Shun Jizi stroked his white beard. His eyes shone with suspicion. I didn't expect that little girl to be so capable. She is the first one to enter the Ghost King cave. What a shame that she's going to die at such a young age. After saying this, Shun Jizi's body flashed. He also flew into the Ghost King cave. On the other side, Dollar was leading the Arrowtail Rhinoceros into the sky. Just as the Arrowtail Battle Rhino pounced, the angry cloud in the sky suddenly swallowed and spat out a bolt of dark heavenly lightning. It turned out that Dollar had pretended to run away. He was actually leading the Arrowtail Rhinoceros to deal with the second Dark Sky Thunder. The Dark Sky Thunder had been accumulating power for a long time. When the second Dark Sky Thunder came down, its power was shocking. The Dark Sky Thunder hit the Arrowtail Rhinoceros. The Arrowtail Rhinoceros was in pain, and it screamed in agony. It had already been hit by 2 Dark Sky Thunders. The second one was much stronger than the first. But what surprised Dollar the most was that after the second bolt of Dark Sky Thunder, the Arrowtail Rhino was still alive, even though it was in a terrible state. Its armor had been shattered by the Dark Sky Thunder. The power of the Dark Sky Thunder was indeed extraordinary. Its skin was cracked, and it was bleeding. The Arrowtail Rhinoceros looked as if it had just been pulled out of a pool of blood. Its eyes were red, and its white teeth were shining. But if one took a closer look, they would find that the Dark Sky Thunder had only scratched the surface of its skin. What was worse was that after the Arrowtail Rhinoceros took the second Dark Sky Thunder, there was a layer of pale gold light in its broken flesh. If that layer of light merged with the Arrowtail Rhinoceros bones and flesh, the Arrowtail Rhinoceros body would become even stronger. Oh no, I overdid it. If the third Dark Heavenly Thunder doesn't kill it, I'm afraid this demigod-class monster will become a god. Dollar had a clear idea of what was to come. The Dark Sky Thunder was called the Dark Sky Thunder. The first Dark Sky Thunder refined the skin. The second Dark Sky Thunder refined the blood and bones. The third Dark Sky Thunder refined the soul. The Arrowtail Rhinoceros was enraged, and it had taken the second Dark Sky Thunder. If the third Dark Sky Thunder was hit, the Arrowtail Rhinoceros seemed to have realized this as well. At this moment, it no longer wanted to chase Dollar. Instead, it jumped up and ran toward the angry cloud. It was obviously going to take the third Dark Sky Thunder. It is a shame that you met me. Today, you will die even if you don't. Dollar's golden eyes turned cold. Chapter 1123. Angry clouds rolled in the sky. The third Dark Heavenly Thunder broke through the clouds and headed straight for the Arrowtail Rhinoceros. The Arrowtail Rhinoceros felt as if it had reached the moment of its breakthrough. But at this moment, a golden magic array suddenly appeared beside the angry clouds. Under the effect of the golden magic array, the black clouds that were originally as black as mud were instantly dyed with a layer of gold. The clouds churned even more violently. Another bolt of golden lightning shot out from the clouds. That bolt of lightning merged with the third heavenly thunder of darkness that had already formed, forming a super heavenly thunder of gold and black colors. It hung above the Arrowtail Rhinoceros's head like a golden and black greatsword. The Arrowtail Rhinoceros's eyes were filled with fear. It looked at the greatsword as if it was looking at the Grim Reaper's scythe. The greatsword appeared out of thin air, and with a boom, it pierced through the Arrowtail Rhinoceros's head. The Arrowtail Rhinoceros didn't even have a chance to struggle before its god soul was destroyed. In the dark night, the ghost water stream was illuminated. The Arrowtail Rhinoceros that had been struck by the golden and black super heavenly thunder burned fiercely and turned into a fireball, like a sun that had been shot down. The burning demon sky thorn was an upgraded version of the dark heavenly thorn that Yi Baiming had learned after learning the burning demon spell that Popping Sheep had given him. It was a super spell that could destroy souls. After seeing the arrowtail rhinoceros withstand the power of the two heavenly thunders, Dollar had an idea. Why didn't he just use the power of the dark heavenly thunder and combine it with a super spell to destroy the arrowtail rhinoceros's soul? The arrowtail rhinoceros that had been roaming the ghost water stream for more than 20 years had fallen. The huge commotion in the sky startled the entire ghost water stream. The elites from the 8 counties of the underworld who were rushing to the Ghost King cave also witnessed this scene. The fierce fire made the 1,000 character on Dollar's body even more dazzling. Everyone, including the Einarjars, took a deep breath. There was only one thought in their minds. What a beast! The one who was the most shocked was Yuan Tianqiu. He also recognized that the golden demonic beast was the demonic beast that was following beside Yun Sheng. Yuan Tianqiu could tell that the demonic beast was extraordinary. It seemed to have the spiritual awareness of a human and knew how to use strategies. What was even more frightening was that its physique was as strong as a warrior's, but it could also use powerful super magic. Compared to the demigod rank arrowtail battle rhinoceros, it was even harder to deal with. Thinking of this, Yuan Tianqiu rejoiced. Fortunately, they had not acted on impulse and caused trouble for the 100-ring gate. Otherwise, the 1,000 Hell sect would have been the ones to be killed today. But what Dollar did next shocked the crowd. After combining with the Dark Thunder and killing the arrowtail rhino, Dollar did not leave immediately. Instead, he looked at the angry cloud in the sky. Dollar was deep in thought. Although the cloud had experienced 3 dark heavenly thunders, it still contained a significant amount of dark magic power. If it could absorb and fuse with it, it would definitely be beneficial to its cultivation. When Yi Baiming was in his human form, his cultivation had already reached the Einherjar realm. However, although his Kirin body had been trained by the burning demon incantation, he still could not break through to the god rank. Therefore, he did not directly fight the arrowtail rhino with his body. Instead, he chose to fight with magic, which he had a higher chance of winning. The arrowtail rhino was an earth element demonic beast. Although it practiced both magic and martial arts, its magic cultivation was obviously inferior to its physical cultivation. What it had mastered was only high-level magic. Naturally, it was at a disadvantage in front of Dollar, who had a multi-elemental magic soul. Dollar knew that if he did not have a stronger physical body, he would be at a disadvantage again when he fought with the beast god altars of the obsidian and Bakra orcs. The dark, angry cloud in front of it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for it. He jumped with all his 4 limbs and rushed toward the angry dark cloud. Yuan Tianqiu was also in the crowd. When they heard the sound, they looked up and saw a golden light rushing toward the angry dark cloud. Yuan Tianqiu was shocked. Was this demonic beast crazy? Why did it rush toward the angry dark cloud? Even the demigod ranked arrowtail battle rhinoceros wasn't a match for the dark fury cloud. As soon as Dollar rushed into the angry cloud rolled violently and wrapped around him. The angry cloud instantly swallowed the golden demonic beast. You overestimate yourself. Yuan Tianqiu was delighted. He was worried that with this beast around, he would not be able to defeat the 100-ring gate in the Ghost King cave. He did not expect this demonic beast to go crazy and rush toward the angry cloud. At this moment, he was afraid that it would be torn to pieces by the power of the angry dark cloud. The major forces of the 8 counties of the underworld did not stay any longer. They rushed toward the Ghost King cave. Not long after the heroes left, the angry cloud in the sky still did not disperse. About half an hour later, with a bang, a huge black shadow that looked like a Qilin suddenly appeared around the angry cloud. The Qilin shadow suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed the dark cloud in one gulp. The angry cloud seemed to want to struggle, but in the end, it could not resist the power of the Qilin shadow and was completely swallowed. After the angry dark cloud disappeared, the shadow gradually shrank and turned into Dollar. Compared to before he swallowed the angry cloud, Dollar's body did not change much. However, upon closer inspection, his limbs were slender and the scales on his body shone brighter. Tisk, just a little bit more to become a demonic beast of the god level. Dollar smacked his lips as if he had eaten something delicious. In both the human world and the underworld, Dollar was probably the only person who would dare to swallow the angry dark cloud and act so nonchalant. Because he had already used up 3 dark heavenly thunders, the remaining power in the angry dark cloud was not enough for Dollar's soul to reach the god level. However, after devouring the dark raging clouds, its flesh and skin were unexpectedly tempered, and its physical strength had reached the demigod level. In addition, Dollar had an advantage in the bloodline of the Qilin. Even if the arrowtail rhinoceros came back to life, Dollar was 100% sure that he could kill it this time, even without the power of the dark heavenly thunders. What surprised Dollar even more was that when he swallowed the angry cloud, he accidentally learned the second inheritance of the Qilin's puppet, which could swallow all magic power and fighting energy. This inheritance was the inherited fighting skill of Obsidian. In this way, the next time Dollar fought Obsidian, he was much more confident. There was a hint of joy in Dollar's eyes. However, after arriving in the Netherworld, Yun Sheng discovered that her Dark Dharma Soul's cultivation speed had increased by a lot. Yun Sheng was certain that as long as she stayed in the Ghost King cave for a few days, her dark magic soul would definitely undergo a qualitative change. Unfortunately, there was not much time left for her. The other forces of the 8 counties of the Netherworld should be catching up soon. It was pitch black in front of them. With their outstanding eyesight, everyone discovered that the Ghost King cave was very moist. The water, dripping from the cracks of the rocks, was bone-chilling. My dear master, this place is not simple. I'm afraid there are evil spirits. Xiao He, who was kissing a sheep, looked around with her beady eyes. She could sense that there were a large number of evil spirits wandering around in this cave. The aura of these evil spirits was not weak. They should have the strength of a human martial saint or a sky magician or a demon bee-sage. Although they were not the strongest, they had the advantage of numbers. If they surrounded them together, it would not be easy to deal with them. As they were speaking, a gray shadow floated out from behind 100 Thunder Sect disciple. It suddenly turned into a roaring evil spirit wolf and pounced on that disciple. Beast, don't make trouble. Ingyu released the bow in her hand. With a whoosh, the arrow shot through that evil spirit. However, not long after the evil spirit fog disappeared, it gathered together again. After regrouping, the baleful specter let out a series of ghostly wails and howls. After the wail, a large number of gray, evil spirits appeared in the vicinity. Those evil spirits were either in human form or beast form. They all bared their fangs and brandished their claws, pouncing on the crowd. Suddenly, in the cave, there was a long and clear sound, like the sound of a flute and a flute. A fiery red beast figure appeared. In the fire, a divine bird with red feathers like a phoenix suddenly appeared. It flapped its fiery wings, and the feathers all over its body fluttered. When those fiery feathers touched those evil spirits, they turned into purifying flames. Those evil spirits had nowhere to escape and were instantly burned into green smoke, disappearing. The thing that appeared in the Ghost King cave was one of the 4 divine beasts, the Vermilion Bird Totem. The Vermilion Bird Totem was the only fire beast among the 4 great divine beasts. Its fire feather transformed into the purest fire beast. All evil and evil would retreat in front of it. As if they knew that such a divine beast totem had appeared in the Ghost King cave, the evil spirits in the surroundings all fled. Ingyu, Ing Chuan, and the disciples of the 100 Rin sect had long been awed by the Vermilion Bird Totem. They could only stare blankly with their mouths agape, unable to say a word. Vermilion Bird Totem, please lead us into the depths of the Ghost King cave. Yun Sheng waved her hand, and the vermilion bird totem flew lightly into the depths of the Ghost King cave. Yunsheng had 3 divine beast totem. Each divine beast could only be summoned once. In order to get rid of these evil spirits, she had no choice but to summon the vermilion bird. With the vermilion bird totem, the rest of the journey was very smooth. They did not encounter any traps or ambushes. Finally, they reached the end of the Ghost King cave. The end of the Ghost King cave was a dead end. In the 4 corners of the dead end, there were 4 magic arrays. Although the Netherworld Ghost King had been dead for 20 years, these magic arrays hidden in the depths of the Ghost King cave were still full of magic power. Master, these 4 magic arrays are not places I should enter. The vermilion bird totem can only accompany you up to here. After the vermilion bird totem finished speaking, it turned into a flame and attached itself to Yunsheng's Shinnong medical bracelet. Why are there 4 magic arrays? Which one should we go to? Yingyu and Yingchuan hesitated. Yunsheng stopped in front of the 4 magic arrays for a moment. She had learned some magic when she was in the mainland's magic elite camp. After observing for a moment, she indeed found some clues. Yingyu, Yingchuan, among these magic arrays, 2 are teleportation magic arrays, and the other 2 are cultivation magic arrays. The purpose of the 2 of you entering the Ghost King cave is to cultivate. I suggest that you and the remaining disciples enter one of the cultivation magic arrays. Yunsheng observed for a moment and understood the function of the magic arrays. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.